The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening, and welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I'm your host, Matt from the Past. It is October the 11th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1138 AD, earthquake in Aleppo, Syria, kills an estimated 230,000. In 1634, Burchardi flood, the second Groot Mandrake, kills about 15,000 in North Friesland, Denmark, and Germany. In 1737, earthquake reported to have killed 300,000 and destroyed half of Calcutta in India, now thought to have been an exaggerated account of a hurricane which claimed 3,000 of the city's estimated 20,000 residents. In 1797, Battle of Camperdown, British Navy defeats Dutch fleet. In 1945, Chinese Civil War begins between Kuomintang government led by Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong's Communist Party. In 1945, first man-made object to escape the atmosphere is fired from White Sands Missile Range, New Mexico, reaching 235,000 feet. In 1962, Second Vatican Council, convened by Pope John the 23rd. In 1986, Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev opened talks at a summit in Reykjavik, Iceland. In 1945, Saturday Night Live, created by Lorne Michaels, premieres on NBC with George Carlin as host. In 1983, Can't Slow Down, second studio album by Lionel Richie, is released. In 2000, South African Cricket Board issues former captain Jose Krunji with a life ban as a result of match-fixing allegations. Born on this day were Arthur Phillips, George Williams, Henry John Hines, Emily Davidson, Eleanor Roosevelt, Jerome Robbins, Luke Harry, Abraham Bachman, Cardi B, whatever that is, Marina Bruno, Steve Young, Michelle Wee. Dying on this day were Kashmir Polanski, Meriwether Lewis, Anton Bruckner, Alexei Lavanov, Joe Morgan, and Angela Lansbury. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows.
Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, attention all cars. The hold up at the Bureau of Power and Light. That's all. Rosencliff.
Refining methods make a great deal of difference in the quality of a gasoline. Old-fashioned methods fail to extract from the crude oil the essential elements that give a gasoline quick starting, instant power, and good mileage. Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl is made by the up-to-the-minute method known as the cracking process. This refining method places the crude oil under terrific heat and pressure. This heat and pressure literally cracks the molecules of gas into millions and millions of even smaller particles. It is this breaking up of the molecules that gives Rio Grande cracked gasoline its smooth, effortless power. Also, its average of 10 points higher anti-knock rating over gasolines which are not cracked. Give Rio Grande cracked a fair trial. It costs no more than other non-premium gasolines, but you will notice the difference. And now tonight, Chief Davis has sent as his representative Inspector F.T. Hawtrey, who will now address you.
Good evening, friends. I have come here this evening at the request of Chief of Police James E. Davis to bring you a story of vital importance to the citizens of this city. During the past year, economic stress has placed upon the citizenry burdens of immeasurable weight, affecting the lives of all persons paying taxes toward the support of our government. We feel that the story about to be portrayed for you over the radio is particularly interesting at this time because of its human interest and of particular interest to the tax-paying public. It concerns the theft of public funds from the Water and Power Department by a faithless employee and his gangster friends. During the long period of investigation, the entire machinery of the police department was kept in motion. This story gives you insight into the dramatic activities of this law enforcement agency. It will reveal to you how intelligent methods, rather than the widely publicized third-degree methods, prevail in modern police work. Professor Lindsley will now go on with the story.
In July 1927, the following advertisement is run in the classified sections of the Los Angeles newspapers. Big money for man with plenty of nerve and good head. Box number 6666. Of the many replies received by the anonymous leaser of Box 6666, a letter from one Andrew McDonald interests him most. He answers McDonald's note and makes an appointment with him.
Well, Mr. McDonald, I like the tone of your letter. And I like the tone of your advertisement. Are you interested in a job that demands the qualifications of my advertisement? I'm interested, Mr. Peters, in anything that'll pay off. What do you mean, pay off? Anything that's worth the risk it requires. And I don't care what the risk is so long as the job pays off in big money. Oh, I see. Well, would you consider $10,000 big money? 10 grand?
Sure, that's a lot of dough. If you come out of it alive.
Oh, you'll come out of it alive, all right.
Well, what's your proposition?
Well, I'm not convinced you're interested.
Sure, I'm interested.
Will you run a risk? That is, a little risk.
For 10 grand? Sure, spill it.
Okay. It's a payroll holdup.
Sounds good. How big's the payroll?
What do you care? 10 grand's your cut.
Yeah, but listen.
What's the matter? Isn't 10 grand enough?
Sure. But what's it all about?
And the less you know, the better off you are. I'm running all the risks.
Okay. That's fair enough.
All right. Now, I'll draw you a diagram of the layout. Here's Hill Street, see?
Yeah?
And here's Broadway. All right. Now, at 7 a.m. on the morning the payroll goes out, we come in the Hill Street entrance here. Then we go upstairs and walk over to the Broadway side and down to the second floor landing, which is here, see?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Now, we got green isinglass eye shades on like we were clerks.
Yeah?
We wait on this second floor landing until we see the cashier come in. Then we go down to the clerk's desk and pretend we're working.
Yeah?
And when we see the cashier open the safe to get out the payroll, we stick 'em up. Get it?
Hey, how do you know so much about this layout?
Well, I ought to know. I work down there.
Are you sure this is the morning the payroll goes out?
Listen, don't you think I've got that all set?
Yeah, but are you sure?
And I wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
Okay. Give me that box of ammunition. I've got a load of gun.
Oh, my God.
What's the matter?
Hey, listen, I left it in the apartment.
Oh, you damn fool. How are we going to hold up a payroll without bullets in our guts?
Well, wait a minute. Let me think. Listen, these cashiers are scared to death of a holdup. We can bluff them.
How?
Here's some brown paper on this desk. Now, wait a minute.
Brown paper? What do you want with brown paper?
Wait a minute.
What are you doing?
Here. Now, tear this into pieces and stuff the chambers with it. Yeah, that's the idea.
Oh.
Plug it in pretty far.
Like
Yeah,
this?
that's great, yeah. Looks like cartridges, see? Now, give me some.
Well, how long will it be before the cashier gets here?
Not long. Look, Mag, how's this gun look?
Swell. Just like the real thing. But what if they call our bluff?
They won't. They're scared, I tell you.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. So it's the Bureau of Power and Light we're holding up, huh? That payroll ought to be worth something.
It's worth just 10 grand to you.
Yeah, I know. The cut's okay with me.
Right down. Here comes the cashier.
Okay.
Now, follow me down to the desk and act like you was a clerk.
Sure.
Here we go.
Hey, who's this coming?
Hessel, he's the head cashier.
Oh, yeah?
Here, take these desks here, grab a pen, pull out a book or anything, and start writing.
Okay.
Look, here comes Brockway, the assistant cashier.
Yeah?
Pessel's opening the time safe now.
Uh-huh. He's got it open.
Yeah, and that's our cue. You cover Brockway, I'll get Pessel. Come on.
I wonder where that watchman is, Louis. He should have been here a half
Well,
hour.
Watson won't be here for a while.
Hey, what is
Now,
this?
hold up. Now, you two men get over there by the cash window and look like you're working.
Oh, we'll do no.
Oh, yes, you will. We mean business. Now, get over there. My partner here will be behind the door of the safe with his gun trained on your back. Act natural or else. Keep your eye on him, pal.
Sure.
I'm going to clear out this safe.
Hey, you, cut out that noise. You want your head blown off?
What's the matter?
This guy's trying to attract the attention of the janitor out there in the hall.
Give it to him if he doesn't stop.
You bet I will. With paper bullets? Jeez, I forgot all about that.
Don't worry, I got all the dough in the place. We're just about through.
Good.
Now, let's truss up our friends here and be on our way.
Okay. The straps first, eh? Now, listen, you guys. We're going to tie you up for a while.
Then you'll be okay so long as you keep quiet.
Yeah. Come on, turn around. That's better. There, I guess they can't use their hands much. Got one of them rubber balls?
Yeah, here you are.
No, don't go.
Sorry, but we're not taking any chances on you squawking too soon. Don't mind the taste of that rubber. It's a new ball and quite clean.
Hey, this other guy's stuff, too.
All right, let's go.
Within a few moments, the bound cashiers are discovered and untied by employees arriving for the day's work. The police are notified, and Detective Lieutenants Pruitt, Sterrett, and Kopicek are detailed to investigate the scene of the crime. They question the victims closely.
Now, Mr. Pessel, will you kindly tell us just what happened?
Well, I came in at 7:30 to get the payroll ready, and I passed two men at that desk over there.
That one by the cashier's cage?
Yes, that's the one.
Go on.
Well, they both wore eye shades. They were bending over some papers, so I didn't pay any attention to them. I just thought they were a couple of night clerks finishing up their work.
And then what happened?
Well, when I got the safe opened and Brockaway here came in to help me with the payroll, these two men walked through the cage and held us up. They made us go over to the window there, like we were working.
And I tried to signal the janitor by jingling a letter spike, and the one with his gun on us threatened to blow my brains out.
Who were you trying to signal?
The janitor. He was out there in the hall cleaning up the drinking fountains. He was only about 10 feet away all during the time it was happening.
Where is the janitor?
Here I is, mister. I was right here.
What do you know about this?
I don't know nothing, mister.
Didn't you see anybody in here?
No, sir. I see these two gentlemen here, then I looked up and I didn't see them. I don't know nothing else.
And you didn't hear anything?
No, sir. I didn't hear nothing.
Well, how come? It seems strange you wouldn't notice anything unusual.
I don't know, mister, but I got my own troubles, you know. I got misery, I have. I got misery in my back and things with something foul, you know. The doctor...
Okay, but don't go away. I may want to talk to you again.
Yeah, sir. I ain't going no place. I got a lot of cuspidors to clean around here. Now I'll be right here in the general facility.
Now, Mr. Purple, what do these men look like?
Well, they wore old clothes, sort of shabby. And they both had green eye shades.
One of them had adhesive tape over the bridge of his nose. He seemed to be the boss.
Yes, and he was about medium height and slender.
And he had sort of a hollow face, wouldn't you say, Pesson?
Yes, I guess that's right. And, oh, yes, he wore a wig, a black wig. I noticed it when he was tying me up.
How about the other man?
He's the one that tied me up. He was older and fuller faced. He had black hair.
Did he wear a wig?
Well, I don't know.
Not much to go on.
Say, Jim, here's the gags they used.
Oh, yes, we threw them down on the desk when they untied us.
Rubber balls.
Yes, they forced them into our mouths and taped them in.
Pretty effective gags, all right.
And, Jim, I found out that the payroll guard hasn't shown up yet.
That's right. He wasn't here when I came in this morning.
Who is he?
His name's Hank Schaefer. He's night watchman at the power plant out near Slauson. On paydays, he comes in early in the morning and acts as guard.
And he wasn't here this morning?
No, and he hasn't shown up yet. It looks suspicious to me.
Ed, you better get hot on this, Schaefer. Run him down as soon as you can.
Sure thing, Jim.
Now, gentlemen, the next step is at headquarters. You come along with me. We'll go over there and look through the mug book. Maybe we've got your eyeshade robber's portraits in there.
Very well, Lieutenant. We'll be glad to.
Let's go, then.
This way, please.
Mr. Pesson. Yeah, Mr. Pesson. What's happened? I heard there's been a robbery here. What's happened here?
Oh, Schaefer. You're a little late, Hank.
Yeah, I know, but I couldn't help it.
This is the guard I was telling you about, Lieutenant. Although he's not much of a guard. While you were taking your time getting here, Schaefer, 2 men took $73,000 out of the safe.
$73,000? Mein Gott in Himmelwein. But you should hear mine troubles. You should hear what happened to me.
We'd like to. What did happen to you?
Well, I was driving down here from the power plant at 7 o'clock, like I'm always doing on paydays. On that 95 and Central Avenue, 2 men in the big black sedan forcing me to curb. Then they jumped out and pulled a gun on me. Oh, they were real tough guys, too. And they made me get in the back of the car, and they throw a blanket over me. And then they drove me way out here in Orange County. And then they throw me out of the car and drive away. And I got right back as quick as I could here.
What was the license number of the car?
What?
The license number.
Collie, I didn't notice in the excitement.
You didn't notice the license number?
Nine, that's right, 9.
Schaefer, that doesn't sound like a very satisfactory explanation of your absence.
Yeah, but that's true, Mr. Besson. You don't think for a minute...
We don't think anything, Schaefer. Our job is to find out. You'll have to come along to headquarters with us.
But I had nothing to do with anything here. I'm telling you the truth, honest fire.
The watchman Schaefer is naturally the object of great suspicion, but an intensive search of his background fails to result in the discovery of any criminal record. Repeated questioning always results in the same story. And finally, for lack of any proof to the contrary, Schaefer is placed beyond suspicion. Tessel and Broadway scan the mug books for pictures of the men who held them up, but their search is in vain. Underworld characters and even employees of the Bureau of Power and Light are kept under surveillance to determine whether they make any large deposits of money or any unusual purchases. Circulars bearing the meager description of the bandits and pictures of the paraphernalia used to assist identifications by means of modus operandi in case of future crimes elsewhere are distributed over the entire United States. But in spite of all this police activity, 4 months passed without the slightest clue to the identity of the robbers. The opinion grows around headquarters that the job was pulled by Eastern gangsters who had left town immediately after the robbery. Then, on January 20th, 1928, a matter of routine police work comes to the attention of Lieutenant Kopitek that is destined to play an important part in unraveling the snarls of this baffling case.
Detective Bureau, Lieutenant Kopitek.
I want to speak to someone about something mighty suspicious.
What is it, ma'am?
Well, about a month ago, a young fellow rented a house next to me.
Yeah?
Well, he's acting mighty funny.
What's he been doing?
Well, yesterday, I saw him out of the kitchen window changing the license plates on his car.
Well, that's nothing suspicious. Lots of people are changing their 27 plates to new plates at this time of the year.
Now, wait a minute, young man, until I've finished.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Go ahead.
Well, yesterday, he took off the 27 plate and put on the 28 plate.
Yes?
And today, he took off his 28 plate and put on another pair.
Well, that does sound a little funny.
Well, I think you'd better look into it.
We will, right away. Now, if you'll kindly give me the address.
Lieutenant Kopitek, Pruitt, and Starrett lose no time in getting out to the Highland Park district and interviewing their informant in person.
Now, you understand, Lieutenant, I don't want to be mixed up in this thing. I'm just doing my duty as I see it. This young man's actions look very suspicious to me, and this is a peaceable neighborhood, and we don't want any strange goings-on here.
Well, what do you mean, goings-on? Have you noticed anything else?
No, but you never can tell. Why, the next thing you know, he might be having drinking parties, and Huzzy is visiting him.
Well, what's this young man's name?
Well, the Iceman tells me his name is Craig, see? And he's up to no good, I can tell you. Why, I went over there to pay a neighborly call after he moved in, and he all but slammed the door in my face.
Is he home now?
Well, I tell you, I ain't seen him go out today.
Oh, very well, then. We'll pay him a visit.
But now leave me out of it. I don't want to cause no trouble for no one.
Now, Pruitt, you guard the back way. Garrett and I'll try the front entrance.
Try the door first before you knock.
Go ahead.
Unlock.
Oh, come on.
Shadow move on the door.
Yeah.
Hey, what do you want?
Well, I'll be. Look at the money, Jim.
Hey, you've got no right breaking into my house.
We didn't break in. We walked in.
Who are you?
Police officers.
Police? Oh, what do you want here?
Looks like we want you.
Yeah, but what for?
Well, we'll see about that. What are you doing with all this money laid out on the carpet and the stove going full blast?
Oh, I'm drying it out. It got wet.
Yeah, where'd you get this money?
It's my money.
Where did you get it?
Well, I stole some property up in Colorado a couple of months ago, and this is the money I got it for.
Oh, yeah? Look at this, Ed. Bureau of Power and Light wrappings on this package of bills. Bureau of Power and Light? Oh, so you're the guy that pulled that job.
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about. I got this money from a ranch I sold in Colorado.
Oh, yeah? Come on, Starrett. Let's take this kid down to headquarters.
Positive identification of the wrappers and serial numbers of the bills found in the bandit's house is readily obtained from Bureau of Power and Light employees. In spite of this damaging fact, the robber, whose real name police discovered to be Bob Peters, claims to be innocent of the charge. Captain William Cahill directs the questioning. Continually for 36 hours, detectives in relays interrogate Peters. No one sleeps, robber or detective. Finally, at midnight of January 21st, with everyone on the point of collapse from fatigue, and Peter still sticking to his original story of innocence, Captain Cahill rises from his seat across the table from the young man.
Okay, boys, that's enough for tonight. You better all go home and get some rest. Peters, come into my office here. I want to talk to you alone. Sit down. No, take that chair over there. It's more comfortable. Here. Have a cigarette?
Yeah, thanks.
A light?
Thanks.
Pretty tired, aren't you?
Oh, sure am.
Well, you can get some rest soon.
Listen, you might as well let me go to bed now. You can't get anything out of me because I've got nothing to tell. I don't know a thing about this.
Yes, Bob, I heard you repeat that over and over, but I don't believe you. Now, listen here. The money found in your possession has been identified by the Bureau of Power and Light by the wrappers on it. And the insurance company has identified it by its serial numbers. Why, even if you walked out of here tonight a free man, you'd never be able to spend $1 of that money. Now, we know you took that dough. And the best thing you can do to help yourself is to make a clean breast of the whole thing.
Well, sure I would if I knew anything about it.
Well, let's look at it this way then, Bob. If somebody stole all your clothes and the police got him and he confessed to his crime and returned those clothes to you, how would you feel toward him? Would you be more lenient than if he had denied the theft and we had proof of it?
Well, of course I'd feel lenient towards him.
Well, now, that's the way for you to help yourself. Confess this whole thing now.
Oh, I sure would, Captain, if I'd stolen the money. I'd tell you about it this minute.
You love your mother, don't you, Bob?
Of course I do.
Now, think what this is going to mean to her. For even if you plead not guilty, we've got enough evidence to send you away for some little time. Now, don't you think you owe it to her to shorten your time away from her, to shorten her period of grief as much as possible, to take advantage of the leniency that your plea of guilty will give you?
Yes, Captain, all you say is true, but I didn't do it.
Well, how about your fiancée? You deny having told her that you'd buy her a diamond ring?
Oh, of course I do. It isn't true.
Why do you keep lying, Peters? Now, look here. Come in, Miss Campbell. I want Bob to hear from you or your lips the truth that he denies. Now, what about that diamond ring, Miss Campbell?
Well, Bob told me he bought a diamond ring for me and that he was going to give it to me.
Thank you, Miss Campbell. That's all for the present.
Boy, you didn't have to bring her into this.
I couldn't help it, Bob. We've got to get to the bottom of this. And that's nothing to what she'll suffer if you go on the stand and try to prove innocence against the evidence that we've got on you. Think what the publicity will do. Think how the whole town will talk about her. You know what they'll call her? They'll call her a bandit's moll. Now, is that the sort of a thing to do to a sweet girl like that? A girl who has loved you and had faith in you? Because you've made a mistake, Bob, do you think it's fair to drag her name through the mud? Now, do you?
Okay, Captain. You win. I'll confess. I'll plead guilty. I'll do anything you want me to.
Peter's confession names Andrew McDonald as his assistant in the robbery, and William Thompson and Harry Arch as the two men who kidnapped Schaefer, the watchman. For their participation, McDonald had received $10,000, and Thompson and Arch $1,000 apiece. Following the holdup, Peters, who was on his vacation at the time, had spent a week and $200 in San Francisco, had then returned to his desk at the Bureau of Power and Light, remaining at work for 6 weeks to avert suspicion. He had deposited $5,000 of the money in 7 different banks under false firm names and had buried the rest. It was this buried money he was trying to dry out when the officers arrested him. As soon as the police learned their names, Captains Slayton and Cahill speed to Thompson's and Art's homes and place them under arrest. They are questioned at headquarters and eventually admit having kidnapped the watchman and receiving a payoff for their services. Meanwhile, a Los Angeles police car, bearing Lieutenant Pruitt and Sterrett, streams through heavy coastline fog south to San Isidro, where, according to replies to their statewide teletype, McDonald is publishing a newspaper. They arrest him just as he is hurriedly dressing preparatory to fleeing across the border. He is rushed back to Los Angeles, fingerprinted, and brought before Captain Cahill for questioning.
McDonald, how much did you get out of that Bureau of Power and Light holdup?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wasn't it $10,000?
I don't know nothing about a holdup.
With your employer on that job, Bob Peters, said that you got $10 grand for your part of it.
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about.
No? Well, let me see. You got $10 grand, and a couple of weeks later, you bought a $5,000 interest in a San Isidro newspaper, and then deposited $4,000 in a Tijuana bank.
I won that $4 grand across the border.
You did? Well, that's the first time I ever heard of anyone winning $4,000 in Tijuana.
Well, I did.
You're to be congratulated, McDonald. But how do you explain this? Mr. Pestle and Mr. Broadway, the men you held up, both recognize you.
Ah, they're nuts.
Yeah? And how do you explain this? Here are your fingerprints on the car that you rented for a getaway. And here are your own fingerprints. And they match.
Listen, fingerprints ain't any good for identification.
Well, that hasn't been our experience. And now here's another interesting similarity. The way your handwriting on the police blotter and the handwriting on this auto rental contract tally.
I tell you, I didn't have anything to do with this holdup.
And yet your pals Peter, Thompson, and Art all implicate you in their confession.
I never heard of them before. It's a lousy frame-up, the whole thing. Somebody's trying to railroad me.
McDonald, calm down. You're as guilty as the devil, you know it.
But McDonald insists on his innocence. He refuses to cooperate with the police in the restitution of the stolen money, and when charged with his crime, he pleads not guilty. Peters, Thompson, and Arts, on the other hand, cooperate to the fullest with the police. As a result of the $73,000 stolen, $48,000 in cash and $5,000 in property was returned. Peters, Thompson, and Arts, pleading guilty, are charged with second-degree robbery, and McDonald is charged with first-degree robbery. After the testimony, the men file into the courtroom to receive the sentence of the judge.
Robert Peters, William Thompson, and Harry Art, stand and face the court. You men have been found guilty of second-degree robbery, and it is now my duty to sentence you. But your cooperation with the authorities following your arrest has been commendable. And in view of your attitude, this court is lenient and sentences you to serve from 1 year to life in San Quentin Prison. Andrew McDonald, stand and face the court. McDonald, before I pass sentence on you, have you anything to say?
Sure I have, Judge. I've been framed. These three rats here put me on the spot. I didn't have a thing to do with this robbery.
You still insist you are innocent?
Of course I'm innocent. I'm being railroaded.
McDonald, your attitude astonishes me. Throughout this whole proceeding, you have failed completely to cooperate with the authorities. In the face of damning evidence, clear, unimpeachable evidence of your guilt, you still claim you are innocent.
I do.
You seem to be asking the court to be severe on you.
Go ahead. Spirit, you can't scare me.
I'm trying not to, McDonald, but I intend that you shall serve as an example to other lawbreakers who in the future may want to take such a stubborn attitude as you have. Therefore, Andrew McDonald, I sentence you to serve from 7 years to life in San Quentin Prison.
This case shows so clearly the inherent stupidity in the criminal. Someplace along the line, the perpetrator of the most perfect crime will make a mistake, will slacken in his vigilance, and then he is lost. These mistakes, these lack-ups of vigilance, are often, as not, born of a guilty conscience. Had Peters not been so worried about detection that he changed license plates twice in 2 days, our job in solving this crime would have been much harder. We, in the police department, had many opportunities to observe the truth of the old adage, give a man enough rope and hang himself.
Thank you, Inspector Hawtrey. Statements that are merely made and not backed up are valuable. Statements that have undeniable facts behind them are worth your consideration. You'll never hear vague promises or semi-scientific claims made for Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl lead, for it is the policy of the Rio Grande Oil Company to stick only to facts in their advertisements. So when you hear the statement, for police car performance, use Rio Grande cracked gasoline, you know that it is true, and here's the reason. In the great Southwest, where Rio Grande products are sold, more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, motorcycles, and other emergency equipment use Rio Grande cracked than all other brands combined. These summer days are hard on most lubricating oils. However, you need never worry about burned-out bearings. If you've got Sinclair Pennsylvania or Sinclair Opaline motor oil in your crankcase, these oils are extra refined, giving them longer life, even under terrific temperatures. They are sold only in tamper-proof, extra-major cans, yet cost no more. Rio Grande has prepared for your information a complete list of forthcoming cases to be broadcast on Calling All Cars. May we suggest that you drive into your neighborhood Rio Grande service station tomorrow and ask for the Rio Grande radio log. It's free.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 31. Regarding a holdup at the Bureau of Power and Light. Suspects in this case now in custody. That's all. Rosenquist.
This episode of Calling All Cars was prepared from the confidential police files by Madeline Kelly and adapted for radio and produced by William N. Robeson. This is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Next time on Star Trek The Next Generation.
Ready for San Francisco, Mr. Whalen?
Captain Picard visits the holodeck for an adventure to the past.
Something's gone wrong. Everyone inside could vanish.
A mysterious malfunction threatens their journey.
This is not a game. Give me the gun.
Trapping them in a real-life murder mystery.
Shall I kill him? No. Kill the woman.
On Star Trek The Next Generation.
We are the Dumbheads. We are the perfect family. And we play the perfect electronic game. Computer perfection. Watch our daughter challenge her memory by lighting the lights in perfect sequence.
Computer perfection beats out clues and keeps score.
With millions of games in its head, we can play alone.
Or against each other. I won, honey.
Oh, well, nobody's perfect.
Computer perfection from Lakeside. In the world of electronic games, it's outstanding.
Payday! I get $325.
Not enough. You owe $600 on your bill.
Funny things happen when you play Payday, the funny money game from Parker Brothers.
I gotta buy a dress for the prom?
Sometimes it's bad news.
My long-lost aunt.
Sometimes it's good news.
She left me $500.
Make deals, pay bills, win the lottery on your way to Payday.
Payday!
Payday from Parker Brothers.
Dolly Pops Pop Town.
You can dress her.
Dolly Pops are the fashion dolls with pretty outfits you just pop on.
Dolly Pops Pop Town. Oh, Dolly, 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 Dolly Pops.
You can sit her in a chair, you can fix her long hair, or you can pop on a bicycle.
Dolly Pops Pop Town. Oh, Dolly, Dolly, Dolly.
You can dress her in a bridal gown.
She's beautiful.
Dolly Pops.
Dolly Pops Pop Town comes with 3 Dolly Pops dolls and everything else you see here from Knickerbocker.
He's checking the course. Can he make it in 15?
Now it's me against the clock.
Introducing Big Wheel Rally Cycle. Big Wheel with built-in rally timer. Fast racing wheels. Spin-out braking lever. Orange racing pylons. He made it!
I can do it in 10.
Big Wheel Rally Cycle with rally timer and pylons. Assembly required. From Marx.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Well, we got the go-ahead, Rosie.
The go okay from Gary and Durward.
Oh, they're 2 very reliable gents.
Will you sing, Bing?
Thank you. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. No one could be sweeter than my sweetie when I meet her in the morning. Where the morning glories twine around the door, whispering pretty stories news I long to hear once more. Strolling with my girlie where the dew is pearly early in the morning. Butterflies all flutter up and kiss each little buttercup at dawn. And if I had Aladdin's lamp for only a day, I'd make a wish, and here's what I'd say. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. I'm strolling with my girlie where the dew's pearly early in the morning. Butterflies all flutter up and kiss each little buttercup at dawn. And if I had Aladdin's lamp for a day, I'd rub that jug front and back and I'd say, nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina. Nothing could be finer to be in Carolina. North or South Carolina, dining, baby, with you.
Bing, I know you have a keen interest in things piscatorial.
Oh, I do indeed. Fishing news, always a welcome around here.
I wonder if you've heard that naturalists have discovered that salmon definitely have a sense of smell.
Yeah, I read something about that today.
It seems that salmon can follow odors to their source, just like hounds.
Yeah, isn't it remarkable? Locks and beagles.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Locks as beagles, too. That opens up a whole new field, doesn't it?
Imagine this. Salmon as bloodhounds, underwater bloodhounds, could be a big thing.
Sure, with so many people practically living underwater these days.
The scuba set.
Say, this really has got the makings of a television series. A scuba diver and his trained salmon. A scuba detective tracking down criminals who have fled underwater in self-contained breathing apparatus.
Well, are you all right, sir?
Fine. Just formulating an idea. It's possible that a salmon, could track down a criminal.
Yeah, imagine a salmon being instrumental in putting a man in the can.
Oh, there's the switch.
Well, this is an age, of reversals and upsets. Personally, if the trend is to underwater activity, we'll need salmon bloodhounds. Also, I intend to start a fish ranch and use trained salmon. Herd them around like dogs working cattle.
Please, well, there's no singing salmon around here, I guess. Would some finless person volunteer?
What's the bait?
That old black magic has me in its spell. That old black magic that you weave so well. Those icy fingers up and down my spine. The same old witchcraft when your eyes meet mine. The same old tingle that I feel inside. And then that elevator starts its ride, and down I go, round and round I go, like a leaf that's caught in the tide. I should stay away, but what can I do? I hear your name, and I'm aflame with such a burning desire that only your kiss can put out the fire. For you're the lover I have waited for, the mate that fate had me created for. And every time your lips meet mine, darling, down and down I go, round and round I go, in a spin, loving the spin I'm in, under that old black magic called love. That old black magic called
The Wrigley people have their trademark on the next words in music for your enjoyment. Listen well now.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew. Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment.
with the biggest little treat in all the land.
Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Friends, when you're in your favorite store, get the biggest little treat in all the land, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley's Spearmint, look for the spear on the package. You see, anyone can use the word spearmint, but only Wrigley's can use the spear on the package. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it's the Wrigley trademark, and it's your assurance of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
What's on your mind, Rosie?
The moon over Miami.
Why, at this time of day?
Oh, you never forget that Miami moon once you've been under it, Bing. Any time of day.
No, I guess not. That probably leads us right up to our medley, doesn't it, Rosie?
I think so. Moon over Miami, meet me tonight in Dreamland, and there's a long, long trail of winding.
Buddy, let's hit the trail here. Miami, shine on my love and me, so we can stroll beside the roll of the rolling sea.
Moon over Miami, shine on as we begin a dream of two that may come true when the tide comes in.
You'll hear the song of the smiling troubadours. You'll hear the throbbing guitars. Hear how the waves offer thunderous applause. After each song to the stars. Moon over Miami, you know we're waiting for a little love,
a little kiss on Miami shore. Tonight in Dreamland, under the silvery moon. Meet me tonight in Dreamland, where love's sweet roses bloom. Come with the love light gleaming in your dear eyes of blue. So meet me in Dreamland, sweet dreamy Dreamland. There let my dreams come true. There's a long, long trail a-winding into the land of my dreams, where the nightingales are singing and the white moon beams. There's a long, long night of waiting until my dreams all come true, till the day when I'll be going down that long, long trail with you. The day when I'll be going down that long, long trail with you.
Here comes September Good Housekeeping to help you lead the creative life you want to live. First of all, there's a Keep Young Guide to Happy Eating. 22 pages of wonderful food, including trim luncheon and dinner menus, and recipes that'll keep your family's health up, weight down, spirits sparkling. And handsome color pages of fall fashions. Town clothes that take you to the country beautifully. Country clothes that go anywhere in the city. Also, for those who may be wondering about the controversial new birth control pills, Good Housekeeping has a medically authoritative report. And don't miss the house for all seasons, with interiors beautifully presented in color. A down-to-earth dream house priced well within the reach of many young couples today. Also, Good Housekeeping brings you Let's Have a Draft for Girls by famed columnist and educator Max Lerner, a stimulating and forceful suggestion that a female home Peace Corps be drafted. All this and much, much more in September Good Housekeeping. Buy your copy today.
Please don't talk about me when I'm gone. Ooh, baby, though our friendship ceases from now on. And listen, if you can't say anything real nice, well, then it's strictly Nick's cracking, Jimmy Bracken. That's my advice. We're parting, you go your way, I'll go mine. Guess it's best that we do. Here's a kiss. Hope that this brings a little bit of luck to you. Makes no difference how I carry on. Remember, please don't talk about me when I'm gone. Parting, you go your way, I'll go mine. Best that we do. Here's a kiss. Well, I hope that this brings a little bit of luck to you. Makes no difference how I carry on. Remember, please don't talk about me when I'm gone, long gone. Please don't talk about me when I'm gone. Rosie, I'd like to make you a little present.
A present of what?
I'm going to give you this mic. It's all yours. Here you are.
Thank you very much.
Well, don't just stand there grinning like a jackass eating thistles. You got to sing something, you know.
All right, buddy.
No tears, no fears. Remember, there's always tomorrow. So what if we have to part? We'll be together again. Your kiss, your smile, our memories I'll treasure forever. So try thinking with your heart. We'll be together again. Times when I know you'll be lonesome. Times when I know you'll be sad. Don't let temptation surround you. Don't let the blues make you bad. Someday, some way, we both have a lifetime before us. For parting is not goodbye. We'll be together again.
We appear to be running out of time, Rosie.
Then we'll just skedaddle on out of here till Monday.
Righto. Rosie and I will be back here Monday, friends, on this very same station. And a happy weekend to you all.
Is ordinary news reporting like a bikini on a stout lady? Well, too skimpy. When you get the news, get it all, in full, from a team of worldwide, on-the-spot CBS News correspondents and this station's top reporters. Get it over the CBS radio network every hour, on the hour, weekdays, at regular intervals throughout the weekend. Get it here.
This is revolutionary Flex Track. Now you can make the great race courses. Daytona, Flex Track. Riverside, Flex Track. Long Beach, Flex Track. Banks, Bends, bumps at lightning fast speeds with AFX G Plus cars, the fastest and most authentic in the world. Flex Track. G Plus race cars, now in new Mario Andretti Grand Prix International race sets. Only from Aurora AFX, the closest thing to real racing.
Look out for mystery with Candy Matson. Coming up next.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson. Come on, Mellard. Stop pouting. Enjoy yourself. It's earlier than you think.
Monterey at Christmas time is delightful. Carmel is most enchanting. Salinas I enjoyed. But to haul us way over to some unexplored cannibal country is too much.
Did you hear that, Rembrandt? Cannibal country, he calls it.
Mallard, me boy, this may come as a shock, but San Juan Bautista was founded by the Franciscan Fathers in 1797.
I remember it as though it were yesterday.
Don't let him bother you, Ducky. Mallard can't stand this wonderful air. He misses the gas fumes of the big city.
It's not that, Candy, but I do want to get back.
Relax, Max. You had a chance to take 2 days off, so make the most of them.
What's the name of this town again?
San Juan Bautista. You'll love it, Mallard, dear, really. The mission, all the old buildings still standing.
Oh, you'll adore it. Honestly, you will.
Look, Rembrandt, old friend, I may like a thing, but I'll be hanged if I'll adore it.
As you will, minion.
How much farther, Candy?
We're just entering the town now. I thought we'd take a look at the mission first.
Okay. Hey, this is a cute little town at that.
That's my boy. I knew you'd warm up once I got you over here. You know, strictly from a police angle, you might be interested in knowing that Joaquin Murrieta visited here more than once. So did Three-Fingered Jack.
Where's my shooting iron? I'll get the varmints.
Take it easy, Hopalong. We're approaching the mission.
Oh, for golly's sakes. It's a big one.
Isn't it beautiful, Mallard? And don't you get a whole flood of thoughts going through your head when you look at it?
Yeah.
With a little imagination, one could almost see the native Indians walking back and forth, coming into town for the evening vespers.
I only hope the mission's open.
Well, let's find out.
Good idea.
I think I see one of the fathers around the front, Candy. You can ask him.
Thank you, Ducky. Yes, let's go. Good afternoon, Father.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good afternoon, young lady.
Can you tell me if the mission is open this afternoon?
Oh, yes, most certainly. Do forgive me if I appear somewhat startled. I was picking these red berries, and I failed to hear you drive by.
I'm sorry, Father.
Oh, that's quite all right. I fear my thoughts were wandering.
Pardon me, may I introduce Mr. Watson?
How do you do, Father?
And this gentleman is Lieutenant Mallard.
How are you, sir?
Lieutenant?
No, not military, Father. I'm with the San Francisco police.
The police?
No, Father, we're not here on business.
I was wondering. I thought for a moment that Father Philip might have reported me.
Reported you? For what, Father?
At lunchtime, I made a frightful mistake. By error, I ate his apple. Right under his very nose, too. Oh, pardon me. I'm Father Paulino.
I'm very happy to know you, Father. My name is Candy Matson.
I have some free time. I would be pleased to show you about. May I?
We'd be delighted, Father Paulino.
I think we can start with the yard. It gets dark so early this time of year.
Father Paulino! Father Paulino!
Why, it's Miguel Torres. What could be wrong?
Oh, Father Paulino, it is there.
Miguel, my son, what is it? What has happened?
Oh, the most awful thing you ever hear of. Vicente, he just shoot himself.
Merciful heaven. Is he badly hurt, Miguel?
Oh, I think he is dying, Father.
No. The poor boy. Where is he?
At his house.
Excuse me, Miss Matson. I must leave immediately.
Would my car be of any help, Father?
The car? Yes, thank you.
From Studio A in San Francisco's Radio City, the National Broadcasting Company presents Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Tragedy in the sleepy little California mission town of San Juan Bautista. But it wasn't the first time. If you look around the side of the mission, you'll see that the place marks the mass grave of 12,000 Indians who died in a smallpox epidemic years ago. San Juan had seen knifings, too, and other shootings. It had lived a rowdy life in the dim years gone by, and obviously the rowdiness was still alive in a minor sort of fashion. We got in the car, and with Miguel directing us in broken English and Latin gestures, we made our way out on a dirt road about 3 miles outside of town near the granite quarry. We finally pulled up in front of a one-story wooden house that must have been built before the turn of the century. We went inside, and there was the prone form of a Mexican boy of about 21 or 2.
There he is, Father. Is
Is he all right? I don't know, Miguel. I'll have to see.
He's gone, isn't he, Father?
Yes. May his soul dwell eternally in peace.
He's dead?
Miguel, listen to me. His flesh is cold, yes, but his soul still lives. Do you understand what I'm saying, my son?
Yes, Father Paulino.
Wait a moment. Mallard, look. Here, where he was shot.
Well. If Vicente knocked himself off, he certainly did it the hard way.
You're not kidding.
Miss Matson, would you mind very much if we brought the body back in with us to the mission?
I'm afraid we can't, Father. Would you step over here? I have something to tell you.
Certainly, Miss Matson. You wear a look of concern. Is there something wrong?
I'm afraid there is, Father Paulino.
What do you mean?
Well, it looks very much as though this wasn't self-inflicted.
What? You don't mean that... Miss Matson, are you sure of what you're saying?
Reasonably so, Father. You see, a gun held at close range leaves powder marks. Vicente's wound is as clean as a whistle.
Well, I don't know what to say.
I'm sorry, Father, but that's why we can't remove the body. We'll have to call the sheriff's office in Hollister. Can you tell me where I can find a phone?
Yes, there's one at the mission. If you don't mind, I'll stay here. I have work to do.
Father Paulino was right. He had work to do. The ecclesiastical kind. And he did it in a simple and impressive way. San Juan Bautista, with a population of a little over 600, and we run plop into a murder. Mallard said he'd go back to the mission and make the call, and left. 45 minutes later, the undersheriff of San Benito County drove up with Mallard. He asked the standard questions, but learned nothing. We went over the house with a fine-tooth comb, but we came up with a blank. There being nothing else to do at the moment, the men put the body in the sheriff's car, and he drove back to Hollister, and we returned to the mission.
Would you care to take a stroll about the gardens, Miss Matson? It's most peaceful. Makes a wonderful place for clear thinking.
Well, yes, Father, I'd love to. Mallard?
You go ahead, Candy. I promised the sheriff I'd take a look around town for him.
Oh, sure.
Want to come along with me, Rembrandt?
Yes, I believe I will. If you don't mind, Candy.
No, not at all.
One thing before you go. You will be my guests for dinner, won't you?
That's most gracious of you, Father. What do you think, Candy?
I think it would be charming.
Okay. We'll see you back in a little while, then.
This is a tragic thing, Miss Matson. Vicente was a splendid lad and a good Christian.
I know how you must feel, Father.
I never could understand why there must be things of this sort in the world. Not only between individuals, but countries and nations as well.
It is hard to comprehend. The more I try to reason, the more confused I become. About Vicente, Father, who do you suppose could have done it?
I don't know. I really don't.
How about Miguel?
What? Oh, no, Miss Matson. Why, he and Vicente were like brothers.
Brothers sometimes quarrel, you know.
Not in this case. Miguel is a good boy. Why, he works here at the mission.
You'll pardon me, Father, but in my business I find I have to be doubtful at times.
What is your business, Miss Matson?
I'm a private investigator, Father.
How very curious.
Yes, I suppose it is, but in a sense, you're a policeman too, Father.
I?
Yes. You police the soul, don't you? Ride herd on the thoughts and actions of men?
Why, yes. I'd never thought of it that way before. Yes, in a sense, I suppose I do wear a badge. I wear the badge of righteousness, the star of God.
Father Paulino was a wonderful man. As we walked about the mission gardens, he spoke of many things, but in parallels, all connected in some way with the killing of poor Vicente. The time passed swiftly. I was so engrossed in listening to the kindly voice of the man, and before I knew it, Mallard and Rembrandt had returned, and it was time for dinner. Miguel did the cooking and waited on the table. The dinner was a masterpiece of simplicity, and if it hadn't been for the tragedy of the afternoon, I would have been enjoying a serenity I'd never known before. Did Vicente live out there all by himself, Father?
Yes, the house belonged to him. He's a descendant of one of the original families of San Juan. His great-great-great-grandfather owned one of the largest ranchos in California. It stretched from here to the Pacific Ocean.
That's a lot of property.
Indeed. You see, it was given to him by the King of Spain under one of the original Spanish land grants. I understand there still are some in existence.
Yes, I believe there are. But they've all been chopped up and sold in much smaller parcels.
Did Vicente work, Father?
Oh, yes, he was a good worker. Seasonally, in the artichoke fields and the lettuce fields. In the off-seasons, he did odd jobs about the town.
Speaking of town, Father, do you know a woman named Rose Taylor?
Why do you ask that?
Do you?
Yes. Why do you mention the name?
There's a little bar down the street.
Yes, I know. The frailties of mankind.
The fellow who runs the place says there's been talk about Vicente being kind of loco over the Taylor girl.
I'd heard something of the sort, too. I was going to speak to him about it on Sunday.
How long has she been here, Father?
She arrived about 2 months ago. I'm afraid she's been a disturbing influence on our little village ever since.
Did you talk to her, Mallard?
No.
Where does she live, Father?
In a small cottage over on 2nd and Polk Street.
I think we ought to take a little walk over there, don't you, Mallard?
Right as rain, Cupcake. I dropped by her place before dinner, but she wasn't in.
Oh, you know where it is, then?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Please don't think it's rude, Father, but it's something we have to follow through on.
I understand, Miss Matson.
We got up from the table and went outside the mission. We pulled our coats closely about us, and little jets of steam came from our mouths as we breathed the crisp evening air. We'd only gone about a dozen steps or so, and we were stopped by a voice from behind.
Please, Senorita Matson, senor.
Huh?
Why, it's Miguel. What is it, Miguel? Something wrong?
I hear you talking inside. You are going over to see Senorita Taylor?
That's right.
Oh, please, no. The Senorita Taylor, she is a good girl. She would not to hurt anyone.
That's not what Father Paulino seems to think.
Oh, the good father, he does not know much about the outside. All his life, he live in the mission. He is, how would you say, is secluded?
The good father may be secluded, Miguel. But I have a strong hunch he knows more about what's going on around here than anyone in town.
Oh, but please, you believe me? Senorita Taylor, she is a good person.
Look, Miguel, you want to find out who killed Vicente, don't you?
Oh, see?
Well, that's what we're trying to do. Now, you be a good boy, Miguel, and don't get yourself all in the stew. We left Miguel and walked over a couple of blocks to 2nd and Polk Street. We found the cottage and saw a light in the front window. Mallard knocked. And what opened the door would have been a delight on any movie screen, if you like your beauty the hard way. Rose Taylor, it was obvious, could raise an awful lot of havoc with the local swains.
Something you wanted?
Yes, we'd like to talk to you for a moment, if you don't mind.
Yes, I do mind. I'm kind of busy.
I'm sorry, Miss Taylor, but you'll have to unbusy yourself. This is the police.
Police. Always the police. Why can't you let me alone?
You've been in trouble before?
Nothing serious.
Might be this time. You know a kid named Vicente?
Yeah, I heard what happened. These crazy kids. They have a yen for knifings and shootings.
Don't they just? This is Lieutenant Mallard. He tells me he was by here this afternoon, and you weren't in.
That's right. I went into Salinas to do some shopping.
We can prove that, can we?
Absolutely.
Well, what have we here? A very cozy little .32 revolver, and also nicely cleaned and oiled. You always keep it this immaculate, Miss Taylor?
Certainly. When some character gets too much tequila under the belt, you don't know what's going to happen.
And the suitcase on the bed. Are you getting ready to go somewhere?
Wait. If you're trying to make out that I knocked off Vicente, you're just whistling Dixie in 4 flats. Look, a telegram. If you'll take the time and the courtesy to read it, you'll find that my sister in Los Angeles is a very sick girl. I was going down to spend a week or so with her. What is this, a convention hall? Come in.
Buenas noches, senorita.
Miguel, beat it. I'm busy.
I am sorry. I am sorry. I have a message for Senorita Matson and for you, senor. Father Paulino sent me.
A message? What is it, Miguel?
The sheriff in Hollister just called on the telephone. He said to tell Senor Maller that the bullet that killed Vicente was from a .32 caliber gun.
From San Francisco, the National Broadcasting Company is presenting Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Well, now, a .32 slug had killed Vicente, and Miss Taylor owned a .32 gun. It looked practically tailor-made. However, I've seen coincidences like this before that have gone up in thin smoke. Mallard plucked the rose and asked her to return to the mission. And right there, I got me a king-sized idea. I excused myself, went to the little bar, and from the owner, I found out where the local banker lived. 5 minutes later, I was in his living room talking to him, a gentleman named Banta.
Yes, it's terrible. I only heard about it a half hour ago. Vicente was a splendid lad.
That's what I've heard. Well, the reason I'm here, Mr. Banta, is to inquire about his financial status. Did he do any banking at all?
Oh, yes. Up to about 5 or 6 weeks ago.
Uh-oh. Can you tell me more?
Well, he had a savings account of approximately $2,800. Suddenly, he began making withdrawals. 200, 300 at a time. Yesterday, he made another withdrawal. He'd left a total of $400 in his account.
Well, what do you know about that?
Well, he said he was having trouble with his crops this year. The rain and all that.
Mm-hmm. What about Miguel Torres?
Now, that's a very strange thing. He had an account of $900. That's practically gone, too. I assumed he was helping his friend Vicente.
I smell a very well-shaped rodent. Name of Taylor. Thanks, Mr. Banta. You've been a great help. Things seem to be taking shape. It looked like the old story of a no-good playing both ends against the middle. Both ends being Vicente and Miguel. The no-good? Rose Taylor. Scattered pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fall in place. Father Paulino. At first I couldn't believe it. And I wondered what his reaction would be. Next step, the bartender at the village pub. I walked in and caught him at a good time. The place was empty.
Good evening. What can I do for you?
A package of cigarettes, please.
Sure. How are these?
No, the others, if you will.
All right.
Thank
There you are. Anything else?
Mm-hmm. Information.
Yeah, what do you want to know?
Miguel Torres and a kid named Vicente. Did they come in here often?
Who are you?
Private investigator. Here. My merit badge.
Yeah, that's a new one, a lady cop.
Ah, the world is ever-changing, Buster. Now the answer.
Yeah, they used to come in about once a week. Usually on Saturday nights.
Drink much?
Nah, good kids, both of them.
When were they in here last?
Well, let's see. Yeah, night before last.
Any arguments?
They're so soft-spoken, those kind of guys, it's hard to tell. But now that you mention it, I think there was a bit of a rhubarb going on.
Who was taking the lead?
Torres. I gather he was sort of griped about something. Not too loud, not much fire.
That's when it gets dangerous. And they weren't drunk?
Nope. And I can spot a lush at 40 paces. They each had a beer and left.
Thanks, mister. Here, buy yourself a cup of Christmas cheer.
Well, thank you.
Click, another piece of the puzzle in place. And all roads led right back to the mission. With the exception of the late Vicente, we had the full cast of characters front stage center. And a neat little bit of intrigue it was, too. As I drew near, the warm lights of the mission were streaking through the windows, contrasting greatly to the thoughts that were going around in my head. I walked in. Father Paulino was sitting over his desk, his head buried on his arms. Mallard was leaning back in a chair, watching Rose Taylor, who in turn was smoking a cigarette and pacing the room. Rembrandt was reading a copy of the National Geographic. All heads snapped to me as I entered.
Hi, Cupcake. Have fun?
Of sorts. What's new here?
Oh, waiting for the sheriff from Hollister. He's going to book the Taylor lady on suspicion of murder. That way he can hold her.
I think I have somebody else for him to hold. Father Paulino?
Yes, Miss Matson.
I think you know what I'm about to say.
Yes. Yes, I think I do.
Where is he?
In the next room. I'll call him. Miguel, my son.
Si, Father.
Come in here, please.
Si.
Miss Matson wants to talk to you.
You're here in the mission now, Miguel. You're standing right under the cross. You can't lie. You killed Vicente, didn't you?
Yes.
Why?
I love her. I give her everything I have. My love, my heart, my money, everything. She tell me that she is mine, all mine. That we will be married right here in the mission by the good Father Paulino. Then last week, I find she is also making the pretend love to Vicente. I almost went crazy.
You told Vicente to stay away.
See, that is right. But last night, I stand across the street from Senorita Rose's house. Vicente was there. And as they say goodnight on the front porch, she kissed him and pat his cheek, just as she did to me.
And so you shot him this afternoon. With a .38. And when the sheriff called, you told us it was a .32, knowing that Rose also had a .32.
See, that is right. But you will never get me for it.
Mallard, Father, come on, don't let him get away.
There he goes, up on that wall. Miguel, stop. You can't run away for the rest of your life.
I have no life, Father.
Miguel, watch out. You're going to...
He's done for. Broken back.
Is the pain bad, my son?
No, Father. Am I dying?
Yes, Miguel.
You see, I told you I had no life left. The bells, you hear them, Padre?
Yes. They're ringing, Miguel.
Time for the compline. You will pray for me, Father Paulino?
Of course. Merciful Jesus, all-knowing, all-seeing, look down upon us this night, so close upon thine own natal day. This boy I'm holding in my arms, Miguel Torres, he has trespassed upon thy commandments. In thine infinite mercy, I seek his forgiveness.
Thank you, Father. Thank you.
He's gone, Father Paulino.
Yes. Requiescat in pace. May his soul rest in peace.
Amen.
Where is she, the Taylor woman?
I'm right here, Father.
Look upon this boy I'm holding here, the second death in a matter of hours, and all because of you.
I know.
In the eyes of the law, you are guiltless. You pulled no trigger to cause the death of Vicente. Miguel fell off a wall to his death, but it was because of you.
I realize that now.
Do you really?
Yes, Father.
And perhaps in this hour of dark tragedy, something has been salvaged after all. This is the Yuletide, the anniversary of the birth of Christ. In his infinite wisdom, the Almighty is charitable. Rose Taylor, seek his forgiveness. Leave San Juan Bautista. I'm sure Miguel and Vicente would want it that way. Start anew. Lead a penitent life. It is not too late. Tell me, child, do you recall Mary Magdalene?
I do, Father.
Need I say more?
No.
Someone help me with Miguel. We will carry him back to the chapel and finish the compline there.
I will, Father.
Thank you. Yes.
There's a remarkable man, Candy.
More than you know, Mellor, dear. Peace on earth, goodwill toward man and woman. In these troublesome times, there is a brilliant, shining example of what we have to hold on to.
You know, I wish there was a Father Paulino in every country of the world. We'd have more time for raising kids than for killing them.
My point exactly. Come on, Mellor, dear. Let's get back to San Francisco. I have a special star to put on my Christmas tree tonight. For all the Father Paulinos that ever lived.
Listen again next week at this same time. Just dial
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209. And a very Merry Christmas to you all.
Featured in the story were Hal Burdick as Father Paulino, Lou Tobin as Miguel Torres, and Jane Bennett Carnell as Rose Taylor. Henry Leff is Lieutenant Ray Mallard, and Jack Thomas plays Rembrandt Watson. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and directed by Monty Masters. Sound effects are created by Bill Brownell, and Eloise Rowan is heard at the organ. Our engineer was Clarence Stevens. The characters in the story were entirely fictitious. Any resemblance to actual people is purely coincidental. The program comes to you from San Francisco. This is Dudley Manlove speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Minivid, electronic TV games you can hold in your hand. This is Minivid Break Free. Play against yourself. Or play against an opponent. Knock out the other guy's defenses and you break free. Other Minivid games include Shootout. Minivid, electronic TV games. Play them anywhere. Minivid, the TV games you hold in your hand.
It's Energized Spider-Man with Spider Sense. Battery not included. Turn the Spider Sense activator. Red Dragon appears to go into action. Attach the web climber. Flip the switch, and he climbs automatically. Energized Spider-Man. The motorized web. It pulls, it lifts. The Spider Light to climb at night. The Spider Copter sold separately with Spider Sense panel. The power pack turns on the copter.
We want to get the Red Dragon.
Energized Spider-Man with Spider Sense comes with communicators. Spider Copter sold separately from Remco.
can listen to the sound of my bottle, baby. You can make believe she's a hungry baby. Pull the string and she seems to drink. Her little head moves so pretty and pink.
My bottle baby, now take the bottle.
You can listen to the sound of my bottle, baby.
My Bottle Baby, with make-believe milk that never leaves the safety seal bottle. From Ideal.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Dragnet. Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. A pair of hold-up men have been operating in your city. You know their method of operation. You know what they look like. Your job, get them.
It was Wednesday, June 8th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 10:14 a.m. when we got to the corner of Roberta and Mercury, the after-hours cafe.
Yeah, what'll be?
I'd like to see Harry Prentice.
Yeah, I'm him. What do you want?
Police officers. This is my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Oh, all right. About last night, huh?
Yeah. Were you here?
Yeah, sure was. I'm the only one that's got a key. Place is open. I'm here.
Yes, sir. Now about the robbery?
Yeah, sure. What do you want to know?
Oh, would you tell us what happened?
Should have read the papers this morning. All about it in there. Got a couple of copies if you want to see them.
No, that won't be necessary.
No trouble at all. Happen to have a couple of copies right here. Yeah, here, take a look right here. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, I'll read it to you. Last night at the After Hours Cafe... I wish I'd given the address. At the After Hours Cafe, 2 gunmen held up and beat Jeffrey Hanks. The victim was approached outside the bar, and when asked for his money...
Yes, sir. Now, we saw all that. We'd just like to hear your version if we could.
Oh, okay. What do you want to know?
Did you see the men?
The gunmen?
That's right.
Yeah, sure. I told the other cops I did. Gave them a description and everything.
Uh-huh. You notice anything about their speech? An accent, maybe?
No. I asked them what they wanted. One, a big one, he ordered a scotch and a rocks. Other one asked for plain grapefruit juice, no booze, just the juice.
Mm-hmm.
And lucky I had it. Got a couple of cans in for vodka drinks. Don't get a lot of call for it. Guy drank all I had.
Mm-hmm. When did the victim come in?
You mean Hanks?
Yeah.
Oh, must have been about 8:30, someplace in there.
Mm-hmm.
Walked in, sat down.
Had you seen him before?
No, brand new face.
Mm.
Nice-looking guy, though. Kind you like to have for regulars.
That so?
Yeah, quiet, good drinker. Doesn't bother the singles at the bar. Nice, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I had a place full of them. I wouldn't have no worries.
How do you happen to get mixed up with the other two, do you know?
You mean Hanks?
That's right.
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't paying a lot of attention. Poured him a martini, left him alone.
Mm-hmm.
A friend of mine, lady type, was here. Was talking to her. Her and her boyfriend been having trouble. He belted her around a little bit. Not bad. Couple of scratches. You know what I mean.
I think so.
Well, she was asking me what to do. We've been friends for a long time, since I opened the place. Anyway, we was talking, so I didn't see what happened.
Yeah.
All I know is that the 3 of them got up and moved to the booth in the back. Ordered another round.
Uh-huh.
I hardly got the drinks back to the table, and they was ready for another one.
Go ahead.
Kept running from the bar to their table for the next couple of hours.
You hear anything they were saying?
No, not much. The one who was drinking scotch, he got a little plastered, loud. Told him a couple of times to shut up. Said I'd have to 86 him if they didn't.
Yeah.
Kept it up, so I told him to leave. Didn't take it kindly.
How do you mean that?
Well, started to get rough, telling me that they didn't have to take no guff from a barkeep.
No.
Well, I told him, the one drinking the grapefruit juice. I told him to get his friends out. He says, we're not causing any trouble. And I said, that's the way I want to keep it.
Uh-huh.
So he said for me to leave him alone, and I said to the grapefruit, I said for him to leave right then. I don't want you in my place, I said.
Yeah.
Well, and so Scotch on the rocks, he said, tell his cat to go hide his head. Like that, he said. And turned the bear loose. And I grabbed the both of them, threw them out through the door. O-U-T.
Yeah.
And I went back for the other guy, nice-looking one. He was pretty gassed by then, had about 8 martinis. Asked him to leave, he did.
Yeah. Do you have any trouble with it?
No, sir. Just asked, he walked out.
Were the other two outside when he left?
Yeah, standing on the sidewalk. I told him to shove off or I'd call the cops. Old Scotch on the rocks. He said for me to go soak my head. Well, I was going after him, but I figured it wouldn't do no good, so I came back inside. A couple of minutes later, the nice guy, Banks.
Hanks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, he came in, all beat up, clothes torn, real mess.
Yeah.
Big cut right along here, forehead. Said he'd been robbed. Wanted me to call the cops.
Had you ever seen either of the two men before?
You mean Scotch and Rocks and Griffin?
That's right.
No, never did.
What if you take a look at this description, see if it's right? Here.
Yeah,
Right here.
sure. Glad to help her. Yeah, that looks about right.
Is there anything you can add to it?
No, just a couple of guys. Nothing about 'em would stand out.
Would you know him if you saw him again?
Hard to say, you know what I mean.
Yes.
A couple of guys came in and ordered a drink. Nothing special. Not sure I could point 'em out for you. Anybody'd forget 'em.
Not quite.
Huh?
We won't. 11:30 a.m. We left the bar and went back to the city hall. We checked with the stats office and picked up the results of their latest run. They listed 4 possibles, but when we read the names, we were no closer to the holdup men than we had been. The names were ones that we checked and cleared before. Frank and I went back to robbery. There was a message for us to see Captain Donahoe. We went into his office.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. No, as far as I know, there's nothing new on it. That's right. Uh-huh. They just came in. What? All right. I'll let you know right away. Yeah. Bye. Come on in.
Hi, Skipper.
Captain? That was Chief Brown. Been calling all morning.
Yeah.
You know what he wants? What do I tell him?
Well, we talked to the bartender. He can't give us anything.
What about the victim?
Not much there either.
Able to come up with a name?
No, said he didn't hear anything.
That's a big help.
Well,
sit down.
Thank you.
Cigarette?
Yeah, thanks, Skipper.
Smith?
Yes, Skipper.
I got it.
Thanks, Joe.
From the beginning, what do you got?
Well, good M.O., good description. We got an idea of the line they're working, and that's about it.
What about stats?
Just picked up the new run, 4 names.
What's on them?
Clean. They all been checked before.
Got to be something around town on them.
Well, there should be, but there just isn't.
How about your informants?
No, they haven't been able to tell us anything.
Straight?
No reason they should lie.
Victims and witnesses seen the mug books?
All we got. They haven't been able to come up with an identification. Burton up at CII sent all the stuff he's got on the method of operation. We've checked it all through.
What about the places they could spend the money?
Well, we've been to Gardena half a dozen times. There's nothing out there.
What about Vegas?
Talked to the department over there. They're giving us all the help they can, but they haven't turned anything yet. We even got the racetracks covered.
Possible you missed something?
Sure, it's possible. I don't know what it could be.
If you knew, you wouldn't have missed it.
Yeah.
From the beginning, go over it.
Okay. First report was made on, wait a minute. Got it here. Here it is. Tuesday, April 26th. Victim came out of the bar. 2 men stopped him, started a conversation, got him into a car, beat him, and robbed him.
6 weeks ago.
That's right.
And the guys are still running.
Next one was on Friday, April 29th. Same M.O., same description.
How often has it been happening since?
A couple of times a week.
You can't find a leak?
No, sir.
No rumbles?
None that we haven't run down.
Anybody in the office got anything?
We talked to Meade and Stromwell. They thought they had it made for us, but their lead didn't go anyplace.
That money they're getting isn't sitting in their pockets, being spent someplace.
We can't find the cash register.
I'll tell you this. The fellow they nailed last night, what's his name?
Jeffrey Hanks.
Yeah. Well, he's got some friends in the city hall. They're pretty upset about what happened. Called the chief this morning. He's been on me. I'm giving it to you. He won't be happy with excuses, and I don't want to give him any, so don't hand me any.
Right.
Boils down simple. I don't care how you do it. I don't care where. Just get it done. I want those 2 men, and I want them fast.
All right.
I know how it is. Now you do, too.
Yes, sir.
I don't like the pressure any more than you do, but we're getting it all the way around.
People that are making the noise should follow us around for a couple of days.
That's the difference. They don't have to.
Huh?
You're getting paid.
Frank and I went over every piece of information we had on the case. We reread the reports that had been filed by the officers at the scene. Statements from witnesses and victims were gone over again. The names the stats office had given us were run through R&I again. None of it did any good. We still didn't have a lead to the identity of the thieves. 3 days passed while we talked to informants and questioned other sources of information. On Sunday, June 12th, we got back to the office from talking to a bartender out on Olympic Boulevard.
Well, that's another one didn't go anyplace.
Yeah, you want to get the book?
Yeah, I'll take one.
I got it. Robbery Friday. Uh-huh. Yeah, Jack. Yeah, where is the place? Hmm? Wait a minute. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I guess the word's all over. Yeah. Okay, we'll check it out. Thanks, boy. Right, bye.
There's nothing in the book. Frank called. Want to know if you could make it for dinner tonight. Got a barbecue plan.
You better call it off.
You got other plans?
That was McCready on the phone. He just got a call from a bartender out in Wilshire.
Yeah?
Woman crying in her beer. Says he figured we want to check it out.
What is it?
She says her boyfriend is one of our suspects. The bar Sergeant Jack McCready had mentioned was on the corner of Wilshire Boulevard and Ingram Street. There were 2 people in the place when we arrived. One, an elderly man sitting near the door, and the other, a middle-aged woman at the rear of the bar. We checked with the bartender, and he told us that he'd made the call. He went on to say that the woman had come in about 10 that morning. Since that time, she'd been crying and mumbling something about going to the police. Frank and I went back to talk to her.
Yeah? You're looking for something?
I understand that you want to talk to the police.
What's that got to do with you?
Well, my name is Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith. How you doing?
You're cops, huh?
What do you want to see us about, lady?
That bum Derwin, that's what it's about, bum.
What's his name, is it? Derwin?
Yeah, real no good. Look what he done to me all the time, hadn't me? I think we was married all the time.
What's his last name, do you know?
Holbrook. Derwin Holbrook. You like to buy me a drink?
I think you had enough of that, lady.
Well, that's where you're wrong. I'm supposed to show you don't know what you're talking about. And then you went to me at all. You haven't caught Derwin, none.
What's he done?
Hold ups.
Ma'am?
Hold ups. That's what he's done. All over town. Old Derwin's been holding people up.
See your husband?
Me? Derwin's wife?
That's right.
That's real funny. No, that is. Me and Derwin married. I don't think I wouldn't do it. Not for a minute, don't think it. But it ain't true. Not at all. No, sir. Derwin is just a friend.
Uh-huh.
Been a friend for 12 years. That's a long time.
That's right.
Been holding hands for 12 years. So we ain't married. You don't want to.
Will you tell us about the holdups that he's been pulling?
Been in all the papers. Oh, you haven't read it? All the papers. Are you sure you're cops?
Why don't you tell us about Derwin, huh?
Lousy. All the time. Talking about how someday we'd get married. All the time. Talking like that. I got a couple of bucks put away and we'll take the big step. That's what he was all the time saying. It's a big step.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens? He gets a couple of bucks and he takes off with another girl. Lousy bum there was. Just miserable.
Now, where'd he get the money?
From the hold-ups. Like on the paper. I told you that before. He's the one you're after. He's beating up all those people in front of bars. He's pretty good at beating people up, you know. He's good at that. Not much else, but he's real good at that.
You ever talked about the holdups to you?
Oh, now, that'd be kind of silly, wouldn't it? Talking to anybody, let alone me.
Well, then how do you know he's involved?
Well, just because I know, that's all.
What's this fellow look like?
The Derwin?
That's right.
I guess the person would say he was a real nice-looking fellow. I guess that's what you'd say. I would.
Mm-hmm.
He's got dark hair. Kind of a little wave right here. You hear? See?
Yeah.
In front. There's a wave.
Mm-hmm. How tall is he?
Oh, he's a big one.
Well, how tall?
About 6 feet.
Mm-hmm. How much does he weigh?
I don't know. I guess a couple of 100 pounds.
Is he fat or thin?
Kind of thin. Thin.
Mm-hmm. How old is he?
38. 38 years old. 2 years older than me. 2 years.
What color are his eyes?
Brown.
Has he ever been arrested? I say, has he ever been arrested?
I don't know. Maybe he has. He's never said nothing to me, not a word.
Want to run it through? Yeah, I'll check.
You going to arrest him?
We'll talk to him.
Yeah. You do that. You tell him from me I think he's a bum. But 12 years you've been telling me when he gets a couple of bucks, we take a step. And then he runs out with another girl, lousy Derwin.
You know where we can find him?
I don't know. I guess he's home. I don't know the place else he'd be. Home.
Mm-hmm. Do you have the address?
Sure. It's 1827 half Margot Street.
What's that?
Can't you hear very well? 1827 and a half Margot Street.
Okay, I got it.
Hillside 75321. That's where he lives.
Hillside 75321.
That's what I said. On the second floor, Margot Street.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any close friends that you know of?
Sure, a girl he walked out with. She's a close friend.
Any men?
Nope. Stern don't like nobody on his back. He likes to be alone. No fellas he's close to. None.
Joe.
Yeah. Excuse me a minute, lady.
Oh, yeah, sure. You go ahead. Tell the bartender to throw another drink down.
What do you got?
Oh, I checked R&I on Holbrook.
How's he stand?
I found a couple that fit the description. One of them might be good.
Oh.
Done time for robbery.
Does he owe anything?
No, got out clean.
Wonder if he stayed that way. Frank and I left the bar and drove over to the Margot Street address. We checked with the landlady. She told us that Holbrook had moved in approximately 6 weeks before. She went on to say that he'd been behind in his rent, but that he'd paid what he owed and had given her the money for an additional 2 months. She said that she didn't know what he did for a living. He had few visitors, and the landlady couldn't tell us if he owned a car. According to her, he was in his room. Frank and I went up to see him.
Here it is.
Yeah.
You set?
No.
Who is it?
Derwin Holbrook?
Just a minute. What do you want?
Police officer.
Hey! You got no right to bust in here like this. There's nothing wrong.
Then you won't mind if we look around, will you?
Oh, go ahead. You won't find anything.
I'll check it, Joe.
No.
If you tell me what you want, maybe I can give you a hand.
You just sit still there.
Sure, I got nothing to worry about. Tear the place apart. Just make sure you put it all back.
Yeah.
Right where you found it.
Looks clean, Joe.
I could have told you that.
Sure you could.
Mind let me know why you're rousting me?
You work for a living?
Why?
Do you?
No.
The way we hear it, you're doing pretty well with the money.
I guess you'd say that.
You mind telling us where you got it?
Wise investment.
That's it, huh?
Sure. I read the financial page all the time. Couple of bucks here, a couple more there. First thing you know, you're on your way to $1 million.
Yeah, well, the way it came to us, you might have made the money the hard way.
Whoever told you that's a liar.
That's so?
Sure. I got a pretty good idea who's got the big mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make any difference. You can't tag me for anything.
Why don't you tell us?
I will. You're beefing about the money. Well, you can't say I didn't make it from investments. I don't have to prove it. You do.
Mm-hmm.
You got to prove I didn't make it from investing.
I think we might be able to.
Go ahead.
And I'll give you something else.
What?
I don't think you're going to like the interest. We took Derwin Holbrook back to the city hall and talked to him. For over an hour, he refused to admit any part in the holdups. We made arrangements for the victims to come down and see him. Witnesses were asked to special show-ups, but they failed to give us a positive identification. Holbrook's name came up on the overtime sheet, and he was released from custody. There was nothing we could do. Another week went by. Holbrook was kept under constant surveillance. Monday, June 20th, Frank and I were in the squad room.
Friday? Smith?
Yeah, Skipper, we're here.
Hi, Captain. What do you got?
Your boys did another job last night out in West L.A.
We didn't see the reports.
Just came in. Got a meeting with Lorman this afternoon. Be there.
Homicide?
Yeah. Victim died without regaining consciousness.
Any description of the suspect?
Enough to know it's the two fellows you're after. How's your hot suspect? What's his name? Holbrook?
That's right.
Be able to keep him this time?
No, I don't think so.
What's the matter?
Report says the holdup took place at 10:15.
Yeah?
Holbrook was asleep at 9. We rechecked with the team of men who'd been keeping Derwin Holbrook under surveillance. They verified the fact that the suspect had been in his room at the time of the robbery and that there was no way for him to have left the apartment. We went out to the hospital and talked to the officer that had been with the latest victim. He said that the dead man hadn't said anything to help identify his assailant. We talked with a bartender at the place where the beating had occurred. He remembered 2 men in the bar, and he remembered them talking with the victim, but he was unable to tell us anything more. Additional broadcasts were gotten out. At the meeting with Captain Lorman, it was decided that from that point, the investigation would be a joint operation between robbery and homicide. After the meeting, Frank, Captain Donahoe, and I met back in room 27.
Come on in. Sit down.
Yep.
Well, you heard it.
Yes, sir.
How are you going to work it?
There's only one way, rolling stakeout.
Thought you tried that route.
This time we'll use more cars.
Better work. This latest one's really got the corner pocket screaming. How are you going to set it up?
Well, that job out in West L.A. is the first time he's moved out of Central. I think we can figure he'll be back.
That's playing it the long way.
There's nothing left.
I'll buy it. How's it going to work?
Well, can we take a look at the map over here? He's been hitting in this area along here. Up to now, we've had it covered in through here and here. Now, we can put additional cars on these streets and maybe over here, huh?
How about a check system?
It'll be kind of hard to work out, Skipper. We'll be in a 3-way car. McCready and his partner will be in one. And that way, we can keep tabs on what's going on.
When do you start?
Well, if we can swing it tonight.
Talk to McCready?
No, not the whole thing. We went over part of it.
What's he think?
He goes with us. It's the only way.
Then it better come through for you.
Hmm?
You don't get another chance.
7:20 that night, the rolling stakeout began. It continued for another week. Several arrests were made, but when the suspects were checked, they were ruled out as the ones that we were looking for. In the meantime, the hold-up men hit twice more in the area under surveillance. Bartenders started closing their places early. Pressure from citizens groups and newspapers got a little worse. Apparently, there was nothing we could do to stop the thieves. Tuesday, June 28th. We stopped for something to eat.
Well, it's going to be another long night.
Well, I hope we get something out of it.
Yeah. Howdy, fellas. What'll it be?
I'll have a couple of eggs over easy. I get it. A side order of bacon.
Well, thank you. How about you?
That sounds good, Joe. I'll have the same. Only make my eggs straight up, will you? And I'll have a side order of ham.
Righto.
And 2 coffees. Will you bring them right away?
Sure thing. I'll get them for you right now.
Listen, I gotta get home.
I will have a cup of coffee. I'll drop you off.
Wife's gonna be sore if I don't make it pretty quick.
Well, let her be sore. That's the trouble with women today. All the time trying to run our lives.
That's right.
Have your coffee. We'll meet my friend. You'll like him.
I don't feel so good. Maybe I ought to leave now.
Look, you'll be all right. Just take it easy.
Joe. Mm-hmm. Tall guy. Fits the description. Yeah. Looks like he might be setting one up.
Let's check it.
If wife gives you any trouble, stay with us. Something you want?
Wonder if you'd let us take a look at your identification.
Why?
Because I asked you.
Who are you?
Police officer.
Watch out.
Come on.
Come on. On your feet. Get up. Lousy cop. Shoving me around. What's all this about? We didn't do nothing.
Now, don't worry about it.
You got nothing to hold me on. Nothing.
We'll talk about it downtown. Come on, let's go.
What's the charge? You gotta make one.
Come on.
You gotta make a charge. You can't take me without it.
All right, try suspicion of robbery.
Not for me.
You keep believing that fella.
I will. You're out on a limb, cop. You got nothing. I'll be free in a couple hours.
You got it wrong.
Tell me about it.
We won't have to.
Huh?
We'll let the jury do it. We took the suspect back to the city hall. He was identified as Emmett Noonan. He refused to admit any part in the holdups. He wouldn't tell us who the friend was that he'd mentioned to the intended victim. A check of R&I revealed that he'd served sentences at San Quentin and at Folsom for armed robbery. We pulled his mug shot, and a team of detectives went out to check with the victims. It was an hour before they got back to the office. We talked to him, and then we went to see Noonan.
Decided to turn me out now?
No, not quite.
When are you going to give up, cop? You got nothing to make a charge on. You know it. I don't know how long you want to play this game, but I'd like to get home and get some sleep.
We just got word from the officers who checked your picture with the victims.
Yeah?
They gave us a positive identification.
Nothing different about me. Lots of guys look the same.
Why don't you come off at noon? We got you made and you know it.
I don't know anything of the kind, cop. You're saying one thing, I say different. It's my word against yours. We'll see who the court believes.
We got a head start.
How do you figure that?
Fits the way you work.
Any record I got, you can't mention in court. As far as they're concerned, I'm clean. You want to call it a day? We can all get some sleep.
What do you do for a living, Noonan?
I'm a salesman.
What do you sell?
Different things.
Name them.
Magazines, sometimes hosiery. Different things.
Yeah, when's the last time you worked?
6 months ago.
How have you lived since then?
I saved my money.
You know, you're in for more than a robbery charge.
And I'm not standing that.
Man out in West L.A. died.
That's too bad. I didn't see anything about it in the papers. Only way I'd have known.
Who was the guy with you on the jobs?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know we'll get to him. Why not save yourself a lot of time?
I don't know nothing of the kind. You guys are out of your skulls.
All right, Noonan. Let's go.
Now, you gonna unlock the door?
Yeah, this one.
Where are we going?
Main jail.
For how long?
Until they pass sentence.
You sound pretty sure.
We are. Come on.
It's too bad about you guys.
What's that?
How long you been working on these robberies?
A couple of months.
And I'm your pigeon.
You're the man.
Must make you feel kind of lousy. Be so sure and then find out you're wrong. You know, if I keep my mouth shut, you aren't going to have a case.
You know, fella, I'm going to tell you real simple. We can identify you positively. We got a dozen people who are going to get up on a stand and point you out as the man who knocked them down and walked on them. The time we get through with you, we'll have enough on you for a 5-minute deliberation.
You're ruling out one thing, cop.
Yeah, what's that?
The jury. All I need is one person who won't go with the rest of them. One who doesn't listen.
You got it all figured, haven't you?
Sure. One person doesn't care, I got it made. Just one.
Well, then you're in real trouble.
Huh?
We'll find 12 who do.
The story you've just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On November 19th, trial was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. Further investigation.
investigation resulted in the arrest of Jerome Nathan Pollock as an accomplice in the robberies. Both he and Emmett David Noonan were tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. The jury failed to return a recommendation of leniency, and both men received the maximum sentence. They were put to death in the lethal gas chamber at the State Penitentiary, San Quentin, California.
Dragnet is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
My pal, 2XL. He asks the questions, I give the answers. Watch.
Thomas Jefferson introduced ice cream and macaroni to America.
False.
Wrong. He loved to cook.
See what I mean? And now the 2XL Trilix game lets you match your skill against his. Every time you move...
Put my checker into slot 4.
2XL, counter move. You're tough, but you didn't win yet.
You are very smart for a human.
You hang around with smart, you get smart.
What you gonna make first? A giant airplane.
It's the Fiddlesticks Giant Toy Builder Set. You can build many big toys. It's easy. You just match up the colors. You get hundreds of pieces in Fiddlesticks. Spider-Man, Hulk, plus Batman and Superman figures.
That's a giant airplane. Okay, your turn. I'm gonna build a giant rocket.
You can pretend to send Spider-Man into space.
That is a giant rocket.
Fiddlesticks Giant Toy Builder Set comes with 4 superhero figures. Assembly required. From Knickerbocker.
Look and love Dolly, look and love Dolly.
Say hi, she's shy.
When you press her like this, she can turn for a kiss. Look and love Dolly.
How about some tea?
You can make her look down and then look around. Look and love Dolly, look and love Dolly. She's made for you to love.
Look and love Dolly needs no batteries. She's new from Remco.
This is where gravity ends and the thrills begin. Watch in slow motion as curve-hugger cars hang on through gleaming loops. Then race into a steeply banked corkscrew curve. And in the dark, Tycho's night glow shines like outer space itself. Hang in there. Super Duper Double Looper by Tycho, of course.
You know, I've been around these machines all my life. Well, this year, there's one that's bigger than all the others. Kingpin 2 electronic pinball with fast flippers, bonus bumpers, computer scoring, and electronic lights and sounds to play like the big machines. It even has an electronic tilt. Kingpin 2. All the pinball you can handle from Castle Toys.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where do you eat meat to eat? Right, your man just speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, guess who's coming down tonight? Tony Martin. Is she a good-looking dame? Duffy, I think you got your genders in reverse. Huh? Well, you saw a note in the column that said what? Among the most beautiful girls was Tony Martin? Duffy, that ain't who he was, that's where he was. Yeah, the guy's a real maggot for the fair sex. Attracts dames, you know, like a free lunch attracts the flies. He's a singer. Huh? Is he the same guy that used to sell fish on Lenox Avenue? No, Duffy, please. This, Tony Martin's a very high-class guy. He sold fish on Park Avenue. Oh, sure, the guy's terrific. You know how the dames all faint when Sinatra sings? Well, when Martin sings, they don't faint. They just don't want to waste time being unconscious. Well, look, I'm kind of busy. I'll call you back. Eddie, tell me, how do I look tonight? Notice anything different about me? Let's see. Oh, yeah, you got on clean shirt. Well, that I've had on since last Tuesday. No, I've been to the barber's. Smell me. The cologne?
No, you can't smell cologne around this place. Competition's too strong. What's the idea?
Well, I'm expecting a beautiful young lady tonight.
Got a girlfriend coming down tonight?
Yeah.
With Tony Martin coming here?
Yeah.
Ain't that like giving the H-bomb to Wyszynski?
Don't seem to have the proper respect for me, Eddie. To you, Tony Martin's a handsome lady killer, and I'm just a bum. Don't deny it.
I ain't denying it. Who is this girl?
Pamela Huntington Smythe, a ranking member of the Hoi Polloi.
How the low polloi like you get to meet her?
She was riding in the horse show.
What was you doing at the horse show?
I had a tip on a dame. And Eddie, the minute I seen this Pamela, I said, this is it. She looked like Lady Godiva with a short haircut. Absolutely beautiful, Eddie, in her riding pants and her jod hoppers. It was love at first sight.
That word is pronounced jodhpurs.
God, I can see what you know about dames could be wrote on a pinhead.
Oh,
How are you, Finnegan?
Am I butting in?
No, we were just talking about dames.
Oh. Got any new ideas on the subject?
No, I'm still working on the old ones.
Oh. In a rut, huh?
Well, it's a pretty nice rut to be in.
I must try it sometime.
What, didn't you ever kiss a dame, Finnegan?
Well, me mother. She was too willing.
Well, didn't you ever kiss a strange girl?
You never seen me mother.
Finnegan, you know, sometimes I think you're a midget with a grown-up body.
Say, Archie.
What is it, Miss Duffy?
Is it true that Tony Martin's coming down here tonight?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, I was just wondering, do you suppose he might ask me for a date?
I think he'd just jump at the chance. After all, who else could he go out with that would be as glamorous and chic, beautiful?
Oh, Archie, you're turning my head.
Looks better that way. You and Tony Martin.
Hey, Arch, what's the name of your dame?
The name of the dame is Smythe, Finnegan. It's a society name. You know, it's spelled Smithy. Smythe. Hey, wait a minute. Here she comes now. Eddie, you got to help me impress the dame. Act like me butler, huh?
Hello, Archie.
Well, Miss Pamela Huntington Smythe. This is indeed an honor. Excuse me just one second. Oh, Jeeves. Jeeves, I would like you to dash down to my couturier.
Down what?
Me couturier.
Was that the one with the 3 balls hanging over the shop?
Well, I'm talking about me tailor. Priceless sense of humor, that Jeeves, Pamela. Been with us for years, the old family container, you know.
Well, so this is where you work.
Yeah, this is where I work. You see, Duffy had a little labor trouble, and I just took this job to help him out temporarily.
Oh, how long have you been working here?
10 years.
Well, what did you do before that?
I was a playboy.
A playboy?
Yes, Mother wanted me to learn a trade, but I wouldn't dream of it. So now I just hang around nightclubs and shoot big game in Africa. That moose head on the wall over there, by the way, is one of me African trophies.
Archie, there are no moose in Africa.
Look, when a moose is coming at you 90 miles an hour, you don't stop to ask, what are you doing in Africa? However, the Playboy is all part of me past. Hey,
Mr. Archie.
What is it?
Look out. Here comes Tony Martin.
Who's worried about Tony Martin? Miss Smythe, why don't you run into the kitchen? I'm sure there are a few little things that you'd like to look at.
I'm sure there's a few little things in the kitchen would like to look at Miss Smythe.
Geez, you're so droll. Now get her out in the kitchen quick. Hello, Tony.
Hello, Archie.
Well, welcome to Duffy's Tavern, and may I say that you are treading on hallowed ground?
What do you mean?
The great singers that have preceded you. Sinatra, Crosby, Melchior. You see, Tony, the tavern is sort of a Valhalla for singers.
Now that you mention it, this is Valhalla of a place. Hey, Archie, tell me. Does Duffy's Tavern always smell like this?
Smell? Tony, please, this distinctive atmosphere is our trademark. We like to think of it as a friendly aroma.
Well, get rid of that friendly aroma. It's stinking up the joint.
Funny, I don't seem to notice it.
You don't?
No.
You'd be very happy in picture business.
Thank you. Maybe I should have been a movie actor. You know, as a matter of fact, a lot of people have remarked about what a strong resemblance there is between you and me. You know, they say we look quite a bit alike.
Well, let them say it. I got dough in the bank.
I'm glad to see you take it that way, Tony. I didn't get sore neither. But you know, as I look at the both of us, I can see the resemblance. Take our builds. We're about the same height, and what do you weigh?
About 175.
Well, hey, you got about 70 pounds on me. But that's just because my shoulders is a little narrower than yours.
Well, they only seem narrower because your ears stick out so far.
Logical. Yeah, we're a lot alike, Tony. Yeah, put a little makeup on me, give me an hour with a curling iron, and I look enough like you to be your grandson.
You know, Archie, it's amazing that a man as offensive as you hasn't got more scars.
You know, that's another thing we got in common. Our skins is without a belmish. Of course, the big thing is that we both got animal magnetism. Bet you got as many dames as me, huh?
Well, frankly, I ain't been doing too good lately.
Yeah, well, with all them beautiful dames you work with in pictures in Hollywood, Lana Turner, Eddie Lamar, Mary Miles Minter.
Well, I'll tell you, I haven't seen her in a long time. You know, I threw her over for Nita Naldi.
Oh, well, tell me, Tony, that Hedy Lamar, what's it really like?
I don't know. I just worked in a picture with her. She's just a business acquaintance.
You mean you didn't even... Maybe you ain't got so much animal magnetism after all.
Well, maybe I'm not as maggoty as you are.
Yes, you are. It's just that I got a little more nerve. But all that part of me past is behind me, Tony. I'm about to get married.
Well, congratulations, Arch. I think this calls for a drink.
Now, fellas, a toast. Here's to the bride. She's getting a fine fella.
Here's to the groom. For he's a
jolly good fella?
No.
A gentleman and a scholar?
No.
Nincompoop? That's it! I knew we'd get it. Now, cut it out. Leave us drink up here, huh?
Say, Arch, I was just... Hey, you're Tony Martin.
That's right. What are you?
I'm Kirsten Finnegan. Don't you know me?
Why should I?
Well, I go to see all your pictures. I thought you'd recognize me.
Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you, the film goes so fast, I don't get a chance to look out at the audience.
You see, there's always a simple answer for everything, ain't there?
Yeah, apparently. Well, nice to have met you.
Oh, you're just saying that.
No, I'm not.
That's funny. I could have sworn somebody said it.
Hey, leave us alone, will you? Mr. Martin and me is talking about marriage.
What? What'd you say?
We're talking about marriage.
Oh, well, I hope you'll both be very happy.
Tony, I'm sorry. You'll have to pardon him. You see, before he was born, his mother wasn't expecting him.
Miss Archer.
Huh?
A message from Miss Duffy.
What's the message?
Standing by.
Say, this Miss Duffy, is she fun? One of the funniest. And she's very anxious to meet you, Tony. Oh, one of my fans, huh? One of the funniest. Tell me. I'm glad to hear it. What does she look like? What does she look like? That's an embarrassing question. You've seen Shirley, the daughter of Mrs. Temple? Yes. Miss Duffy looks like Thunderhead, the son of Flicker. Come now, Arch. Nobody can be that bad.
Good evening.
Shows you how wrong a guy can be.
Archie, aren't you going to introduce me to Mr. Martin?
Okay. A special favor to Perry Como, I'll do it. Miss Duffy, Mr. Martin. The hunter, the hunted. Good evening, Miss Duffy.
Mr. Martin.
Yes?
I'm going to skip the preliminaries and come right to the punch. Tell me, what's my chances?
Well, Miss Duffy, since we're being blunt, I'll come right to the point. You're a dead duck.
You think there was still a war on? Mr. Martin?
Yes?
Just so I won't go home empty-handed, could you at least sing a song?
Yeah, come on, Tony. Sing us a song.
Well, if you insist.
Sure. Come on. Give us a sample.
Okay. Haven't sung for a long time.
Oh, that was swell, Tony. You got it all together.
He ain't sung yet.
Oh, I thought...
Go on, Tony. Rattle them tonsils a little, will you? 1 second. 2 seconds. 3. 3 seconds have disappeared into eternity. They'll never pass this way again. They're gone beyond recall. But as they go, they leave behind a philosophy for us all. Enjoy, 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 enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Oh, la da da dee la doo. You work and work for years and years. You're always on the go. You never take a minute off. Too busy making dough. You say you'll have your fun someday when you're a millionaire. Imagine all the fun you'll have in your old rocking chair. Enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Oh, you fall in love with someone nice. You'd like to set the date. But money doesn't grow on trees and you decide to wait. You're so afraid you might bite off much more than you can chew. Don't be afraid, you won't have teeth when you reach 92. Enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself. Come on, enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Tony. You know, with a little grooming, you could be another Hildegard.
Well, actually, I don't want to be another Hildegard.
Why not?
Yeah, people on the street that point at me and whisper. There goes Hildegard. She used to be Tony Martin.
Yeah, but on the other hand, imagine what they'd be saying about Hildegard.
Miss Archie, that society girl wants to talk to you.
Oh, tell her I'll be right with her, Eddie. Tell me, Tony, would you like a glimpse of me latest conquest?
Yeah, where is she?
Right over there. Hubba, hubba! Mr. Martin, look, but do not touch. Maybe you better stay here. Finnegan, talk to Mr. Martin for a minute and occupy his mind.
Okay, I will endeavor to amuse you. Say, Mr. Martin.
Yes, Mr. Finnegan?
Do you know the one about the two traveling salesmen?
Yes.
Would you tell it to me?
I'd like to tell it to you. You're too old.
Say, this is quite an amusing conversation we're having. You know, I heard that most singers was dumb, but you are living proof.
Mighty sweet of you to say it.
Oh, think nothing of it.
Hey, Tony, listen, you gotta help me out. That dame just told me a father's coming down here to meet me, and I need help. Tell me, how can I make a good impression on the dame's father?
That's easy. Don't meet him.
But what am I gonna do? He'll want to know if I can support the dame.
Why don't you have Duffy give you a reference?
I can't. He's liable to double-cross me and tell the truth. But you just give me an idea. Hey, maybe you could act as Duffy.
What?
You're an actor. You think you could play a part that's a combination of Frankenstein and Dracula?
You mean I impersonate Duffy?
That's right.
Sounds like a fat part.
Fat and ugly.
But, Archie, if I'm going to do this, I'd like to do it right. How does this Duffy act? How does he talk?
Finnegan.
Yes?
Would you mind to acquaint Mr. Martin with the horrible details of Duffy's personality?
Come over here, Tony. Duffy talks something like this.
Archie.
Yeah, Pamela.
Daddy, this is Archie, the young man I met at the horse show.
It's more like something you found on a scavenger hunt. Pamela, you've been going to horse shows for years. This is the end.
Well, thank you. It's nice to know that I have your blessing, sir.
My blessing. Just a second. What about your financial responsibility?
Well, listen to what me boss thinks of me. Oh, Duffy, Tony, Duffy.
Yeah, Arch.
I think Finnegan overtrained him. Mr. Duffy, this is Mr. Smythe over here, Pamela's father.
Excuse me, but I was in the back room soaking me feet.
This is a little too much realism. Duffy, tell this gentleman something about me.
Well, when you first meet Archie, he seems like a jerk. Then when you get to know him a little better, he still seems like a jerk. But after you know him as long as I have, you get used to it.
He thinks this guy is trying to double-cross me. Look, Duffy, please do not forget you are talking to the pater of my tomato.
Well, where's the lucky girl?
Here I am. Oh, my, but you're handsome, Mr. Duffy.
Thanks. Come here, Dad, and leave me seal your wedding with a kiss.
Oh, that's sweet of you.
Well.
I mean,
Mr. Duffy, that was for my wedding. How about another for my first anniversary?
Okay.
Take a second. I may have a suspicious nature, but what's going on here?
Quiet, you jerk.
Huh?
I said quiet.
Say, Pamela, how about you and me taking a stroll in the park?
Oh, I love it. Good night, Archie.
Sorry, Arch. Can't help it. Guess I just got too much animal magnetism.
So long, Archie. Hey, Eddie. Eddie, did I put one over on that dame? What do you mean? She thinks she's getting Duffy. Well, she hit the ceiling when she finds out it's Tony Martin.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Hello. I'm Jacqueline. Be a friend, won't you? Get comfortable. And get ready for something you'll like. This is the perfect moment for Martini and Rossi Red on the rocks. Here, try it. I knew you'd like it. Yes, it's a wine, but with a taste all its own. Perfect for parties or times like this.
To Martini and Rossi on the rocks. Say yes.
Say yes.
Some mornings there's a little monster in all of us.
Morning, Fred.
And until that first cup of coffee, we can all be pretty beastly.
Morning, Fred.
That's when your 7-Eleven store can be a lifesaver.
Good morning, Fred.
With a good cup of fresh brewed hot coffee to perk up your morning. 7-Eleven coffee brings out the best of the beast in you.
Hey, Ralph.
From a doomed planet in a distant galaxy to a fantastic underground hideaway, from the fortress of solitude to the bustling city room of the Daily Planet. Look, up on the screen. It's Superman. Superman, the movie. Rated PG. Now playing.
From the author of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid comes Mr. Horn. He was ordered to track down and capture Geronimo. More than a legend, he was a man.
You could be very nice.
David Carradine, Karen Black, and Richard Widmark star in Mr. Horn. His story is more than just another Western. Thursday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
You're probably still asleep when I'm out exercising these thoroughbreds. My morning goes so fast, I can't always take time for a regular breakfast. But I have a good one, Carnation Instant Breakfast. Mixed with milk, it gives me all the nutrition of this bacon and egg meal in just seconds. In a hurry? Don't worry. With Carnation Instant Breakfast, you can always have a good breakfast.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Jimmy Allen, Speed Robertson, and Flash Lewis are flying down into Texas to look over the Croft Ranch. Barbara and Mrs. Croft have gone on ahead in a Grand National Airways transport. The boys make their first stop for gas at the isolated airport in Higley, Oklahoma, a place recommended by Rip Bender. They refuel and take off with Jimmy at the controls when suddenly the engine begins missing. A forced landing is necessary, and Jimmy points the ship toward an open field.
You're going to try to make that long, narrow field, Jim? Well, I think I can get in it all right.
You think? At a time like this, you ought to be sure.
Let him alone, Flash. He'll make it.
I'm going to slip in between those two clumps of trees.
Don't undershoot now, Jim. Remember, your engine isn't here to help you.
Yeah, I know, Speed. That's why I'm coming in high. I'll slip off the altitude I don't need.
That's the system.
Oh, why did I ever start out on this trip? Look out for those trees, Jimmy.
Don't worry, Flash. He sees them.
I'll straighten her out, and we're all right.
Attaboy, that a boy. That forced landing practice you had comes in handy.
Boy, I'll say it does.
You're all right now, kid. You got plenty of room.
Hey, easy on those brakes. We don't want to nose over.
He's all right. Let him alone.
Oh, dear. There's another 5 years off my life.
Oh, come on, Flash. It can't be that bad. What are you growling about? We got down all right.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't kick. But I can go a long time without missing another forced landing.
Come on, you fellas. Let's get out of here and see what's wrong with this engine.
Right. Say, Flash, I thought you said this ship was in perfect condition.
Well, by golly, it was. I can't figure it out.
Come on, let's have a look. Get your toolkit, Flash.
We were hardly off the field at Higley before she started cutting out.
Yeah. Every time she missed, we'd lose about 400 RPM. What do you think's wrong with it, Flash?
It ain't carburation trouble. I'll bank on that. It sounded like something wrong with the ignition system.
Get busy, Flash. You're the doctor.
You know, we can't be very far from Higley. I was about to make the suggestion
look here. Look at these plugs.
What's wrong with them?
Well, can you beat that?
What's the matter with them?
Them ain't the plugs I put in at Kansas City at all. No wonder this engine was missing.
Well, you mean these are different plugs?
Well, I'll say they is. I put a brand new set of plugs in this engine, and these ain't them.
Are you sure, Flash?
Of course I'm sure. The plugs in here now was pre-igniting. That's what caused the trouble. This kind of plug ain't worth a hoop in these engines.
But how could that have happened?
Somebody switched them. That's how it happened. The minute your engine gets running warm, these plugs overheat.
Well, did you check the engine before we took off from Kansas City this morning?
Yeah, how about that, Flash?
Well, I sure did. And if these plugs had been in, I would have noticed them. They're an entirely different make.
Yeah, I think you would.
There's only one answer to that. The only chance there would have been to switch plugs on us was at Higley.
That seems pretty far-fetched. There's no one at the Higley field but that dumb mechanic.
I can't dope it out, but that's what caused the trouble.
What do you think we'd better do?
We'll have to get some other plugs, Jim. I'll hike over to this farmhouse over here and see if we can get a ride into town.
Yeah, do that, Flash. If that farmer has a car, we'll ride into the Higley airport. They must have some plugs there.
Well, I'll see what I can find out.
I'll make it snappy, Flash. We want to get down to the ranch before dark.
Say, Speed, do you suppose Flash is right about these plugs?
Yes, I do. That is, he's right about these plugs causing the trouble. I've had some experience with this type of plug before. They're never supposed to be used in this kind of an engine.
Yeah, I know, but how could they have been switched? We weren't away from the ship at Higley more than 20 minutes.
It doesn't take long to change plugs on an engine. But why would anyone do it?
That's what I can't figure out. Do you suppose that Flash was, well, maybe a little absent-minded and put in the wrong plugs?
That's not like Flash at all, Jim. He's a very conscientious worker and very careful about his work. You know, there's another thought that just occurred to me.
What is it?
At these small, out-of-the-way airports, like Higley, for instance, you know, you never know who you're dealing with.
Yeah, I suppose that's true enough.
Yeah. Well, now the spark plugs that belong in this engine are an expensive make. They cost considerably more than these plugs here.
Hey, I begin to see the light.
Sure. If that mechanic at Higley is dishonest, he may have switched plugs on us in order to make himself a little money. I can tell by looking at these plugs that they've been used before plenty.
So this bird may have had a cheaper set on hand and just traded with us, huh, Speed?
That's the idea. Only he just forgot to tell us about making the trade. That's the only way I can dope it out.
Well, it sounds reasonable enough. Boy, I hope there aren't many fellows like that in the business.
Fortunately, there aren't many. You usually find them at just such a place as this little town. On a bigger airport, they couldn't get by with it very long.
That's right, too. Uh-oh. Here comes Flash. Hey, look. He wangled a car some way or another.
Yeah, good for him. It looks like an old rattletrap, but it should get us back to the airport anyway.
Come on, you guys. Hop in this galloping, high-powered jalopy of mine.
Where did you raise that broken-down pile of junk?
No wise hacks about this chariot. I had to pay the farmer $1 to rent it, and then promise him that if we didn't come back, he could hold the airplane.
Well, that's fair enough. Come on, Jimmy, let's go.
Okay, Speed. Oh, man, I'd rather be flying than taking chances in this old mess of tin.
This car don't run so bad. What are you guys kicking about?
I have been in worse cars, but I can't quite remember when.
Say, this is going to make quite a delay. You think we'll get to the ranch before dark?
By George, I doubt it. There's nearly 500 miles to go yet. It'll be another hour at least before we can get off.
Yeah, provided we can get the kind of plugs we want.
But gee, what if we can't?
That'll be just too bad. That'd mean we'd probably have to pick them up at Bartlesville or Tulsa or someplace where there's a big airport.
Now, if the mechanic here at Higley changed plugs on us, he must have our new ones.
Yeah, but how are you going to prove it, Jim?
That's what worries me. A little place like this ordinarily wouldn't have those plugs.
Well, there's only one thing to do. We'll put the pressure on this bird and try to get back our own property.
Yeah, that sure is a racket.
We were silly to come down this way. What we should have done was go by way of Tulsa, Wichita Falls, and Sweetwater. Of course, this is about 60 miles shorter.
Well, here we are.
Now, pull up the office there, back of the hangar, Flash. We'll have a talk with our little friend, the mechanic.
Well, come on. Let's see what this guy's got to say for himself.
Well, you guys back so soon? I thought you was heading down into Texas.
Yeah, we were.
You must have come in pretty quiet. I didn't even hear you land.
We had a forced landing about 4 miles south of here and drove back in a borrowed car.
Forced landing, huh? What's the trouble?
Oh, nothing much. Do you keep a stock of spark plugs here by any chance?
No, I don't, boys. You see, there ain't much traffic through here, and I never get any calls for supplies.
You don't have any spark plugs at all, eh?
Nope, mighty sorry. All we keep here is gas and oil. What kind of plugs you need?
We gotta have a set of 14X.
14X, huh? Well, I guess you'll have to get them over in Tulsa. That's about 80 miles from here.
We're not going over to Tulsa or anywhere else to get 14X plugs, fella. We can get them right here.
Don't know how you're going to do it. I don't carry no supplies. Be glad to call over to Tulsa for you, though. They can have them over here in about a day.
Never mind the comics. We can do without that. Now, fella, we're not going to waste any time on you. Just get busy and dish out our 14X plugs that you so carelessly borrowed but forgot to mention.
I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't got any 14X plugs.
Now, look. That plug switching gag works sometimes, but it doesn't work with us. Now, get busy and fork over the plugs.
You're barking up the wrong tree, fella. All I done to your airplane was put some gas in it.
Oh, yeah? Well, if you don't carry any spark plugs in this place, what are you doing with a spark plug wrench in the pocket of your coverall?
Oh, that. Well, that's a wrench I carry around with me all the time.
Flash, you've been a mech a long time. Is a spark plug wrench good for anything else but taking out spark plugs?
The only other use I made of it was to sock a fella over the head for stealing some plugs from me once.
Do you have that wrench with you, Flash? We may need it.
I'll say I got it with me, right here in my head.
No, wait, fellas. You guys got me wrong. Don't pull no rough stuff. I didn't touch your airplane. I didn't steal your plugs. Sure enough, I didn't.
I'll tell you what we're going to do, fella. We'll give you 1 minute to produce a set of 14X spark plugs. If you can find them, okay. If not, we're going to search this place, and if we find them, we're going to toss you right in the doghouse.
Now, don't do that, boys. Don't do it. Let me look around the place here. Maybe I got some plugs I forgot about.
All right, get busy.
Well, hello. That sounds like someone starting up an airplane. Let's walk around to the hangar, Flash, and see who it is.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll stay here and keep my eye on this bird.
All right, Jimmy, come ahead.
You know, Flash, that fella took our plugs. Sure as I'm a foot high.
Well, of course he done it. The minute we mentioned plugs, I knew he was lying.
Boy, that sure is a dirty trick. Why, we might have cracked up in that forced landing.
Yeah, I thought of that on the way down.
Well, come on, let's take a look around here now, see what's going on.
Okay, come on. Say, listen to that, Jimmy. That could be an AT-11.
Good night, Flash. Look. It is that AT-11. That ace flies for those gangsters.
Well, whoever it is, they're going somewhere in it.
Yeah, and look, there's Biffer standing in the cabin door. Ace is at the controls.
Well, what are you going to do, Jim?
Well, we better try and stop him. Biffer! Hey, Biffer! Where you going with that ship? Come on, Flash.
All right.
Hey, Ace, come out here. Well, hello, Alan. What's the idea of all the running?
Where you going with this ship?
What do you care? You're still shoving your face into other people's business, huh?
Cut your switches, Ace. It's about time we had a talk with you.
We ain't cutting those switches. Sam, come here.
Flash, go in there and cut those switches. I'll watch Biffer here.
Keep out of the ship here, you.
Hey, quit that.
Get out. Back up there, guy.
Come on, Flash, grab him.
Come on, Sam, hurry up, eh? We're looking for trouble. Get out of here.
Have it, Flash. Get that dirty rat trying to pull some on us again. That's the way he always is. Get him, Flash.
Again, we run across the sinister trail of Biffer, Ace, and the gangsters. What will be the outcome of this furious struggle on the Higley field? Can Jimmy and Flash prevent Ace from taking off? Listen to the next exciting episode in the air adventures of Jimmy Allen.
From blazing heat to paralyzing cold, season after season, the J.C. Penney battery has the power to start your car over and over, year in and year out. And it never needs water, ever. It's so dependable, it's warranted for as long as you own your car. If it ever fails to accept and hold a charge, return it with proof of purchase. We'll replace it, free. It's the last battery your car will ever need.
Like a mountain morning sunrise coming slowly through the trees. Like an eagle when it spreads its wings across the blue sky breeze. It's all that's big and bold and free. Come taste the great outdoors. It's a part of what you're dreaming. Make it yours. Make it yours. Make it Coors. Make it yours.
Hey, Matt, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Bea Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. The music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. When your spring cleaning is over, all your light painted woodwork will be beautifully clean and shining. That's fine, but it's a problem to keep it spotless, isn't it? If you wash and scrub woodwork too often, you may injure the finish. What's the answer? Why, Johnson's Cream Wax, that newest Johnson's Wax polish, especially designed for furniture and light woodwork. In addition to wax, this creamy white liquid contains several cleansing ingredients, so it cleans and polishes at the same time. Johnson's Cream Wax is easy to use, needs very little rubbing. You just apply it, then polish lightly. Fingerprints and smudges completely disappear. It also leaves the surface satin smooth and beautifully wax polished. Johnson's Cream Wax gives similar lustrous beauty and wax protection to enameled surfaces like refrigerators, to tabletops and kitchen cabinets, and many other things. You probably already use Johnson's Paste and Liquid Wax. Well, try Johnson's Cream Wax, too. You'll like it. The time, early morning. The cast, Mrs. Magee, a charming housewife, her husband, a rather dreary character, and a large, wet fish, wearing an expression of surprise and horror. The place, 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Look at that fish, will you? A 10-pounder if he weighs an ounce. And I caught her. Look at him.
You look at him, dearie. A defunct fish has no beauty for me. They all have a look in their eyes like a head waiter who had just been tipped 10 cents.
Well, it's beautiful to me, baby. Lying there in that sink is the toughest, fightingest, smartest bass that ever had his picture on a hardware calendar. Old Muley, the demon of Dugan's Lake.
Old whaty?
Old Muley. The fish that every guy for 40 miles around has been trying to gaff for 5 years. And who finally hauled him in? I did. That's who, your ever-loving husband. A new chapter in fishing history has been wrote this morning.
Say, what time did you go out to Dugan's Lake, dearie? Something woke me up about 6, and I discovered it was you. Not snoring.
My gosh, at 6 a.m. I'd already been out on the lake for 2 hours. Oh, gee, it was beautiful. Did you ever see the sun come up behind Borgelstoff's brewery?
No, I never did, sweetheart.
And to think I was the only fisherman in town with ambition and energy enough to get out before daybreak. You want to hear how I landed him? Okay, well, sir, there I was, sitting in a rowboat. When all of a sudden I heard a big splash.
Old muley.
No, my lunch. It fell overboard.
Tough luck.
No, it was a stroke of fortune. Old muley went after them jelly sandwiches like Congress after Chester Bowles. That kept old muley hanging around my boat, you see.
Too bad you didn't have some hot dogs with a pickerel in the middle and the mustard, etc.
Well, sir, I eased my line gently over the side. And whammo, old muley struck.
What for, shorter hours and longer worms?
No, sir, he hit that line like a fat lady at a nylon sale. And using a delicate wrist motion, I played him in and out like a yo-yo. Pretty soon, I could see he was getting tired, and he could see I was getting tired. It was a battle of strength and wits.
Well, knowing how it came out, this is sort of like sitting through a movie the second time.
Well, sir, there I was, sitting there in the boat, and suddenly it was all over. There he was in the bottom of the boat. There was tears in my eyes, and there is now, too. I was all choked up. I could hardly speak.
Well, you're very emotional about catching a mere fish.
It wasn't emotion. In the excitement, I'd swallowed my cigar butt. Anyway...
Come in.
Hello, folks. Anybody home?
Hello, Mr. Wimple. Come on out and have a cup of coffee.
No, thank you, Mrs. Magee. I see you have the same trouble with the city water we do. Imagine a fish that big coming out of the faucet.
That fish, Wallace, my lad, did not come out of the faucet. He come out of Dugan's Lake. That is old muley, the biggest, gamest bass that ever thumbed his gills at a fisherman.
This is the opening day of the season, you know, Mr. Wimple.
My goodness. So that's what Sweetie Face meant.
What do you mean?
Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife, told me just this morning, Wallace, you poor fish, she said, you'd better stay in the house for a few days, she said. But then she was a little annoyed with me at the time, I suppose.
Why was she, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, just because I made a teensy little joke. She was doing some weightlifting, and her forehead was all perspiration, and I came in and said, hello, sweaty face.
That's the kind of remark that'll get your neck tied in a lover's knot one of these days, Wimp.
Oh, you're so right, Mr. Magee. Particularly after last night.
What happened last night, Mr. Wimple, if you're healed up enough to tell us?
Oh, we had another argument, Mrs. Magee. I wanted to go out, and Sweetie Face didn't want me to. But I won.
Atta boy, Wimp. You went out, eh?
Like a light, Mr. Magee. Did you ever know you could knock a man my size unconscious with a copy of the Reader's Digest?
Is that possible?
It is if you leave it between two brass bookends. Gracious. When I came to, I had a headache clear down my shoulder and under my arm.
Horse feathers. How could you have a headache under your arm?
That's where my head was. My, that is a big mackerel you caught, Mr. Magee.
That is not a whimperel, Mr. Mackerel. I mean mackerel, Mr. Wimple. It's a bass. Isn't it a beauty?
Yes, I suppose so, but would you mind turning it the other way? It's got a look in its eye like Sweetie Face when she catches me shaking my piggy bank. Are you going to cook it tonight?
Cook it? We don't cook this fish, Wimp. It's going to be mounted on a plaque and hung over the mantel. Just as soon as I can get in touch with a dermatologist.
No, you mean taxidermist, dearie.
I do? I thought a taxidermist was a guy that stood out in front of a hotel with a whistle and stuffed people into cabs.
Oh, no, Mr. Magee. Anyway, you don't mean a dermatologist.
Why don't I?
Because a dermatologist is someone who has made a study of the skin, Mr. Magee.
That's what I says, Dad Ratted. I want the skin of this fish mounted for my study.
Well, I might as well go home, I guess. I can't win here either. Goodbye now.
Willie Mills Orchestra, the King's Men, and all the cats join in.
up and all the cats join in. Down goes my last 2 bit, comes up 1 banana split, and all the cats join in. Drop your jack in the old jukebox, play your favorite disc. When you dance with the Bobby Sox, you dance at your own risk. Rip, everybody swing and swing, till the rafters ring and all the cats join in.
Molly, I can hardly wait to see Doc Gamble's puss when he hears I caught old Muley.
Incidentally, I hope you don't plan to leave that fish lying in my kitchen sink all day.
No, I just want to leave it there till the photographer gets here. You see,
Till who gets here?
The photographer from the Wistful Vista Gazette. Going to take my picture holding the fish. I think if I sit here and hold it on my lap and you stand behind me with your hand on my shoulder and a proud look on your face...
No, No, thank you, Pet. Not this time. Come in. Oh, it's Mrs. Carstairs. Hello, Millicent.
Good day, my dear. And Mr. Magee.
Hiya, Carsty. Did you hear about me catching old Muley?
Good heavens, no. Will you be quarantined?
Old Muley is not a disease, Millicent. It's a fish. In other words, it isn't catching, it's caught.
Oh, a fish.
The biggest, gamest, smartest bass in this part of the country, Carsty. I got up before daybreak, went out to Dugan's Lake, and Jack Robinson.
Who's Jack Robinson?
The fellow I had this big fish in the bottom of my rowboat before you could say it. You done much fishing, Carsty?
Oh, some, Mr. Magee. Mostly deep-sea fishing.
Oh.
One year, Mr. Carstairs and I brought home a live octopus we'd captured. We kept it in a pool in the backyard.
Heavenly days, an octopus is a rather odd sort of pet, isn't it, Millicent?
Oh, this was a very intelligent creature, my dear. But it seemed to be at such a loss to know what to do with those 8 long arms that Mr. Carstairs taught it to play 2 tables of bridge.
Oh, now, Millie.
Oh, it's a fact, Mr. Magee. It was simply amazing to see the ungainly thing shuffle and deal.
I suppose the 2 arms that were playing dummy passed the time of the game of cribbage.
No, dominoes, my dear. 3 decks of cards were too confusing.
Whatever happened to him, Carsty? I presume it was a him.
Well, we think it was a female, Mr. Magee. It was always throwing kisses to the gardener. We finally had to dispose of her.
Shoot her, Millicent?
Oh, no, my dear. Not that handsome, intelligent creature. We sold her to the Chicago police, and she's now directing traffic at State and Madison. Well, this has all been very interesting. At least to me. So nice to have seen you. Good day.
I don't believe a word of it. An octopus playing bridge. I can't even play bridge very good myself.
Now, don't you say that, dearie. I don't know anybody who plays bridge more like an octopus than you do.
Gee, honest?
Cross my heart, when you get to dealing and reaching for the salted nuts, adjusting the lights, straightening the legs of the table, and passing the cigars all at the same time, I'd swear you had 8 arms.
Yeah, but I don't...
Come in. Well, hello there, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Jam Face.
Good morning, Lancelot. I'm glad you called because I have a very important announcement.
And usually people don't announce things to a doctor. He announces things to them.
Well, get with it, Gabby.
Okay. Now, look, Fatso, you know what I did this morning? I went out to Dugan's Lake, and with the skill, patience, and fortitude for which I am noted, I caught the biggest bass in inland waters, old Muley.
Well, that isn't such a thing. You did what?
He caught old Muley, Doctor. It's out in the kitchen sink, packed in ice cubes, which are melting slightly faster than our refrigerator can make them.
And if you're a good boy, little iodine, I might take you out in the kitchen and unveil it, so what's the matter?
Now, let me get this straight, you little bandit, you poacher. You went out this morning and caught the big bass?
That he did, Doctor. That he did.
Well, of all the dirty, double-crossing, illegal, low-down, unsportsmanlike
What's
things...
so unsportsmanlike and illegal about beating you guys to Old Muley on the first day of the season, you big sorehead? If I'm ambitious enough
Look,
to...
what day is this?
May the 7th, Doctor.
He knows very well what day it is, Molly. He knows the fishing season opens today.
Yes, at midnight.
At midnight. At midnight.
Oh, my gosh, I thought it was...
You are in trouble, Buster.
Oh. Heavenly days, this is terrible. Doctor, is there any way you can give artificial respiration to a fish? Is it too late to... Yes, I suppose it is.
Gee, Doc, what am I going to do? It was all a mistake.
It's a mistake that'll cost you plenty, Chisler.
Is there a heavy penalty for fishing out of season, Doctor?
They'll throw the book at him, dear girl. He's going up the river, but not for fish. When you see him again, he'll have a crew haircut and be talking out of the side of his mouth.
I'll never know such a thing. This was an honest mistake. And when I explain it to the game warden... Hey, who is the game warden?
Chap named Jordan. Gordon Jordan.
How interesting. Gordon Jordan the warden.
Look, Doc, does he belong to the Elks?
No, he does not. And he's thoroughly incorruptible if you had any idea of buying your way out of this jam with a fast sawbuck.
Now, look, boys, let's be realistic. Who would report this to Gordon Jordan the warden? I'm sure you wouldn't, Doctor. And I know Mrs. Carstairs wouldn't. Who else knows about it, dearie?
Well, I called the Gazette. I told the guy at the filling station when I wanted to use the phone to call the Gazette. I told Mort Toops because I borrowed a nickel from him to make the call when I called the Gazette from the filling station. I told a fellow named Harry who was with Mort when I borrowed the nickel to use the phone to make the call.
In other words, you told everybody in town. Sonny, I wouldn't be in your well-worn, unshined, oversized shoes for all the ore in Oregon.
Now, look, Doc, you wouldn't turn me in. Not you. Not my old fishing pal, Doc.
Who's an old fishing pal of whose? Hello, Molly. Hi, Doc.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Junior.
What's cooking, fellas? Getting ready for the opening day of the bass season tomorrow? Because if you are, count me in. I want a crack at Old Muley this year.
The fishing season for Old Muley is over, Harlow.
Yes, it is, Mr. Wilcox.
What? This little piscatorial pirate, this poacher, this
thief in the night.
This thief in the night sneaked out to Dugan's Lake today, this morning, Harlow, in the wee small hours, and caught Old Muley.
Oh, no. Out of season?
He didn't mean to, Mr. Wilcox. For the first time in his life, he got somewhere early, and it was wrong.
Of course I didn't do it on purpose. You believe me, don't you, Harlow?
Look, ignorance is no excuse in the eyes of the law, pal. Oh, that's terrible. Old Muley.
He's out in the kitchen, in the sink, under a sack.
Well, never mind, Magee. I'd rather not see him. It's like an old friend betrayed.
Pal, I never thought you'd do a thing like that.
Yeah, but gee whiz, fellas,
Those laws are made to give the fish a chance, pal.
Yes.
That's the protection they have against their enemies. Yes. Just as Johnson's wax is the protection your furniture has against dirt and dust and dampness.
Yes, but Mr. Wilcox...
Johnson's wax protects your floors and fine woodwork against their enemies.
Yes,
Keeps them bright and gleaming, gives them the protection they need.
Yes,
the protection all worthwhile things must have if they're to survive.
Yes, but...
If you didn't protect your precious belongings, they'd soon be gone.
Yeah, but what that...
And if we don't protect our game fish against poachers, they'll soon be gone, too. And I've got to get going myself, kid.
I'll go with you, Harlow. We won't turn you in, Magee. That's up to your conscience.
Doggone it, my conscience is clear. I just made a mistake, that's all.
I hope the judge sees it that way.
Oh, dear.
Well, look, pal, don't you worry about having to spend any time in a dark, dingy old jail cell. I can at least keep you from that.
You can, Waxy? Well, gee, that's mighty nice.
Sure. I'll send you a couple of cans of Johnson's wax. You can have the brightest, shiniest cell in a couple of days that anyone ever served 6 months in. So long, Molly. King's Men and My Fickle Eye.
I'm a fickle guy. I got a roving eye. Take warning from the start. My eyes are bigger than my heart. I can't be true to no one, no matter how I try. On account of my fickle eye, fickle eye, fickle eye. pickle-eye, pickle-eye. Now I may say I love you, and then bid you goodbye on account of my pickle-eye, 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 pickle-eye. When I look at someone I could adore, I see another someone much better than the one before. And so I guess I'll always remain a single guy on account of my pickle-eye, 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 pickle-eye. Just looky over here, what a cutie. There's another over there, what a beauty. There's one I like much better. How's about that chick in the sweater? Oh me, oh my, what a pickle-eye. I just can't keep from looking at every passerby on account of my pickle-eye, 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 pickle-eye. I may fall in the fire, but I will never fry on account of my pickle-eye, 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 pickle-eye. All day long I keep on dreaming of love, but gee, I like so many, I don't know who I'm dreaming of. That's why my every promise turns out to be a lie on account of my pickle-eye. My pickle-eye. My pickle-eye, 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 pickle-eye.
Gee, this is an awful mess, Molly. I always been known as a pretty good sportsman. Always put out my fires in the woods. Never shoot a sitting bird. Never come into camp with my loaded gun. Obey all the rules, and now look at me. Catching fish out of season.
Well, you didn't realize it was out of season, dearie. You know what I'd do if I were you?
What?
Call the game warden and tell him the whole story. Your past record will speak for you. I thought you'd be doing that while I was out shopping.
Yeah, but what if this Warden Gordon Jordan is a toughie? He can throw me in the sneezer for 5 years. I'll have my picture in all the papers. Oh, my gosh, the photographer. If he comes, don't let him in.
He was already here. He was here.
Oh.
I told him the doctor had just been here and you had a severe attack of Eurofloridana and couldn't see anybody.
I had what?
Eurofloridana. That's Latin for largemouth black bass. I looked it up. Now, look, Pet, call the warden and confess. Get it over with.
I don't know. Maybe...
Everybody in town knows it anyway.
My gosh, they do it that. Well, sir, as long as somebody's bound to snitch on me anyway, I might as well do my duty. Never let it be said that Fibber Magee dodged an issue when cornered like a rat. Hand me the phone.
That's the spirit, dearie. Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the fish and game commission. Isn't that you, Mert? Not this week, Mert. I'm in trouble enough. Let me speak to Gordon Jordan, the warden. Yeah. Hello, is this Warden Jordan? Look, Gordon, this is Fibber Magee at 79 Whistle Vista. I caught a big bass out of season this morning by mistake. You want to come over and discuss it? You do, eh? Okay, Gordy. Goodbye.
How'd he sound, Magee?
Sounded like the voice of doom. Sore as a crapshooter's knees. That rat, why didn't somebody tell me the season didn't open till midnight? My gosh, I would have been glad.
If that's Gordon Jordan, the warden, he must be jet-propelled. Come in. Oh, thank goodness. Mayor Latrivia.
Hello, Molly. Good day, Magee. Say, what's the matter? You're as pale as a fish's stomach.
An unfortunate simile, Mr. Mayor. Himself here's up to his clavicle in fish.
I done wrong, Latriv. I caught a big bass out of season.
Well, that wasn't very good judgment, Magee.
No.
However, as long as it wasn't old Muley out at Dugan's Lake, I'll...
Yeah, but it was old Muley, Your Honor.
What?
Look, Latriv, I didn't realize the season started at midnight. I thought it started this morning. That's all.
Well, everybody makes mistakes.
I'm sorry you didn't get a chance at old Muley yourself, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Magee. There are still plenty of fish out there. In fact, I think I'll take my rod and reel out there tomorrow morning.
You better not do that, kiddo. They don't approve of that stuff out there. In fact, if they know it, they won't even rent you a boat.
Who won't rent me a boat if they know what?
Your condition.
And what is my condition?
It's pretty obvious, isn't it? You reeling out there with your fishbowl and staggering...
I didn't say I was reeling anyplace.
You said you were going to take your rod and reel out to Dugan's Lake, Mr. Mayor. Now, personally, I am not one to criticize a person's habits, but if I may be so bold...
Just a moment, Mrs. Magee. I'm getting a little fed up with having you two people involve me in these nonsensical arguments. I think you're trying to bait me into making a fool of myself.
Let's drop it, Molly. Look at the trouble I'm in just from baiting a hook.
Very well, Magee. Sorry, Your Honor. You take your fish pole and go reeling out to Lake Dugan any time you like.
Thank you. Now then, Magee, if you'll give the exact circumstances of the case, I think I might influence the game warden to be...
Whatever you're going to influence him to do, get ready to do it, Mr. Mayor. Come in.
Stop shaking, Magee. This is not a hanging offense. Magee's residence? I'm Gordon Jordan, the warden.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure. This is His Honor Mayor Latrivia.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do?
And this is the unfortunate lad who, in his manly way, wants to make reparations.
Look, Warden, I was merely...
Let me see the fish, please.
I'll get it, Magee. Though how a mere slip of a girl like me is supposed to carry a whale like that, I'll never know.
If I may intrude a word, Warden, without attempting to unduly influence your judgment, I can assure you that this whole matter was
Let me handle this, Latriv. Now, look, Bud, Oh, excuse me. Have a cigar?
No, thanks. I have one.
You got two? Thanks. I'll smoke it after dinner.
Well, here it is, gentlemen. The corpus delicti.
Let me have it, please, Miss Magee. Saprinus Carpio.
Ah, it's a beauty, isn't it?
Oh, of its type, yes.
What do you mean of its type? That's the finest bass that was ever caught in inland water, Bud. If you're so ignorant that
Magee!
Huh? Oh, have a cigar, Warden? No. Oh, you got one.
How do you fix the fines in cases like this, Warden? So much a pound?
Ordinarily, yes.
And this is about 10 pounds.
Yes, but there won't be any fine.
Oh, you mean he has to go to jail? Oh, Magee, you
It's
can't...
false arrest, that's what it is, and by George, I'll not...
Please, there won't be any arrest. There isn't even a case. Mr. Magee, accept the thanks of the State Fish and Game Commission for removing this fish from Lake Dugan.
What?
This isn't a bass, it's a carp.
Huh?
We've been trying to clear them out of Lake Dugan for 20 years. You can catch all these you want anytime. Good day.
Well, I guess that settles that, Magee. Now I'll reel out... now I'm going out to Dugan Lake myself and fish for Old Muley. A good day. Good day.
He may fish for him, but he won't catch him.
Why won't he?
Because Old Muley is still out in the kitchen sink.
What? Then what's this?
You heard what the man said. This is a carp.
Huh?
And don't think I didn't have to run all over town trying to find one big enough.
Oh, this is humiliating.
Have you noticed when your friends look in for a little visit in the evening, how often you all end up back in the kitchen? There's something very cozy about a little snack in this favorite of all rooms. Well, when friends and neighbors do drop in, you can always lead them proudly into your kitchen if you keep your linoleum floors wax polished and sparkling with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Even dull, rather old linoleum shines like a million when you glow coat it. The bright colors are restored, and the attractive patterns stand out again. Spilled things or muddy tracks are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. Of course, it isn't for looks or beauty alone that millions of women glow coat their kitchen floors. It's also because glow coat protects linoleum against everyday wear, makes it last much longer. Glow coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It shines as it dries, doesn't streak either. Just apply and let dry. That's all there is to it. Try it, won't you? Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat.
You know, dearie, this ought to teach you a lesson.
It has, Snooky, it has.
Next time you catch a big fish like that, keep quiet about it. You have too much in common.
What do you mean? What have I got in common with a big-mouthed bass? I see. Insulting, but true. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Peter Fonda battling strip miners. To get their land, they went for their lives.
They were murdered!
Fighting Man, the CBS Saturday Night Movies. Friday on Dallas, JR's old flame lights up his father.
Welcome home, Julie.
And it threatens to blow the Ewing family apart.
No good, Dad. Dirt.
Butt out of it, you hear me? Leave him alone. Not on your lap, boy.
Tina Louise guest stars.
I treat him like a man.
Oh, I bet you do.
A new Scandal on Dallas. Now Fridays at 10, 9 Central and Mountain.
This is CBS.
American Airlines announces the biggest Super Saver discounts we've ever offered. During February and March, you can save either 45 or 55% round trip to any place we fly in the continental United States. The discounts are bigger than ever, and the restrictions are easier than ever. Up to 55% off on American Airlines.
We're American Airlines, doing what we do best.
The latest on the Pope's visit to Mexico tonight at 11.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with Colonel Stoopnagle and Bud. Music with Peter Van Steeden. And another big amateur contest. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall tonight. Listen to that crowd cheer. They're following the parade to the old town hall, having lots of fun. There goes Stoopnagle and Bud leading the parade, tipping their toupees to the cheering multitude. And it's a big night tonight. Everybody's going to the old town hall. Hurry, everybody's going. Everybody's going. Here's Fennelly Quirk. What's up, Fennelly?
The jig's up, Vaughn. The Colonel's got some inventions to tell about. I'll see you in the hall.
And here's Quirkley Fennel. What's the rush, Quirkley?
Hi, Harry. The boys interview a little industry man tonight, and they've lost him. I gotta go look for him. See you inside.
And here are Stoopnagle and Bud themselves. What's doing, boys?
Hello, Harry. Colonel and I are raising merry old Ned with Buck Rogers in the 25th century tonight. Some fun, huh, Colonel? What's that?
Yes, sir. A great show tonight, folks. So hurry, hurry, hurry. Everybody's going. Everybody's going. Well, sir, here we are in the old town hall, all set to begin the show, featuring tonight some startling new Stoopnagle inventions, latest news in the Colonel's campaign, an interview with a little industries man, and a Stoopnagle and Bud burlesque of Buck Rogers in the 25th century. Peter is signaling that he's ready with the overture, and here we go. Steamboat whistle. Let it go, Peter.
The steamboat whistle is blowing. We're getting set for a ride. No need for tugging and towing. We're going out with a tide. There'll be a chugging and churning. There'll be a heaving away. The paddle wheels will be turning, and how I'm burning for to say, I'll miss you, honey. I'll miss you, honey. I know wherever I'm faring, there'll be a raring homecoming day. Come kiss me, honey. Come kiss me, honey. Although I'm ready for starting, let's make the party gay. Come kiss me, honey. Come kiss me, honey. Although I'm ready for starting, let's make the party gay.
those two old-time hokey-pokeyers, Colonel Lemuel Q. Stoopnagel and Bud.
Good evening, friends, and welcome to Town Hall tonight. Bud, you can say some stuff to the audience, too, if you wish.
Well, I hardly know
I've been
how...
hard at work in my laboratory on Observatory Hill lately, and out of the veritable labyrinth of stuff come several inventions and a couple of definitions.
Well, I'm sure we'd all like to hear about what you've got for us, Colonel. Go right ahead.
Well, my first invention is a set of false teeth that you wear in between your regular teeth.
In between your regular teeth? What's that for?
Eating three-decker sandwiches.
I see. What was that invention you told me about some time ago, Colonel, about a thing for false teeth, remember?
Yes. You mean the oscillating table?
Yeah, that's it, I guess, whatever oscillating means, yeah.
Well, that was a table with a little spring underneath it, Bud, to make the table shake all the time.
Oh, yeah.
It's for putting your false teeth on when you go to bed so they chatter on cold nights even if you're not wearing them.
Yeah. It's my own fault I asked you.
Then I also have a cellophane mailbox. That's so you don't have to waste all that time opening the lid again to see if your letter's gone down after you put it in.
Uh-huh. Well, why not have a cellophane postman, too? That'd be cool.
Now, what would be the sense in the cellophane postman?
Well, he would deliver mail at your house, and you couldn't see him, and you'd be surprised then when you went down and found mail for yourself. Yeah.
How's that again?
I say, he could...
Now I catch on.
Yeah, well, I'm glad of that. Look, have you any definitions for us tonight, Colonel?
Definitions?
Yeah.
Sure, I've got a definition for electricity that'll knock you off your feet, Bud.
Oh, an electric chair?
No. Listen.
All right.
Electricity is stuff that if you're the one who owns the house, say, well, you can turn it on and off and on and off. And then the company sends the bills about it, off and on. And if you're the one who gets the bills, say, and if you're the one who doesn't pay, say, well, then you're the one they turn it off, on.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. You know, the Colonel and I are never sure just who your applause is for. So we thought it'd be a good idea to choose sides, and then we'd each have our own audience. Yeah, you can all line up, and I'll count out eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and when
Hey,
we're
what
all
kind
ready...
of a way is that to choose sides? Why, it must have been a pretty backward neighborhood that you were brought up in. The right way to line up and count is hibbity-bibbity, sibbity-sad.
No. That's just plain silly, Colonel. I'll leave it to Harry, which is the best way.
Well, boys, I think both ways are pretty ingenious and very effective for choosing sides. But when you're choosing something more important, you need a method with more reason behind it. For example, when you choose a toothpaste, you don't just pick out one at random. You choose a dentifrice that offers you extra advantages. And that is the reason iPana toothpaste is a favorite choice. Because not only does iPana make your teeth whiter and more sparkling, but it has the extra advantage of helping your gums as well. And that is mighty important because dentists say
the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays do not give our gums the exercise and stimulation they need to keep them firm and healthy.
And iPana with massage will supply that toning and stimulation your gums need to help guard against serious gum trouble. Healthier gums, whiter teeth, and a more attractive smile are three good reasons for choosing iPana and remembering it for your smile of beauty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was Peter Van Steeden and the iPana Troubadours playing There Goes My Attraction. Now we present another outstanding revelation in the campaign to keep Stoopnagle out of the White House.
Keep him out of the White House. You can't tell what he might do. Let's find a place for him in a lighthouse. Or maybe we could put him in a zoo.
It seems that Colonel Stoopnagle has written a little play for you showing some of the things he might do if his campaign fails and he were elected. And I'm afraid that we'll have to listen to this thing that the Colonel wrote. The scene, Bezazzas Prison. A prisoner named Squalid Fiddlestuffer stands facing a little group of reporters and prison attendants.
Well, Squalid, you're about walked the last mile. Why don't you come clean, Squalid, and tell the truth? Come on now, let's have the honest truth. Did you shoot your mother-in-law?
Well, Warden, I'll come clean. I did shoot the old lady. Yeah, but really, Warden, I couldn't resist it. There she was, Warden, standing alone in the kitchen, bending over the sink, opening a tin can with my razor. I couldn't help it. I didn't mean to do it.
Squalid, I'm going to leave your fate in the hands of President Stoopnagle here. Mr. President, prisoner is yours to do with what you may.
Thank you, Warden. Squalid?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
You didn't really mean to do this thing to your mother-in-law, did you?
Yes, sir, I did.
Oh, you did? Oh, well, boys will be boys. Now, go pack your things. You're coming home with me.
Home? With you, Mr. President?
Yes. I have a little job for you, Squalid.
The next scene in this pictorial drama showing what Stoopnagle will do if he gets into the White House takes place in the Treasury building in Washington. Bud, Secretary of the Treasury, is conferring with the Treasurer of the United States. They are at loggerheads.
Mr. Von Zell, I'm sorry.
Now, just a minute.
Now, just a minute
You
to
can't
me.
talk
Listen,
to me.
you pay attention here. I'm sorry to have to disagree with you this way, but the dollar bills should be even smaller than they are.
But, my dear Mr. Bud, your argument is wrong.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
My goodness, the dollar bills disappear quickly enough the way they are without making them any smaller.
Well, that's what you think.
Yes, that's what I think.
Yeah?
I'm right.
Yeah?
I'm right.
Yeah.
I'm right.
I think if we had a dollar bill the size of a newspaper, it would be much better for all concerned.
Oh, well, then I suppose your argument is...
Yes, that's what my argument is. You're right. You're right. Yes, you're right.
I don't
I'm
agree
right.
with you.
Well, seem to be getting nowhere with this argument, my dear.
You're
Mr.
telling
Bud.
me.
Yeah. I should tell you.
Yeah.
Well, we should leave the matter up to the president. Now, here he is now. The whatchamacallit of the United States.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. What seems to be the difficulty here?
Well, now, wait a minute. It's my turn to talk. We're arguing about the size of the new dollar bills, Mr. President.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Von Zell claims they should be larger than they are, and I claim they should be smaller.
Should be larger.
Well, they should be smaller.
Larger?
Stick to your We will leave it up to you, sir, with your good judgment.
Well, then, here is my decision. Go pack your things, Squalid. You're coming home with me.
Home? With you, Mr. President?
Yes. I have a little job for you, Squalid.
Now, the scene changes again, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure you're as pleased as we all are about it. This time it has to do with the Army and the Navy. Bud is now Secretary of War and is having a bitter argument with the Secretary of the Navy.
Now, Mr. Secretary, just be quiet. Watch your stuff there. I'm sorry, but I can't have my soldiers spending their time washing your battleships.
Oh, is that so?
Yes,
well,
that's so.
That may be all well and good, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah?
But tell me this.
Yeah?
Who took your Army men out bathing in the surf last week? Who did?
Well, you got me there.
Yeah, my men of the Navy.
Oh.
Does seem that the least you could do would be to wash our battleships.
Oh, no.
Yes.
That's where I object. I object doubly.
What? It's impolite to interrupt. My goodness. We've got to be fair about this thing. My goodness, one of the first things I learned in school as a boy was the turn affairs about play.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of difference between washing battleships and going bathing in the surf. Now, Mr. Secretary,
is that
let
what
me
you...
tell you?
You can't tell me...
I can tell
you
you
won't
I
tell
will.
me anything at all. I'm going to argue... The whatchamacallit of the United States.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. What seems to be the difficulty here? Or am I on the wrong page?
We're arguing about the Army. Quiet.
Pardon me.
Yeah. We're arguing about the Army and Navy, Mr. President.
The Army what?
The Army and the Navy.
Navy
But
what?
Bonsell here claims that my men should wash his battleships, and I claim they shouldn't.
They should.
They should not.
They should.
All fudge.
Exactly.
Now, after all, the Army's job is to march and go to camp for 2 weeks every year. Why should... don't you think so?
Yeah,
No, all right. Why should they have to cleanse the first line of defense besides?
Oh, I know all this, Mr. President. It's obvious, but my Navy men took the whole Army surf bathing last week and bought them hot dogs and just whistles.
Now, you see?
Exactly, and I feel that they should receive some kind of a little present or something for doing that.
Yeah? I
Yeah?
don't believe in it
Well,
at
you
all.
don't.
No,
Well,
I'm not going to stick to it.
Cut. Double cut. Hush up, you fellows, for goodness sake. Is that all you two secretaries have to say?
Well, I guess so.
That's all. Well, then, here is my decision. Go pack your things, Squalid. You're coming home with me.
Home with you? Wait a minute. Didn't we just do that squalid thing?
Oh, yes, I think we did. Well, about these dollar bills, why not let them... why not let the Marines bathe them in the surf?
Now, wait a minute, will you, Mr. President? Look, you're confused, you know. We're talking about the Army and Navy now.
Oh, yes. Now, as I see it, the question is, what shall we do about this soldier who took the Navy's battleships and shot his mother-in-law in the surf? But where do the dollar bills come in?
Mr. President, please, will you? The issue at... coughing?
Yes.
The issue at present is, should the Army be obliged to wash the Navy's battleships?
Well, how many battleships have we now?
Now, let's see, just a second.
Oh, you're in again.
Yes.
All right.
How many battleships have we?
Yeah.
And the position was, we have one battleship.
One battleship. That's very good. Now, Secretary of War, how many men in our Army?
How many men? Wait till I look at my calendar here, Mr. President. Oh, yes, here we are, our Army. 12 men.
Let's see. Let's see, 12 men in one battleship. That makes 13, It's an unlucky number.
Yes, what'll we do?
There's only one thing we can do.
Well, what's that?
Go pack your things. I have a little job for you, Squalid.
Now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys offer their novel arrangement of the old favorite, Oh, Miss Hannah.
Oh, Miss Hannah, ain't you coming out tonight? The mockingbird am singing and the moon am shining bright. The roses am a-nodding and swaying in the breeze. Put on your Sunday go-to-meeting clothes and come along, please. Can't you hear the banjo strum? Can't you hear the banjo strum? Can't you hear the fiddle score? Can't you hear the fiddle score? Can't you see the folks a-dancing in the old odd fella's hall? We'll go strolling down the levee. We'll go strolling by the light of the moon. By the silvery moon, listen to the fiddle and the mockingbird tune. Oh, Miss Hannah, the cotton fields them white as snow. Way out on the levee, I can hear the steamboats flow. The music and the moonlight has got me in a trance. Oh, Lordy me, Miss Hannah, let's go to that dance. Let's go to that dance. We were sailing along on Moonlight Bay. We could hear the darkies singing. They seemed to say, sweet Miss Hannah, oh, Miss Hannah, ain't you coming out tonight? Don't you know the mockingbird am a-singing and the moon am shining bright? The roses am a-nodding and swaying in the breeze. Put on your Sunday go-to-meeting clothes and come along. Come along. Come along, Miss Hannah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And thank you, boys. Say, if you fellas don't think I'm muscling in on your territory, I'd like to sing a little song myself.
Why, Harry.
Oh, I know. It's a little out of character, Colonel, but I'm just in the mood for it. Well, would you give me a chord, Carl, on the... Me, yeah. All right, go. Take a number from 1 to 2, double it, and add your uncle. That's how happy you make me when I'm blue. Poopy-doo.
Hey, wait, Harry.
What's the matter?
Wait just a minute. What's going on here?
Oh, I don't know. I sort of felt I wanted to do my bit toward making everyone feel good, that's all.
Well, Harry, I think you could do it better without singing.
Oh, I get it, Bud. You mean that friendly word of advice for those days when you feel logy and half sick and under the weather. Well, won't you remember, ladies and gentlemen, the two things usually cause that under-par feeling. Waste in the body and acid in the system. Two things you can get after very quickly and pleasantly with the aid of Salopatica. Just do this.
Put 2 teaspoonfuls of Salopatica in a glass of water and drink it.
Because Salopatica is the mineral salt laxative that not only removes waste from the body, but also helps nature combat acidity, helping you feel your old normal self again. So many physicians recommend it that more and more people every day are remembering Salopatica for the smile of health.
Well, Colonel, you know, we have an important interview tonight with a man. That is, I have. Why don't you go backstage now for a while and rest, huh?
All right, Bud, I will. Who's the guy you're going to interview?
He's sitting right down there. Now, run along, Colonel, like a good boy. Well, you can come up now, Mr. Stooplump.
Hello, Bud, and everybody.
Hello there, Mr. Stooplump. Look, would you mind telling the folks your whole name before I begin asking you all the questions?
Oh, no, not at all. My full name is Annual Q Stooplump.
Uh-huh. Well,
Pretty simple.
Yeah, pretty simple. I understand that you qualify for one of our little-known men of industry. What do you do for a living?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Well, I work at a restaurant. I unlump potatoes.
Oh, I see.
Sometimes people call it de-lump or dislump, but I call it unlump. It makes a very nice thing of it.
Yes,
unlumping taking all the...
Yes, I should think it would, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're the fella, then, who's responsible for the nice, smooth, creamy mashed potatoes we get in restaurants.
You sat down.
Uh-huh. Look, how did you happen to get onto a job like that? I mean, what prompted you to become a mashed potato unlumper?
Well, I heard a fella say once, I hope you get lumps in your mashed potatoes, and it got me to thinking.
Do tell.
Oh, do tell yourself.
Yeah.
And that expression has had such a wide following ever since that there is quite a demand for unlumpers.
Oh, yeah.
I am the head unlumper. I got several men working under me like
Well, isn't that interesting?
Oh, I just take care of the great big lumps.
Oh, the great big
Yeah, my assistants, they take care of the little teensy-weensy lumps. I sit there with a big dish of mashed potatoes in front of me looking like anything for a lump. And when I find a big one, I unlump it. Sometimes I just sit there and dream. I dream.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Oh.
There's nothing like sitting dreaming in front of a nice dish of mashed potatoes. Is there, Mr. Stooplump?
Oh, I don't know. I never went into that very much into the
Look,
taste.
wait a minute. When you sit there dreaming, what do you dream about?
Oh, a lot of things. I guess the lumps of mashed potatoes have gotten me to think of many other things I'd like to smooth out. Every time I see anything with a bump in it, I feel like getting right to work on it and smoothing it out.
You do, huh?
Smooth.
Yeah.
I've often wanted to get Stoopnagel off the town hall show.
Yeah, well, quiet, Mr. Bumpnagel. The colonel's right outside the door there. Now, look, tell me, what do you use to unlump mashed potatoes?
Oh, sort of a hammer thing. When I see a big lump, I just take a good look at it. I tee it up a bit on some more potatoes, get my stance, and then swing at it. Once I made the sink in one shot.
Well, that's wonderful.
Usually, though, I bring my hammer down on it with a resounding thwack. And sometimes there aren't any potatoes left in the bowl. But anyway, they don't have any lumps either. And sometimes there isn't any bowl left either.
Yeah, I see.
Sometimes I go right through the table.
Yeah, well, now, look, it's not necessary to go into that.
Yeah, sometimes I go right through the kitchen floor and come out of the cellar.
Yeah, but
Why,
look.
once I went through the
Now,
cellar
look, just a minute, Mr. Hunt. Look, will you? You're going a little bit too far. I mean, there's a limit to everything.
I went through the cellar floor and right on through the tourists to China.
Yeah, I understand.
It was wonderful in China. I learned to speak Chinese.
Yeah,
One day when I was walking along the street in Shanghai, a fella came up to me, a restaurant owner he was, and he said, "Hey, can you unlump potatoes? You know, fong. And I said, "Yes, I think I can." That's how I started. I understood the chap Chinese.
Yeah.
I unlumped potatoes for him for quite a while. So one day I was unlumping a great big lump, and I hit it so hard I went right through the bowl and the table and the floor and the cellar floor and right through to America.
Right through to America.
Oh.
Yeah, to the town hall program, I suppose.
America, I love you.
Yeah, look. How does it seem to be back in America again?
Huh?
I say, how does it seem to be back in
Oh,
America?
in America again. What do you mean? I've never been anywhere else.
Well, wait a minute. You just said you'd been in China.
Yeah, I guess I must have been dreaming in one of my mashed potatoes again.
Yeah, good night, Mr. Stupid.
Good night, Bud.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours playing a special arrangement of Stormy Weather. Now, Colonel Stoopnagle and Bud present another of their popular burlesques of radio. Colonel?
Yes, tonight we have chosen that very fine and universally known show called Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. And I'm going to give you our version of it with the kind permission of the sponsor. But, of course, in the 25th century, things are different than in the 20th century, what with all the inventions and stuff which have been invented meanwhile. People float around through the air with the greatest of ease. And they have rocket motors and disintegrators and paralysis rays and psychic restriction rays and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, what is a psychic restriction ray, Colonel?
Then they have a gyrocosmic relativitator and an electro-hypno-mentalophone, too.
Hey, Colonel, what is a psychic restriction ray?
Didn't your mother ever tell you anything? Well, anyway, in just a minute, we will transport you to the 25th century. But meanwhile, I want Harry to give a short resume of the characters in the cast. Bud and I, of course, will take all the parts ourselves, as usual, just to make the thing more confusing. Harry Von Zell.
Thank you, Colonel. The characters in this drama are Buck Rogers.
I think that's enough, Harry. Thank you very much. Now, on with the show. Buck Rogers in the
Fifth, Colonel, fifth.
In the 25th inning.
Well, it certainly looks as though Buck and Wilmer are on the spot tonight. Their headlong dash through space in Traxel's molecular propulsion ship was indeed a headlong dash through space in Traxel's molecular propulsion ship. Anyway, here they are in a room of the Hidden City's palace, awaiting a visit by the so-called great leader. Let's join them.
We go.
500 years into the furniture.
No, wait a minute, Harry. That word is future, not furniture, you know.
Excuse me, Lily. 500 years into the future.
Well, Wilma, here we are behind the 8-ball again.
Yes, Buck. Yes, here we are, all right. How's the molecular propulsion ship?
How's the what?
The molecular whatchamacallit.
Okay, Wilma. Except at any minute now, I expect the great leader to do something terrible to us.
No, Buck. Buck, not that. Not that great leader, Buck, with that smooth-running disintegrator of his.
Listen, Wilma. Do you hear anything, Wilma?
I'm not quite sure, John. Buck.
What's that shadow lurking in the offing there, and what's he lurking for?
Buck!
Why, here I am, Wilma. It is I who are holding your hand.
No, who am holding my hand? Would be better English, Buck.
Yes, but who is that creature lurking in the shadows?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Come out of there, you. And if you're the great leader, mind well, or I shall jolly well blow your head off with this... I can't pronounce that, Wilma.
Disintegrator.
Oh, disintegrator. Come out, I say, or I shall shoot. Come out. Say, who's in there anyway?
Ain't nobody in here but us chickens.
Well, thank goodness. I guess I must have been dreaming, Wilma. But we must get on. We have no time to tarry. Time's a-wasting. Eyes a-mugging. Come along, Wilma. We must explore this cave farther. Shall we walk or ride?
No, let's take a cab, Buck.
Taxi! A taxi! Oh, taxi!
Where to, sir?
The Onyx Club, driver, and we're in a hurry. Will you have another, Wilma?
No, I guess one more won't hurt me, Buck.
The same, waiter. I wonder if the great leader is here, Wilma.
Oh, of course he is, Sidney. That's he with the baton there, leading the orchestra.
Do you suppose he sees us? Oh, yes, he does. He spied us. What'll we do, Wilma?
Oh, sit still and wait. Maybe he doesn't recognize us, Buck.
If he so much as makes one single move toward us, you put on this non-recoil energy projector, take my hand, and we'll de-energize the whole joint.
Buck, he's coming this way. Oh, quick. Give me the non-recoil energy projector or whatever it is. Quick.
Here, Wilma, put it on. No. No, your arms go through here.
Through here?
Yes, and they come out here.
Oh, yeah.
Quick now, here we go.
Well, that was a mighty close call for our hero and heroine, wasn't it? That ends episode number 2 of tonight's thrilling Buck Rogers in the 25th Century drama. As we pass to episode number 3, we find Buck and Wilma again in the cave, several hundred feet underground. There is a peculiar odor in the cave, which Buck immediately recognizes. Here they are.
Buck.
Yes, Wilma. Never fear, I am by your side.
What's that peculiar odor?
I don't know, Wilma. Maybe it's fresh air.
But the announcer said you immediately recognized it, Buck.
Well, then, it's that deadly ammonia calcium nitrate ether gas. Do you suppose the great leader is trying another of his dastardly stunts on us again?
Oh, it might be, Buck, it might be. In fact, it seems a little hard to breathe in here.
Yes, Wilma, you're right.
Yes.
It is a little hard to breathe. In fact, it's very hard indeed to breathe.
Yes.
In fact, it's very, 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 very difficult to breathe.
Yes.
You don't think it might be Killer Kane, do you, Wilma?
Do you feel sort of Duffy, Buck?
Yes, I do.
More than usual, Buck?
Yes, I do.
And that's some dopey, then, believe me, Buck.
Now, come on. Get up on your feet. We've got to fight against the effect of that ray. If you don't, it'll put you in a hypnotic trance.
Well, I'm fighting it all I can, Buck. But I don't want to.
Oh, if Dr. Hewer were only here.
Oh, yes. If Dr. Hewer were only here. Maybe that is he now. Come in. Why, it is. Hello, Dr. Hewer.
Hi-ho, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. R.E. Huer.
Thank you, Mr. Valley. I have received many letters asking me to say a few words about lack of sleepiness. Lack of sleepiness comes from two sources: lack of vitamin R in the bloodstream, overabundance of vitamin Q in the left lung, and several other things which I am not now at liberty to divulge.
Thank you, Dr. Huer. Now, the next guest on our program tonight needs no introduction to the radio audience. They are Buck and Wilma of the Buck Rogers and the 25th Century program. A pleasure indeed to introduce Buck and Wilma.
Yes. Where were we, Wilma?
Being very dopey on account of the hypnotic effect of that hypnotic ray, Buck.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
We must get out of this place. We must get out of
Yes.
this place.
We must.
Oh.
Yes, you can get out of anything in radio.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah. Let's see if Hattie Van Zell can get us out. Oh, Hattie.
Yes, Buck? Wilma. Why, but it's awfully something in here.
Hattie, get the orchestra to play, will you? Will you please, Hattie?
Here in the cave?
Yes, here in the thing.
Hey, Pete Van Steeden, play something. Quick!
Okay, Harry. If the boys can withstand the hypnotic ray, 1, 2, 3.
Well, Buck, the great leader got everybody.
Oh, yes. Yes, Wilma, he even got Ben Steeden. He got everybody but you and I. We must be out of here and ready for next week's episode.
Yes, sir, we won't get our check.
Or we won't get our check.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We now bring you what the Colonel quaintly describes as the individual weather forecast. Although tomorrow might be a bright, sunny day, you may not want any part of it, because your personal weather report may be full of dark clouds that promise a stormy day. Like this.
Oh, woke up feeling terrible, lost my glasses, missed my train. Oh, what a day this is going to be.
Well, now, if that's the way any of you start off the day tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, will you take a friendly suggestion and do this? Just put 2 teaspoonfuls of Salapatica in a glass of water and drink it. Because that grouchy, logy, dull feeling is so often caused by 2 things: wastes in the body and acid in the system. And Salapatica is ideal to take then for this reason.
Salapatica is the mineral salt laxative that does 2 important things. It removes waste from the body, and it also helps nature combat acidity.
So if you just try Salapatica, it will more than do its part to keep you feeling fit and alert. So that rain or shine, your weather report will read like this.
Oh, what a day. Sure, I've got a lot of work to do, but I feel swell.
So remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ladies and gentlemen, Town Hall tonight continues immediately following your station announcement. The Town Hall Amateur Contest. Once again, we bring to the stage of Town Hall another group of aspiring young amateurs ready to compete in our weekly contest. Colonel Stoopnagle and Bud will play host for our guests, but let's start them off right with a real Town Hall reception. Now we're all ready for the contest. You and our studio audience are the judges, and your applause, which will be recorded on our mechanical sound recording machine, will decide the winners of the first prize of $50 in cash and the second prize of $25 in cash. All right, now here's Bud to introduce our first guest tonight.
Thank you, Harry. Standing before me, number 1 tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Carl Mancuso from Brooklyn. Welcome to New York, rather here to Town Hall, too, I might say. Carl, you're a baritone, and what are you going to sing tonight?
You're not the kind.
You're not the kind of a girl, is that the tune?
That's right.
Oh, thanks. Well, the Colonel used to be a baritone before he took up organ playing, and I want him to come in here and say just a few words to you, if you don't mind.
How are you, Carl? Ladies and gentlemen, before we go on with these amateurs of ours tonight, I just want to reiterate what I said before, and that is that we are still firm believers in the fact that people have more fun than anybody. And we want this to... what'd you say, Bud?
Alan will be back in 2 weeks.
Yes, I see. Well, yes, Fred will be back in 2 weeks, and he promises not to say that. Now, tonight I'm going to inject, before we go into the first amateur here with his number, I'm going to inject a little note of sadness in our show. I have written a poem. A little poem which is my thought for the day. It's called Mother. When you're asleep, you sleepyhead, and tucked all cozy in your bed, who comes to your bedside with quiet tread? Your second cousin on your father's side. When you are sad and feeling blue and no one cares a whit for you, who makes things right? I ask you, who? Your second cousin on your father's side. When you're feeling awfully sad and nothing seems to make you glad, who offers to help you? Your dear old dad? I don't know. Carl Mancuso.
Yeah?
How old are you, please?
19.
19. And did you graduate from high school over there in Brooklyn?
That's right.
Well, you looked as though you played football. I bet you did, too, didn't you?
That's right.
How did you make out? Were you on the team? Did you play several years?
Played 1 year until I broke something.
Oh, really? You broke something else, or?
I broke something on my body.
Oh, that's too bad.
Bone.
How did you come by your voice? Have you had lessons or anything?
I don't know. I never took a lesson in my life.
You didn't? Is that so? Well, Uncle Jim says you're a grand singer, and I believe it. Well, you go right ahead, please.
Oh, you're not the kind of a girl for a boy like me. 'Cause I'm just a song and a dance. You're a symphony. To think that you never would doubt me. Well, I'm telling you, you'd be much better off without me. 'Cause I'm just the kind of a boy who could never play fair. And you're just the type of girl who would always be square. It's so hard to let you go, but it's only because I know that you're not the kind of a girl or a boy like me.
Thank you very much. From Brooklyn, New York, Carl Mancuso, baritone, who sang You're Not the Kind of a Girl for a Boy Like Me. And now from New York City, Ralph, how are you? What's your last name?
Kramer.
Ralph Kramer. From New York? What part of New York, Ralph?
86 is Broadway.
86 and Broadway.
Yes.
And Ralph is standing here completely equipped with a cello. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, the Colonel, you know, is an organist. I don't know what the connection is, but he wants to say a few words to you, if you don't mind. Come in.
Ralph, I understand that you're 16 years old. Is that true? And where were you born and raised?
I was born in Germany.
In Germany?
Yes.
Well, ich wünsche dir ein fröhliche Weihnachten.
Same to you.
Huh?
Same to you.
Ah, he understood it, too, and that's just plain everyday Buffalo High School German, that business of mine there. Listen, is it as hard studying in Germany as it is here in the United States?
Well, the system of schools is very much different. In Germany, after you come out of school, you got the whole day free, but here they give you so much homework after school that The school starts after you come out.
Well, that's all right. You're going to play a cello. I have a little definition here for cello. I don't know how good it is. I just thought it up now. I got to read it from this card that I thought it up with. It says a cello is a violin that had the same chance as a bass viol but didn't. I don't know about that. Well, anyway, Ralph Kramer's going to be accompanied at the piano by Albert Arcus. Go right ahead, please.
And you're playing Ralph the Bumblebee, is that right? Go right ahead.
That's the Bumblebee practicing. Thank you very much. Ralph Kramer of New York City, celloist playing the Bumblebee. And now also from New York City, the young lady Molly Owens. Welcome to Town Hall, Molly. Blues singer. Incidentally, we understand that you attended the University of Syracuse.
Yes, I did.
Well, the Colonel's brother has a very warm spot for the University of Syracuse. Will you come in and explain that, Colonel, please?
Yes, Molly. My brother's wife, I think, went to the University of Syracuse, and she belonged to Alpha Phi, she calls it. Is that true?
Yeah.
What's that Phi business? Isn't that Phi? Shouldn't that be Phi?
Well, it should be. They just like to be different.
They don't understand. I see. Because
they're very ignorant.
Well, when I went to college, I belonged to Alpha Delta Phi, and if we ever called it Alpha Delta Phi, I don't know what had happened. They'd turn over and there's something or other. Anyway. But I understand that you like journalism, Molly.
Yeah, quite well.
You do? You're interested in it? I mean, do you do any writing?
Yes, I try to.
Uh-huh.
Very unpublished.
Very unpublished, eh? There's just one other thing I want to ask you. Who are your favorite movie stars? I'm always interested in finding out. This is a very lovely-looking young lady, ladies and gentlemen. I'm anxious to know who she likes best in the movies. Who do you like best?
Well, I like John Barrymore and Robert Taylor. I think Robert Taylor's prettier, though.
Yes, he is. Have you seen Bud?
Oh, well, I've never seen him in the movie.
All right, go right ahead then, Molly. Shoeshine Boy.
That's why they call me Shine. Whoa, Shoeshine Boy, you work hard all day. Shoeshine Boy, you've got no time to play. Every nickel helps, so Lord. So shine, shine, shoeshine boy. You find joy in each thing you do. Shoeshine boy, you're seldom ever blue. You're content with what you've got, with what you've got. Oh, shine on, shoeshine boy. People look at you with scorn, 'cause your clothes are worn and torn, but you never whine. Walking up and down the street, asking everyone you meet, oh, brother, can you spare a dime? Oh, shine, shoeshine boy, soon a day will come La-da-da-da-da-da, la-da-do-your-hum. Keep on getting nickels, and you'll be a millionaire. So keep on shining, shoe shine, boy, oh shine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Molly Owens of New York City, a blues singer who sang Shoeshine Boy. And now standing before me, Richard McLaughlin, an imitator from Providence, Rhode Island. Welcome to Town Hall,
Welcome to
Mr.
Town Hall,
McLaughlin. The Colonel has a couple of words he wants to say to you, if you don't mind.
How do you do?
Hi, hello.
Uh-huh.
Now, I understand that you're going to announce your own imitations. Is that right?
Yes, oh, yes. Oh, dear, yes.
Very good. Well, you go right ahead, Richard, and thank you.
Well, the first imitation is a cricket. The next imitation is a rooster. The next is a dog barking. And the next we have some static. The next is a motorboat. The next is a hen. The final imitation is a horse.
Thank you very much. Richard McLaughlin of Providence, Rhode Island, an imitator who announced, of course, his various imitations. And now from Laurelton, Long Island, Gene Sykes. Gene, nice having you here in Town Hall.
Thank you.
Lyric soprano, and you're going to sing a little song that we haven't heard in a long, long time. I'll Carry You in My Pocket. Is that right?
Right.
Well, that's fine. Colonel, come here and say hello to Gene, will you?
Hello, Gene. I understand we haven't got very much time. We've got to hurry a little bit here. I understand you're 18 years old, born in Brooklyn, vocal lessons 2 years, ambitious to become a great singer. Your granduncle, Jerome Sykes, was a star in Grand Opera 30 years ago. Favorite stars, Lily Pons, Helen Hayes. Lily Pons, Helen Hayes. Goodbye.
All right, Gene, you go right ahead. The piano's all ready.
Would you be surprised if I told you a secret? It's been going on since I first met you. Would you be surprised if I told you I love you? That I keep you with me all the whole day through. I have you in my pocket, in the locket of gold. There you remain till the sun grows cold. I take a little look each morning, and I take a little look each night, just to see if you're all right. I have such a tender feeling, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but when I look at you, dear, it's just like a lovely song. So I carry you in my pocket, in a locket of gold. There you remain till
Thank you very much. Gene Sykes of Laurelton, Long Island, a lyric soprano who sang I'll Carry You in My Pocket. Incidentally, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, the Colonel and I want to extend our best wishes to Uncle Jim Harkins, who's the vice president in charge of the amateurs on the town hall, who's opening with his own amateur unit in Boston, Massachusetts at the Metropolitan Theater this Friday. And now, standing before me...
That's a peachy theater, too.
Yeah, it certainly is a peachy, yeah. Andy Kennedy, a spoon player from New York City. Colonel, will you come in here and tell what Andy's going to do?
Andy, where do you come from, please? I mean, originally.
Come from Orange, New Jersey.
Orange, New Jersey. And I understand that you used to work as a busboy.
That's right.
One time when you used to drop spoons, carry them around and drop them.
That's
right. How did that work out? I mean, how'd you learn to...
Why, I kept dropping spoons till I got fired, and it seems that every time I dropped them, I seemed to get music out of them, so the rhythm.
Well, isn't that interesting? And you saw war service with what division?
27th Division.
27th? Well, I must have been right next door. I was in the 28th Division. That's pretty old. Fred Allen's coming next couple of weeks. Well, and then after you got through with the war, I understand that you were on the stage in You Know Me, Al, that Grand War place.
Yes, that's right.
And played before King George and President Wilson. Now you go right ahead, will you please, with your spoon playing? Of course, is it true what they say about Dixie? That concludes our amateur contest for tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and during the few seconds we're in consultation with our applause machine to get the winners you've chosen, we leave you in the very capable company of the man who was born with a silver tongue in his mouth, Harry Von Zell.
So we hope sincerely, ladies and gentlemen, the Town Hall tonight has brought you another happy hour of smiles. In return, won't you remember the two products that make these Wednesday evenings possible? The two products that will bring you two other kinds of smiles. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. All right, now, Colonel and Bud, have you got the results ready?
Right here, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, our applause meter shows that your applause has been heaviest for the two acts that have been called back to the stage. Now, as we call the names of these amateurs, Harry will hold his hand over their heads, and you may applaud once again for your choice. All right, Bud, proceed.
All right, first, the young man, the fellow who is so adept with the spoons, who played Is It True What They Say About Dixie, Andy Kennedy. And next, from New York City, the cello player who played Bumblebee, Ralph Kramer. Well, what does the applause machine say now, Colonel?
Well, Bud, the first prize of $50 in cash goes to Andy Kennedy, the spoon player. And it also says that the second prize of $25 in cash goes to Ralph Kramer of New York City. Congratulations to you both, and congratulations to the rest of you on a good performance.
Hold it just a minute, Peter. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to try to get some information on what Soup, Nagel, and Bud are going to do next week.
Yeah, what are we going to do next week, Colonel?
Well, I'll tell you, let's decide right now.
All right, Colonel, I think we're going
I don't know. I think
All right, hands up, you guys. This is a stick-up.
Hey, what do you mean? Hey, Colonel, the guy's got a gun.
All right, keep your dukes up now. Where's your dough?
All right, but just a minute. I'll keep my hands up. Hey, Bud, this reminds me. Let's do a burlesque of gangbusters next week.
Say, that's a swell idea, Colonel. Gangbusters.
Say, is you guys going to do a gangbusters next week?
Yeah.
Oh, goody. Hey, Ma! Mama, they're going to do gangbusters next week.
town hall doors for tonight, ladies and gentlemen, until next Wednesday, when we invite you to join us again for another happy hour of smiles in the old town hall. Good night.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Last week, our daughter-in-law Nancy had us over for spaghetti dinner. Well, it was not bad. Even my husband Angelo liked it. Then I found out it was ragu spaghetti sauce from a jar. Well, before I could say anything, Nancy told me it's made from the same things I put in my own sauce, like ripe tomatoes, Romano cheese, spices, herbs. This week I made ragu sauce, and it's better than Nancy's, huh?
Ragu spaghetti sauce. That's Italian.
I ain't going up that hill. No way.
Off-road is fun, but sometimes you run into an obstacle that only a true four-wheel drive vehicle can handle.
A Jeep CJ will give it a try.
The Jeep CJ, built rugged, tough, and tailor-made for terrain like this. It's easy to see the Jeep CJ was born and bred for four-wheeling. And there's even options like automatic transmission and a hardtop. Top that.
That was fun.
The Jeep CJ. We wrote the book on four-wheel drive.
Hey, number one, you're the number one girl on the block. Did you take your one a day, girl?
One a day plus iron every day.
Hey, number one, you're the number one girl on the team. Did you take your one a day, girl?
Every day. One little yellow tablet a day helps replace the iron you lose every month with the exact amount of iron most women should have every day and 10 essential vitamins.
Hey, number one, you're the number one girl in his life. Did you take your one a day, girl?
Every day.
Hey, number one, did you take your one a day, girl?
When virus flu hits, you need more than a simple cold remedy. Viromed relieves every major virus flu misery. Look, the leading cold remedy and Viromed relieve nasal congestion. But Viromed has extra flu medicine to help relieve coughing, headache, minor throat pain, chills and fever, even flu's achy muscles. Viromed relieves every major virus flu misery so you feel better all over. Viromed, tablets or liquid, with extra flu medicine to relieve every major...
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Millions of Americans are now crowding our highways, pushing and impatient to get the most out of this weekend. The hundreds of highway deaths and thousands of highway injuries can be avoided, provided that every single motorist does his bit. That bit means driving safely and sanely all the time. There's positively no excuse for excess speed. By observing all speed limits, you'll get to your destination almost as soon, whereas if you speed, you may never get there. Just as important is the necessity of paying strict attention to traffic signs and those white lines on the highway. They were put there for your protection. Never pass unless you're absolutely certain it's safe, that the road is clear ahead. Never pull out of line, slow up, stop, or turn without first looking in your mirror, then signaling clearly well ahead. And don't be afraid to give the other fellow the right of way. If you let him go, you won't crash into him. At all times, drive with caution and courtesy. You'll live longer.
It had been a long, hard ride to Fort Larned, and as it turned out, a useless one. The prisoner, Colonel Matthews, had been holding for me, died before I could get there, so I spent the night at the fort and then started back for Dodge the next morning. The trip back was more pleasant. A breeze from the Rockies swept across the high plains, and it was cool for the first time in weeks. And now, camped for the night, just a day's ride out of Dodge, I was looking forward to a bath and a shave at Mr. Teeter's. I must have been asleep for some time when a sound awakened me. Somebody was standing just outside the circle of light cast from the dying fire. All right, hold it. Now, you raise your hands and you walk in here slow. Keep coming. Right up to the fire. Now, just stand it. Is there anybody with you?
No, I'm alone. Please, mister, I didn't mean any harm.
What are you doing here?
I was hungry. Thought maybe I could get some food.
Well, I might have shot you.
I'm awful hungry, mister. I've been sitting out there watching your fire. I thought you were asleep.
Well, there's some side meat in that fry pan. It's cold, but you can have it if you want.
Thank you, mister.
You really were hungry, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
What did you eat last?
This morning, just before I ran away.
Ran away?
That's right. I ran away from home.
I see. What's your name?
Trudy. Trudy Trent.
Well, where is it, Trudy? Your home.
About 40 miles from here. What's your name?
Dillon, Matt Dillon. I'm the U.S. Marshal in Dodge.
Dodge. That's right where I'm headed.
Now, look, Trudy, Dodge is a long way from here, a whole day's ride. Don't you think you better ride back home tomorrow and think about this a little? Your parents are going to be a little worried.
That's just me and Pa, Marshal. And I sure ain't going back to him.
He's probably out looking for you right now.
Pa? He gets drunk almost every night. Ain't likely he's out riding around on the prairie.
I see.
He's about the most terrible man ever lived, Marshal. I could tell you things he done to me you wouldn't believe. You want to hear?
Look, Trudy, a lot of kids don't always get along with their pa.
I'm not a kid, Marshal. I'm old enough. I've been old enough a long time.
Look, you're going back home in the morning, and I'm going to ride with you to make sure you get there.
Don't you like me, Marshal?
Sure I like you, Trudy, but you're still going home.
Don't make me go back there. Please. I'll do anything you want. But please don't make me go back.
I got a blanket for you. You can sleep with the fire.
Marshal, please.
Look, Trudy, whether you think so or not, you're still just a kid, and I'm taking you home in the morning. In the morning, I awakened to a clear, warm day, but the blanket I'd given to Trudy lay crumpled and empty on the ground. For a minute, I thought she'd run off. Then I heard splashing from the other side of the willows. She was taking a swim. A few minutes later, she was out, dressed, and we were breaking camp.
It was wonderful, Marshal. You should have tried it.
You ready to ride?
You're mad at me.
Trudy, you had something to eat, you got some sleep, you had your swim, and now you're going home.
I changed my mind.
What?
I changed my mind. I'm not going home. I'm going to Dodge with you.
Now, look, Trudy.
Can you think of one good reason for not taking me to Dodge?
Now, Dodge is no place for a girl like you.
You still think I'm too young? Well, you just wait till you see me all dressed up. You won't think I'm too young then.
You belong at home, Trudy. Now, let's get mounted.
Marshal.
What?
If you want, you can marry me. You want to marry me?
It's not going to work, Trudy. I told you. You belong at home with your pa, and that's where you're going.
And you keep talking about how Dodge is no place for a decent girl.
We're wasting time. Let's go.
Well, there it is, Marshal. You can see we don't make out too good.
This is hard land, Trudy.
Any land's hard for Pa. He He had a pretty good farm once, but he left it.
Why?
He had to. The neighbors run him off for stealing stock. He told me about it one night when he was drunk. He laughed fit to kill. Marshal, will you stay the night and think about taking me away with you?
We'll see.
Come on. Let's go in and get this over with. Pa? Hey, Pa.
Hey, where'd you run off to, girl?
I guess you was worried some, huh?
You sass me and I'll fetch you a clout.
This is
On the
Marshal
head.
Dillon, Pa, from Dodge.
What you bringing the law out here for?
He brought me home, Pa.
You what?
I run away yesterday morning. Marshal brought me home.
I ought to tend you good, girl. Running off that way.
Worried about who'd do the chores, weren't you, Pa?
Now, don't you talk like that, girl. 'Cause I missed you. I missed you something fierce.
I'll bet you did.
I worried so much that I didn't hardly eat nothing.
But you sure been drinking enough, though.
Hey, Marshal, don't you pay her no mind. She's my little girl, and I care a whole heap for her.
Listen to him. Don't it make you sick, Marshal?
I'll spend the night like you asked, Trudy. Now I better take care of the horses.
What's this about spending the night?
I asked him to, Pa.
Well, for? We don't need him around here.
And I'll tell you something else. Tomorrow I'm riding to Dodge with him to stay.
You're what?
I'm leaving you, Pa, for good and all.
No, not hardly you ain't.
Don't you hit me, Pa.
Now, look, Mr. Trent.
Marshal, I'll tell you true. You take her away, I'll come to Dodge. I'll tell people what you done. A young girl like that.
Why don't we wait and talk about all this later, huh? When you're sober?
Well, I don't know as I aim to get sober. But I know one thing for sure. You ain't taking Trudy away.
Never mind him, Marshal. You go take care of the horses. I'll find something for supper.
Drunk or sober, I'll say just one thing. Just don't mess with me and my Trudy. Just don't mess.
Don't be a forest firebug. Remember, a careless match, cigarette butt, or campfire left to spread can do more than destroy valuable timber acreage. It can lay waste to private property, wipe out homes, animal life, and human life as well. One cigarette butt thrown from the window of your car, if the wind is right, can lay waste to what nature took hundreds of years to build. CBS Radio and its affiliated stations offer this reminder. When fire saps America's natural wealth by one forest's potential value, our nation is worth that much less in the marketplace of the world. Don't burn out our great heritage. Take every precaution in or near the woods.
The Trent farm wasn't much of a place, inside or out. The front room where we ate was just a broken stove, a couple of bunks, and burlap hung over the two unglass windows. Supper was some boiled greens and sheep herder's bread, which Asa used to sop up his plate.
You eat like a hog, Pa.
She's got a real sharp tongue, ain't she, Marshal?
Yeah, she can talk all right.
Yeah, she can do everything.
Sure. Cook, clean, fetch,
Yeah.
carry, feed the stock.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah, I taught her them things. Yeah, and a lot more.
I'll bet, and it's cheaper than hiring somebody, huh?
Even cheaper than getting married, ain't it, Pa? Because if you married, you'd have another mouth to feed, huh?
Ah, don't talk like that. No, you're my little girl. Hey, we have good times together, don't we?
It's a palace of joy, Pa.
Now, Trudy, girl.
You know how we celebrated Christmas, Marshal? Pa got drunk and set me on fire. I had to run out and roll in the snow or I'd have burned up. Then he wouldn't let me back in. I near froze to death.
And I'm going to go out to the barn, Get me another jug of whiskey. The one under the bed's empty. I'll get myself a...
Well, Marshal, what do you think now? Still think I shouldn't go into Dodge with you?
Is he always like that?
Not always. Right now, he's kind of on good behavior on account of you being here.
I see.
Dodge couldn't be worse than this, could it?
No, I guess not.
Then will you take me, please?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Honest?
Yeah, but your pa's going to make a fuss. There's going to be trouble.
You afraid of him?
No, it's not that. I just don't want anybody hurt.
Well, ain't I worth fighting for? Just a little?
Now, Trudy, I want you to get something straight. I'd do the same for anybody. Now, look, the first thing in the morning...
Pa, how long you been standing there?
Marshal, you can sleep in the barn.
Fine.
Yeah, you'll find a good spot right at the edge of the loft. You'll like it fine there. You'll sleep good, too.
The barn was warm and filled with a smell of sweet hay. As I drifted off to sleep, the figures of Trudy and her father turned and twisted in my mind. Then suddenly I was awake again, wide awake, because somebody was moving toward me across the barn floor. For a moment I thought it was Trudy, and then I saw the rifle in his hand.
Hold it, Trent. Die, blast you.
Asa. Asa.
Pa? Where are you, Pa? Marshal?
In the barn, Trudy.
What happened? Did he shoot you?
No.
I heard him get up and go out, and I followed as soon as I could. Is he dead?
Yeah.
You shouldn't have tried it.
Trudy, I'm sorry.
Don't be. He had it coming.
You go on back to the house. It'll be dawn in an hour. I got some work to do here.
I ain't going to stay on this rotten farm now, Marshal. That's for sure.
You get your things together, Trudy. We'll leave for Dodge as soon as it's light. Just as the sun was breaking over the horizon, Trudy and I rode away from her father's ranch for the last time. She never once looked back, but I did. The roof sagging at one end, the boarded windows, the unwatered patch of corn, the makeshift barn. A small cross now stood over a stone-covered grave. It wasn't a hard place to leave. In Dodge, I told Kitty about the whole affair, and she promised to give the girl a hand. So she put Trudy to work in the Long Branch, said she could keep an eye on her that way.
Hello, Matt.
Hey, you're doing quite a business.
Yeah. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. Well, how's Trudy working out?
Oh, fine, I guess.
What do you mean, you guess?
It's a little soon to know yet. That girl's got a mind of her own.
Any trouble?
With her? No trouble. She's over there at the bar now, talking with Gar Klein.
Gar Klein?
Yeah, that nice-looking kid there.
Oh, who's he?
I don't know too much about him. Never used to come in here too much. I think maybe he's in love with Trudy.
In love?
What's the matter? You jealous?
I don't start that, Kitty.
Well, I know one thing. The girl's got quite a case on you.
She's just a kid. It won't last.
I don't know about that. A U.S. Marshal's a good catch for a girl.
She meets a lot of men here. Maybe she'll forget about it.
From what I can see, Gar doesn't let her meet many men. He's so jealous he won't let her out of his sight.
Yeah, I guess they're both pretty young.
Don't underestimate young love, Matt. Besides, this has been going on for 3 days now.
I saw you come in, Marshal.
How are you, Trudy?
Gar says he never met you.
Hello.
Marshal?
You new in town, Gar?
Gar hasn't been here much longer than I have, Marshal. But he's staying on. Ain't you, Gar?
Yes, I am.
Well, that's good.
I've been promised a job of work out at Emmett Bauer's place. Then when I'm able, I'm getting Trudy out of here.
Well, The Long Branch isn't that bad. I keep an eye on her when you're not around, Gar.
I thank you for that, Miss Kitty. But just the same, a girl like Trudy, she shouldn't have come here in the first place. She's not used to being around a saloon.
I guess you're right.
Like I say, it wasn't fitting to bring her here at all.
Now, don't talk like that. Marshall knew what he was doing. He wanted to bring me here. Didn't you, Marshall?
Well, I don't know as I had much choice.
But you did bring me. And now you're responsible for me.
No, he ain't. There's not any such thing. I'm the one who's responsible for you and me only. Now, you keep away from her, Marshall. You keep away from now on. Come on, Trudy.
Well, you see what I mean?
All I came in here for was a quiet drink. You know, the next time you better have Sam bring a bucket of beer down to my office.
Oh, it's not that bad, Matt. I'll tell you what. This time it's on the house, huh?
I guess I'm getting old, Kitty, but somehow it rubs the wrong way to be warned off by a youngster who's not dry behind the ears yet.
Yeah, he's just showing off, Matt.
And I hope you're right. Well, how about that drink, huh?
Hi, this is Dennis James with a longtime favorite. Yes, the longtime favorites are usually the best, aren't they? And one favorite folks have relied on over the years is Kellogg's All Brand. Since 1919, America's favorite natural laxative cereal. Kellogg's All Brand is the safe, gentle way to overcome irregularity caused by lack of bulk in your diet. It tastes good, too, and it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve constipation the way millions do with Kellogg's All Brand. ALL-BRAN. Yes, you're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. Try it, okay? Okay.
Yeah, come in.
Evening, Marshall.
Trudy, what are you doing here this time of night?
I came to see you.
Well, aren't you supposed to be working?
I asked Kitty for a few hours off. Said I was sick.
I see.
You haven't been to the Long Branch all night.
Well, I've been busy.
You don't seem very glad to see me.
Now, look, Trudy. Let's get this straight.
Marshall, I came here to tell you something.
What?
I just thought you ought to know now. I'm going to get married.
Well, that's fine.
To you.
Now, wait a minute. I thought you were talking about Gar Klein.
Gar? Why him?
Because he's in love with you. He got himself a job at Emmett Bowers so he could save enough money to marry you, get you a place.
Gar's just a fence-riding cowboy, and that's all he's ever going to be. I'm not going to marry a man like that. Like I said, I'm going to marry you.
Trudy, you're a foolish, romantic little girl, and I'm sure not about to get married to you or anybody else, not now or any time. Now, have you got that straight?
Little girl, am I?
You asked for
I'll
it.
teach you how to talk to a woman.
Stop it. Stop that. Take it. I said stop it. Now, you just calm down. You feeling better now?
I'll tell you how I feel. I'm going to tell everybody in Dodge you killed my pa, and then you ran off with me. How my pa tried to stop you, and you shot him dead and forced me to come with you.
Trudy, you listen to me. You don't really care about me at all. Now, you be honest with yourself. You just want to be a U.S. Marshal's wife. Isn't that right? Trudy, wait a minute. You try and do good for somebody, and this is what happens.
Mm-hmm. Matt, you look kind of tired.
What?
I say you look tired.
Oh.
Well, just like I've always told you, Chester, you can't burn the candle at both ends and not have it show.
Oh, she must be a handful, all right, huh, Doc?
Well, she's got Matt going all right. It's a sure sign something's in the wind when they won't even talk about it.
Yeah. Well, it even happened to me one time, Doc.
Yeah?
Back in Texas it was. Oh. And this little old gal, bless her heart, just wouldn't give me a minute's peace.
She must have been a ridge-running beauty.
Well, now, she wasn't too bad, Mr. John.
Say, you better get married, Matt. It's a whole lot easier on a man than all this courting.
I just hate to do this to you, gentlemen, but I'm going to have to leave. Don't forget my check when you leave, huh? Steak, eggs, and coffee. Thank you.
Matt, John. Matt.
Marshal.
Huh? Oh, Gar.
I've been looking for you.
Oh, what's the trouble?
I heard all about it.
All about what?
Trudy told me last night. She told me everything.
You been drinking?
Last night I was, but not now.
I see.
Last night, Trudy told me how you shot her paw so she could run off with her.
Now, wait a minute, Gar.
Now you got her here in Dodge, and you don't want her no more.
Gar, will you listen to me? Trudy's lying to you. You're a fool to believe all that talk.
I love her, Marshal, and she loves me. And I ain't gonna have you make sport of her.
I'm not trying to hurt her. I haven't said anything against her. Can't you see this is what she wants? She's trying to make you jealous, trying to get back at me for turning her down.
I'm gonna kill you, Marshal.
You better just go along, son. We can talk about this later.
Not hardly, Marshal.
Gar, don't be a fool.
This is for Trudy and what you done to her.
Gar.
Why don't you finish me off? Why don't you?
You're not hurt bad, son. You're going to be all right.
What in the world happened, Mr. John? Are you all right, Matt?
Yeah. Doc, see to this boy here, huh? And then Chester can take him over to the jail till he cools off.
Where are you going?
Down to the Long Branch. I'm going to have a talk with Trudy Trent.
I heard the shooting, Matt. What was it?
Gar Klein, but I'll tell you later. Right now, where can I find Trudy?
Well, it won't be too easy, I'm afraid.
Well, easy or not, I'm going to find her, and I'm going to run her out of town. Trudy's caused all the trouble she's going to around here.
She's already gone, Matt.
What?
What happened to Gar? Did you shoot him?
Yeah, but he'll be all right. What's this about Trudy?
Well, last night Gar was in here with Trudy, and she got him pretty drunk. From what I could tell, they were talking about you. Later, Gar passed out, and I had Sam put him in the back room to sleep it off. And that's when Trudy met the gambler.
Gambler?
Yeah, from St. Louis. He came in last night late, real late, on his way to San Francisco. Trudy was at loose ends, and she got to talking with him, and they left together just half an hour ago on the morning stage.
I see. I guess maybe he was a better catch than Gar Klein.
Well, he looked like he was pretty rich. Fancy clothes and all. So I suppose she figured he was. Better than you, too, since she finally figured out she'd never get you.
It's too bad about Gar. But I guess he was trying to do the right thing, at least the way he saw it.
Yeah.
Trouble is, she never really cared for him at all. He was fighting for just a lot of shadows.
Well, maybe that's better than not fighting for anything at all.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Kitty. I guess you're right.
Next time you refresh, enjoy a frosty, ice-cold Pepsi-Cola.
Sociability, Charlie.
All right, Kay, how's this? Pepsi is light, refreshes without filling. You like to refresh? Have a Pepsi right now.
We'll offer it to everybody, Charlie.
I will. Enjoy Pepsi at the fountain. It's delicious at home, too. Have one at lunch or with a snack.
Charlie.
At the beach or at dinner. Wherever you go, wherever you're thirsty, Pepsi is there.
It's here, too, in our Be Sociable song. Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
For the weekend, have plenty of Pepsi around. Pick up an extra carton today.
CK, I'm sociable.
With Pepsi, everyone is.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Norman Macdonald with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Eve McVeigh and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Orbit tastes so good, you won't believe it's sugar-free.
Orbit tastes great. The first time I tried it, I couldn't believe it was sugar-free. A lot of my customers tell me the same thing.
He's right. Orbit does taste great. I was surprised to find out it's sugar-free.
So were my kids. They really like the taste of sugar-free Orbit. And I like the fact that Orbit's made with only natural sweeteners. Tastes cool and refreshing, too.
Orbit tastes so good, you won't believe it's sugar-free. Get some soon and see for yourself.
We're 13.
People like you.
People like Baltimore. People like you. People like Carolyn. People like soft shell crabs and science labs. And joining the fleet. People like you. They like the Chesapeake. People like you. They like a winning streak. People like birds and colts and jars and jars. And making the future come true. People like you. We're 13.
Look at you. Beautiful. From your hair to your Fava leather boots. Specially priced at $30. Fava leather boots reflect your sense of fashion. Your smart way with money. Fava leather boots, just $30. Why pay $50 or more when good leather boots are just $30 at Fava? You and your Fava boots. Beautiful from every angle.
Now Ponderosa's salad bar has more variety than ever.
What's new today? Hello, my little chickpeas. Cool as a cucumber. Hot as a pepper. Beats me. 1,000 Island. This salad is mushroomy.
Every delicious steak dinner at Ponderosa includes getting carried away at our salad bar.
When you finish with that, you can go back for more.
Applause, applause for the more variety than ever salad bar at Ponderosa.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Do you know the reason why Jell-O today tastes richer, more thrillingly good than it ever has before? Well, it's all because of Jell-O's wonderful new process that locks in Jell-O's grand and glorious flavor. Yes, today, Jell-O gives you more of the richness that for over 40 years has made Jell-O America's favorite gelatin dessert. Because now this richness is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles to bring you extra enjoyment. Try all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: rosy pink strawberry, crimson raspberry, ruby red cherry, golden orange, sunny lemon, and emerald green lime. All of these tempting Jell-O flavors offer you bright, brilliant beauty and flavor that makes you think of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. Flavor that is locked in for your added pleasure. To prove how swell Jell-O's locked-in flavor really is, open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. Then dissolve the tiny Jell-O particles and notice how Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out in a rush of richness. Get Jell-O tomorrow in all 6 delicious flavors and thrill to the marvelous new delight of Jell-O's locked-in flavor.
Played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn back the clock and take you to the drugstore across the street from the NBC building here in Hollywood. The time is exactly 15 minutes before this broadcast. Take it away, drugstore.
Hurry up and order your sandwich, will you, Mary? We'll be on the air in a few minutes.
A sandwich?
Yes.
I'm a growing girl. I want meat and potatoes.
Well, all right, order a meat sandwich. And the potato chips here are very crispy.
Every Sunday we have to eat in the drugstore. Why don't you take me to the Brown Derby once in a while?
Mary, I'm not going into the Brown Derby until they hang my picture in the main dining room with the rest of the big movie stars. They can't treat me that way.
What do you mean?
Every time I want to see that drawing of myself, I've got to go in and wash my hands. Well, it's not right.
Oh, stop complaining. Say, Jack, look at this item on the menu. Jack Benny Special, 35 cents.
A Jack Benny Special? What is it?
A minute steak with a transfusion.
Oh, these soda jerks think they're so smart. Hey, Gilroy, what do I have to do to get a little service around here?
Take it easy, Blue Eyes. Hello, Mary. What'll it be?
I'll have a hot roast beef sandwich, mashed potatoes, lettuce and tomato salad, and apple pie with tutti frutti ice cream.
Mary, you haven't got time to eat all that.
Okay, don't toot the fruity.
Oh, save that stuff for the program. Say, Gilroy, I think I'll just have a cup of coffee and a donut.
A what?
A donut. One of those over there with the powdered sugar on it.
That's a plain donut. I forgot to dust them off this morning.
Oh, well, then never mind. Maybe I'll just have a cup of... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Mary.
Hello. Hey, Jack, get a load of Phil's slacks. They button on the side.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'll be darned. I put on a pair of Alice's.
Oh, my goodness. Why don't you open your eyes when you get up in the morning?
They're open, Jackson, but they don't work till noon.
No.
What'll it be, Twitch? Well,
smart guy. Give me a Phil Harris special.
Okay. One ham omelet. Put a wave in it.
Put a wave in it. It's the most egotistical thing I ever heard.
Here's your order, Mary.
Thanks. Oh, Jack, look who's down the other end of the counter. It's Virgil Reimer, our funny sound man.
That's what he thinks. Nobody speak to him. He's getting too fresh.
Hello, Virgil. What do you have?
Get long distance on the phone. I want a Denver sandwich.
Oh, he's so clever.
Say, Virgil, you sure got a lot of laughs at Camp Hahn last Sunday. You were the funniest thing on the Benny program.
Yeah, and imagine what I could do if old Poison Puss didn't hold me down.
Poison Puss. That's a fine way to talk about our sponsor.
He means you.
I know who he means. Wise guy.
No kidding, Virg. You're terrific. Do you get many fan letters?
I'll say. Remember that little poodle that used to run out and bring in my mail?
Yeah?
Well, I got a St. Bernard now.
That's positively the worst joke I ever heard.
I thought it was kind of cute.
Me too.
Yeah?
You know, Virgil, I thought you had a lot of fun working for Benny.
Fun? That old slave driver does everything but chase us across the ice.
Well, that's the last straw. Now, listen here, Virgil.
Oh, hello, Mr. Legree. Where's your whip?
Never mind the wisecracks. You get over to NBC and set up our props for the program. Now, scram.
See what I told you, Gil?
All right, get going, get going.
Hey, Virg, should I slip my malted Mickey?
You stay out of this.
Hey, where's my omelet? Here you are, Twitch. You want something to drink with it?
No, thanks. I'm on the wagon.
He never heard of coffee in the morning. Hurry up with mine, will you?
Say, Mr. Benny, I just got on the weighing machine, and how much do you think...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, I just got on the weighing machine, and how much do you think
how you feeling, kid?
All right, I guess.
Good, good.
I thought I had fallen arches for a while, but I wasn't pulling my socks up.
Oh, I see.
Thank heaven my girl can use those arch supporters I bought.
Why don't you buy them, Jack?
Because I don't need them. What makes you think I got flat feet?
Plop, plop, plop.
All right, young lady. Just for that, I'm not going to pick up your check today.
I can carry it over to the cashier myself.
I was going to pay it, too.
Say, Mr. Benny, I just got on the weighing machine and...
Yes?
How much do you think I weigh?
How much, Dennis?
141 pounds, stripped.
Stripped?
I took the scale in the phone booth.
Oh. Well, you better watch yourself, young man, huh?
And you know what else, Mr. Benny? When I put a penny in the machine, I got one of those little cards with my fortune on it.
Oh, your fortune, eh? What did it say, kid?
You're lucky you can sing.
Now, there's a machine that knows its business. Hey, Gilroy, where's my coffee? Did you send to Brazil for it?
Si, senor.
Smart Alec. I wouldn't even eat here if the Brown Derby wasn't so careless about where they hung my picture.
You ought to wash your hands here sometime.
Well, I'll be darned.
Hey, kids, you better snap into it. We're on the air in a few minutes.
Okay, Don.
See you later, Jackson. I'm going to run ahead and find out what my boys are going to play today.
What? You mean you don't know what numbers you're doing? Weren't you at rehearsal?
We didn't have a rehearsal. Frankie left the cards and chips home.
Oh.
See you in the joint, fellas.
Be right up. Oh, say, Don. Don, come here a minute, will you? Yeah? When you introduce me today, I wish you'd do me a favor and say I just started my new picture at Warner Brothers with Ann Sheridan.
Well, are you making a picture with Ann Sheridan?
Yes, and it might be on the program today. You know, it might be a nice subject to talk about. You know, inject a little romance.
What do you mean, romance? You're playing the part of her father, aren't you?
I had that out with the director, and I'm now her husband. My new role will be great for the picture.
It won't hurt the makeup business either.
All right. Now, don't forget, Don.
Warner Brothers, huh?
Yeah. Be with you in a second, Mary. I want to get a tube of shaving cream. Hey, mister, give me a tube of shaving cream, will you?
Got to turn in an old tube, you know. Got to turn in an old one.
Look, I haven't got an old tube. Now, hurry, will you?
Government regulations.
But look.
I don't make the laws, you know.
Now, look. Wait.
Come on, Jack. We'll be late for the program.
I'm coming. Now, look, mister, forget the shaving cream. Just give me a cigar.
Got to have an old one, you know.
Never mind. Forget the whole thing. Come on, Mary, let's go.
The Jersey Bounce, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who has just started his new picture for Warner Brothers with lovely Ann Sheridan, Jack Glamour Boy Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, your glamour boy, like Don said. Heaven knows I'd never go that far. Don, how in the world did you ever find out about my new picture with Ann Sheridan? Did you read about it in some column? Did you?
No, Jack. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen anything about it in the papers.
Well, then, how did you ever hear about it? I was trying to keep it a secret. How'd you find out, Don? Did a little bird tell you?
Yeah, an old gray canary.
Mary. But it's the truth, Don. Ann Sheridan is my new leading lady, and she sure is a peach to work with.
Oh, I can imagine.
I mean, her enunciation is so clear and bell-like, and her diction is simply marvelous, you know? And her...
That's Benny for you. With him, it's her diction.
Well, she is beautiful, I'll admit that. And confidentially, Don, I think her husband, George Brent, is a little jealous of me. You know?
What do you mean?
Well, he happened to visit the set the other day just as Ann and I were doing a love scene. And right in the middle of a kiss, he got mad and walked out.
Well, naturally. Why did you kiss him?
I didn't kiss him. I kissed Miss Sheridan. Pay attention, will you? Anyway, Don, I think that this picture will be one of my best screen efforts to date. In fact, I'm already getting fan letters on it.
Really?
Yep.
He gets a bill from Bullock's and he calls it a fan letter.
I'm talking about real movie fans that write in. Don, you know that little poodle that used to run out and bring in my mail?
What poodle?
Well, I got a Great Dane now. Pretty clever, eh, Dossie? Some ad lib.
Now, wait a minute, you. That's my gag.
You said St. Bernard. I said Great Dane. It's a different gag altogether.
You steal any more of my stuff, and I'll play ring around your nosy.
Oh, go sit down.
Say, Jackson, do you think there's a chance of getting me in that new picture you're making?
Well, I don't know, Phil. I'm Ann Sheridan's husband, and what part could you play?
Well, if you're her husband, she's got to have a sweetheart.
Listen, Maestro, I wouldn't make any more cracks like that if I were you. Lest next season, when I say play Phil, I'll be addressing Phil Spitalny. So watch it.
Oh, you couldn't fire me, Jackson. I got too much on you.
Oh, yeah? Well, listen, Phil. If you're referring to that night in Phoenix, that young lady was my aunt...
I've never been to Phoenix.
Why don't I keep my big mouth shut? Anyway, Phil, don't think I can't get along without you.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
You met me in the drugstore, remember?
Oh, yes.
Say, Mr. Benny, can I come out to the studio and watch you work on your picture someday?
Why, certainly, Dennis. Anytime you feel like it.
That's swell. And say, while I'm out there, would you mind introducing me to a certain somebody?
As if I didn't know, huh? Who do you mean, Dennis?
Oh, you'll tease me about it.
No. Who do you want to meet?
Edward G. Robinson.
Well, that I never figured. Well, it's about time for your song, kid, so let's have it.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Would you be interested in a toupee with no cuffs on it?
Get out of here! You ought to see his head, folks. The only thing he can part on it is his eyebrows. Sing, Dennis.
Was it in Tahiti? Were we on the Nile? Long, long ago, sayonara, so I recall that I saw your smile. I remember you. You're the one who made my dreams come true a few kisses ago. I remember you. You're the one who said, I love you too. I do, didn't you know? I remember too a distant bell and stars that fell like rain out of the blue. When my life is through and the angels ask me to recall the thrill of them all, then I shall tell them I remember you.
that was I Remember You, sung by Dennis Day, who would rather meet Edward G. Robinson than Ann Sheridan. And now, folks...
I only wanted to meet Robinson so he would introduce me to Miss Sheridan.
Well, why go to all that trouble? I could introduce you to Ann.
Well, I wanted to meet her for nothing.
It wouldn't cost you anything. And now, folks...
You charged me 25 cents to meet Barbara Stanwyck.
You met Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor. And now, folks, if that isn't worth a quarter, then I don't know what. And now, folks, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another of his famous one-act plays. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
The scene, ladies and gentlemen. Don't run off, Dennis. You're in this. You're going to be an old prospector.
Okay. Here, Phil, hold my yo-yo.
Dennis, put that away. Go ahead, Don.
The scene, ladies and gentlemen, is the home of Mr. and Mrs. Rufus Lemaire, who live in a cabin on the edge of the Mojave Desert in a desolate part of the West. They're just finishing their evening meal. Music, please.
Well, Sari, I thought our supper tonight was fine. There's nothing like barbecued coyote.
Not only that, I got a fur coat out of it.
Yep, and that Jell-O we had for dessert was mighty tempting. Where did you get it?
I walked 85 miles to our neighborhood grocer.
Well, it sure was worth it.
Say, Roof, I seen a newspaper in town, and guess what?
What?
It says that men ain't going to wear cuffs on their pants anymore.
They ain't, eh? Say, I wonder if I got cuffs on my pants.
Why don't you take off your boots sometime and find out?
One of these days, I'm a-going to. I wonder who that is. Come in. Hello, stranger. Who are you?
I'm a prospector, and for 3 weeks now I've been lost on the desert without food or drink. I'm starving, I tell you, starving.
Be calm, old-timer. Sit down.
Okay, hold my yo-yo.
A fine prospector.
I'm starving, I tell you, starving.
Don't worry. We'll take care of you.
Yes, I'll fix you a nice hot dish of beef stew.
Beef stew?
Yep.
No, thank you. I'm a vegetarian. I'm starving, I tell you. Starving.
Be patient. We'll think of something, stranger.
Say, would you like a nice lettuce and tomato salad?
What kind of dressing? French or Thousand Island?
Thousand Island.
No, thank you. I'm starving, I tell you, starving.
Well, you gotta eat something. Isn't there anything you'd like?
Yes. Have you got some tempting and delicious Jell-O?
Jell-O? I'm sorry, partner. We had some, but we ate every bit of it.
I'm going to make it again tomorrow, though.
Okay, I'll be back. So long.
So long, stranger.
I'm starving, I tell you, starving, starving.
Ah, folks, what other product can command such loyalty? That little drama, ladies and gentlemen, was written by our own Don Wilson. And, Don, that's the best one yet.
Oh, I don't deserve too much credit for it, Jack. You see, that was a true story.
I believe you. Now go over to your chairs and sit down. And now, folks, I would like to announce that our program next Sunday will originate from San Francisco, where we are going to dedicate the brand new NBC studios. In fact, we're going to do their very first broadcast.
Well, I guess a new building can take it.
Don't worry. If I can just get my writers out of Hurley's bar and into a Turkish bath, we'll be okay. Now, kids, I gave all of you your railroad tickets, so I better check them over to see if everything's all right. Phil, what's your Pullman reservation?
I'm sleeping in car 19, lower 5.
Check. What's yours, Dennis?
Car 19, lower 5.
Check.
Now, wait a minute.
Never mind. What's yours, Don?
Car 19, lower 5.
Check. What's What's yours, Mary?
Upper 5. Thanks, Jack.
Don't mention it. Well, everything's okay, so remember, fellas, be at the station 1/2 hour before train time.
Now, take it easy, Jackson. 3 of us can't sleep in one berth.
Oh, of course not. We won't be comfortable.
Listen, Don, in the days of vaudeville, the 4 Marx brothers slept in one berth, and they had a harp besides. So stop beefing.
Well, Jack, if I was as thin as the 4 Marx brothers, I wouldn't complain.
Don, the tickets are bought, and that's the way it's going to be.
That's a lot of hooey about the Marx brothers. How do you know they all slept in one berth?
Jack was in the baggage car with Fink's mules.
You said it. In those days, when I said I was going to hit the hay, I meant it. Anyway, fellas, it's a short trip, so don't worry about it.
Say, Mr. Benny, where are you going to sleep?
Well, Dennis, on account of my insomnia, I think I'll just sit up in the chair car and read. I'll get a magazine.
Well, buy a Popular Mechanics and find out how 3 guys can lay down in one berth.
Who said lay down? Lay down or lie down? Which is correct?
A lot of good that'll do us.
Listen, kids, will you please stop being so fussy?
Say, how am I going to get up to San Francisco? By carrier pigeon?
Virgil, you're not going to be with us next week. You can tune in and listen.
I wouldn't listen to this program if it was the pot of gold and I had the only telephone in the country.
Oh, you wouldn't, eh?
That's topping him, Jack.
I wasn't trying to top him. I don't want to hear any more about our trip. We're going there. We're going to open up the new studios, and immediately, as soon as... Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Well, boss, he did it before and he did it again.
What? What are you talking about?
Carmichael just came out of hibernation and I can't find the gas man.
You mean my polar bear woke up already? Why, he's not supposed to come out of hibernation till May 1st. He's early.
So was the gas man.
Stop dreaming things up. Tell me, Rochester, was Carmichael in a good mood?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
When he first got up, he came over and hugged me and squeezed me and he even tried to kiss me.
Well.
And then he put salt and pepper on me.
Oh, that cute little rascal. I bet he's as thin as a rail.
Uh-huh.
You better give him something to eat, Rochester. A lot of nourishing food.
Uh-huh.
What that bear needs is something fattening.
I know one hunk of fudge he ain't gonna get.
Oh, Rochester, stop. You know he loves you. Now, here's what you do. Give Carmichael a nice cold shower and then comb his hair out. Might be all matted, you know.
He don't like it when I comb his hair.
Well, then give him a slap on his nose and make him behave. Let him know who's boss.
I let him know once, then he let me know, and now there's no question about it.
Well, all right, Rochester. Just leave him alone. When I come home, I'll take care of everything. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I'm going up to San Francisco with you, ain't I?
Yes, of course.
Well, on this trip, am I going to be under 12 or a Pullman Porter again?
You're getting a ticket. Now, goodbye. Darn that Carmichael. Every year, the gas company wants to take my meter out. Oh, well, play, Phil.
Here's the gay glistening dessert as bright and beautiful as spring itself. Jello cubes with strawberries. It's an enticing treat that will lend a grand touch of color and flavor to any meal you serve it with. Our folks will enjoy it. And just listen to how easy it is to make. Simply dissolve 1 package of orange Jello in a pint of hot water. Next, turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Cut the Jello into cubes and then arrange them in sherbet glasses with sweetened sliced strawberries, using quick frozen strawberries if you wish. Serve either plain or with cream. What a dessert. So rich and inviting to look at, so gloriously good. Make the family this wonderful combination of sweet, juicy red strawberries and clear, golden cubes of orange Jello. Get several packages of orange Jello tomorrow. But be sure when you do to get genuine Jello, because Jello's flavor is locked in for your added enjoyment.
This is the last number of the 29th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from the new NBC studios in San Francisco.
So long, Jack. See you at the train.
Wait a minute, Mary. We've all got to stick around today and put on a little entertainment for men in uniform. They'll all be coming in here in a few minutes.
Oh, well, I'll just have time to write a poem. Oh, soldiers, sailors, and Marines, you're the nicest guys I've ever seen.
Save it. Good night, folks.
Friends, the same folks who make Jell-O make another wonderful dessert, Jell-O puddings. 3 luscious puddings that you make with milk. Try Jell-O chocolate pudding, a smoother, mellower pudding you never tasted. And what a world of rich, homemade goodness it has. A grand chocolate flavor developed especially for Jell-O puddings by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for all 3 Jell-O puddings, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. They're just like Grandma's, only more so.
All this week at 7:30, you'll get the only edition of Channel 13's Evening Magazine. And we'll take you to Music Land, USA, Nashville, Tennessee. And you'll go backstage to meet your favorite Grand Ole Opry stars. Get back into shape with the evening's complete book of running and America's running expert, Jim Fix. Spend Halloween at evening's Halloween party and watch a witch go to her own funeral. Meet an American hero. Swimmer Diana Nyad relives her 76-hour Cuba swim. Find out why the Beach Boys almost broke up. Also, meet a Guinness Book of World Records champion who lies on a bed of nails and walks on fire. Find out how Donnie and Marie feel about premarital relationships. And meet Donnie's new wife. And starting Friday, evening's Phantom Diner can strike anywhere. All this and much more, all this week at 7:30 on Channel 13's Evening Magazine, right after the winning lottery number.
Now at Fox, the Chevrolet Auto and Truck Discount Center, a special purchase sale of brand new 1978 Chevrolets, a complete new selection, including Malibus, Monte Carlos, Monzas, Impalas, Novas, Caprices, Camaros, trucks, and vans. All ready for immediate delivery. All discount price for this special purchase sale. Bonus trades and on-the-spot financing, too, during this special purchase sale of new 78 Chevys at the Chevrolet Auto and Truck Discount Center, direct factory-authorized outlet, Security Boulevard at Beltway Exit 17.
All of us have times when our child does something we just don't understand, whether it's a temper tantrum for no reason, or perhaps a bright child suddenly failing in school.
Your child could be sending you signals that something is wrong. And on the next People Are Talking, Dr. Mary Kappelman will help you learn to read those signals.
And we'll take a look at some good-looking fashions from Calvin Klein for the man in your life.
And we'll make more Dialing for Dollars calls. Write down that count and amount.
That's all coming up on Channel 13. People Are Talking, Monday morning at 10.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Fred McMurray and Marjorie Chapman in Pardon My Past. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of the fastest growing elements of our population is the lowly mink. With care and patience, you can raise a couple of these 24-inch rodents into something glamorous and beautiful. A coat that puts a gleam in a woman's eyes and leaves a dent in her husband's pocketbook. I mention these facts because they motivate tonight's play, Columbia Pictures' recent comedy release, Pardon My Past, starring Fred McMurray as the boy with a future in mink and Marjorie Chapman as the girl with a mink in her future. Who gets fleeced in this story of the old skin game, you'll shortly hear. But first, I'd like to thank Virginia Maxwell for a different kind of story. As a member of the Red Cross, she was present at a dance in China, given to promote Chinese-American relations, and attended by dignitaries of both countries. The high spot of the program was the presentation of 3 valuable door prizes: a lovely piece of carved jade, an exquisite heirloom teapot over 200 years old, and Lux soap. Chinese guests won all the prizes, And while the Americans were politely envious, they were also proud that an American beauty aid like Lux toilet soap should rank so high in foreign estimation. Here's Act One of Pardon My Past, starring Fred McMurray as Eddie York and Marguerite Chapman as Joan. It's a fine spring afternoon in New York City. In his lavish Madison Avenue apartment, Mr. Elias Arnold has just received 2 visitors. Behind the visitors stands a rather sinister gentleman, a gun in his hand.
You may dispense with your firearm, Mr. Long. I am sure Mr. Pemberton here and his friend will prove very reasonable.
Okay, Mr. Arnold.
Ah, Mr. Pemberton, how good to see you again.
I tell you, my name isn't Pemberton. It's York. Eddie York.
Yeah, and I'm Chuck Gibson. You got us mixed up with somebody else.
Yeah.
Don't holler at Mr. Arnold. Understand?
What is this nonsense, Mr. Long?
You got me, Mr. Arnold. I seen him walking near Penn Station, see? I says, hello, Mr. Pemberton. And what happens? He gives me that Eddie York stuff.
Ah, leaving town again, eh?
Well, that is stuff about going to Wisconsin to race mink.
That's right. I don't know what this is all about, but you've made us miss our train. We're supposed to be on our way to Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. We bought a mink ranch, see? And my name is not Pemberton, it's York. Eddie York.
All the way here, that's all he said.
Your name is Pemberton, Francis Pemberton. And 2 years ago, you placed a bet with me for $12,000 on Pegasus in the 6th race at Hialeah. Since then, you have been a trifle difficult to locate.
Eddie, the guy's a bookmaker.
I have many hobbies, Mr. Gibson. Making book is one. Collecting books is another. Look about you. You see the volumes on my shelves? Every one a first edition. It costs a great deal of money to be a bibliophile.
Oh, what he said.
And that is why it is high time you pay your debt, Mr. Pemberton.
Here, I'll show you. We just got out of the Army, see? Here's my discharge card. There, you see? Edward L. York. That's me.
Ah, to think you would go to these lengths. Let me have that wallet.
Hey, that's my money.
Yeah, our money. Half that bankroll is mine.
Not more than $3,000. I'll credit it to your account.
Now, wait a minute.
No. Mr. Pemberton, here you are, a young man with everything to live for, actually risking your life to cheat me out of money you wouldn't even miss.
Wouldn't miss? It's every cent I got in the world.
I shall call tomorrow morning for the remaining $9,000, and please have it ready. I simply cannot bear the idea of live people owing me money. It makes me nervous. Mr. Long, you may drive them to where you picked them up.
We'll be back. We'll get the cops.
Don't use that word. Mr. Arnold don't like it.
Till tomorrow morning, gentlemen.
Well, there goes that long guy, Eddie. Now what do we do?
What do? We go straight to the police and tell them that... Chuck, did you get the address where that Arnold guy lives?
No.
Oh, fine.
Did you get the license number of the car?
No. A couple of smart boys. Hey, wait a minute. There's a cop. Hey, officer.
What's the matter?
Hey, officer, my friend and I here were walking down this street a little while ago.
Pemberton, glad to see you back. And sober, too. Well.
Look, officer, I'm not Mr. Pemberton. Oh, never mind.
You in some trouble?
No.
Well, it's nice to have seen you again.
Thanks very much.
Hey, Eddie, I'm beginning to think maybe you do look like this guy Pemberton.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, Chuck, I've got an idea.
Oh, it's about time.
Look, all we got to do is find this guy Pemberton, explain what happened, get our money, and we're on our way.
Right.
A telephone book. All we got to do is look him up in the telephone book.
Wow, this ain't no mean-looking chateau, brother. You sure it's the right place?
Yeah, that's what it said in the phone books.
It's better be. They wasn't kidding when they named this Long Island.
Oh, we want to see Mr. Pemberton.
Why, Mr. Pemberton, good evening, sir. Here we go again.
My, this is a surprise. There's a fire in the library, Mr. Pemberton. I'll tell the rest of the family you're home. Oh, whiskey, sir?
No, thanks.
I'll have a double.
Very good, sir.
I got a hunch I'm gonna need it.
Yeah. Hey, Chuck, if the butler thinks I'm Pemberton, it's pretty clear the real Pemberton isn't here. What do we do now?
Oh, maybe he's got a rich aunt or something. We ought to be able to get $3,000 out of somebody around here.
Yeah. Hey, Chuck, look. This picture on the desk here.
To Joan, it says. To Joan, my good right arm, Francis. No wonder that bookie collared us. This guy in the picture, he looks like you.
Yeah. Sure looks like a sourpuss, doesn't he?
Yeah, just like you.
Thanks.
Francis. Well, you might have written us or something.
Uh,
How was Mexico?
Mexico? Well, look, I want to apologize for barging in like this.
Well, at your home. Oh, Francis never remembers to introduce anyone. Mr.
Gibson, just call me Chuck.
Good. You can call me Joan. Are you saying, Chuck?
Chuck's just staying until... he's just staying until I can pay him some money I owe him.
Yeah, you see, I'm crazy about minks. And I was going to buy a farm just as soon as I got $3,000 out of Ed. Francis.
Your luck is running through the farm, Francis. Why don't you write him a check?
Right. Well, I would, only... Well, Chuck wants the cash, don't you, Chuck?
Yeah, there's something about good old hard cash, I guess.
There might be that much in the safe.
In the safe? Well, Joan, look, I'm awfully tired. Would you just run to the safe and get $3,000 out and give it to Chuck, and then we'd be all square, huh, Chuck?
And how?
You'll have to give me the combination, Francis.
The combination? You know, it's silly, but it doesn't seem possible, but I just can't seem to remember it.
Well, Uncle Wills can give it to you.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about Uncle Wills.
I'm sure you'll be home in the morning.
In the morning.
I wonder what happened to that drink.
Oh, was that yours? I told Birch not to bother. I thought it was for Francis.
Huh?
I'll have it brought right in. At the same time, I'll speak to the housekeeper about your room.
Look like they got you pegged for kind of an elbow bender, my friend.
Yeah. Chuck, look. We got to get out of here.
Oh, just when we're all set to get our 3 Giolas? Next.
Well, I wonder who that girl was.
That's Joan. Her name is Joan.
I know that, but I mean, what does she do around here?
What's the difference?
What's the difference? Well, what if she's my wife or something? No, Chuck, I can't stay here.
Look, lunkhead, it ain't our fault this Pemberton Square don't pay off his bookie, is it?
Well, no, but
and unless we squat here until we get it, we whistle for our $3,000, don't we?
Yeah, I guess so.
Then what's the matter with your noodle? Tell me that.
Did you notice if she was wearing a wedding ring?
Well.
Oh, good evening.
Not back to stay, I hope. Your drink, sir. But they do run you out of Mexico?
Well, here's to you, Pop.
Ain't you having one?
No.
You ain't? Well. I see you're still picking your friends from the Bowery.
Who are you? It's old man?
I could sue you for that. I'm just his grandpa.
Now, Grandpa, don't mind him, Francis. You know how he is. Doesn't mean half what he says.
Why don't you open the window and throw the old cockroach out to the petunias?
Him? If he'd do that, I'd think there was some hope for him. Well, I suppose I'll see you in the morning, Francis, or maybe I'll be lucky and oversleep.
If you'll come upstairs, Chuck, I'll show you to your room.
Good night, Francis.
Night.
You're not going to bed, Francis?
No, I just think I'll sit here and think a while.
Think? Ha. You mean get drunk?
Please, Francis, not on your first night home.
Oh, you're still sitting here, you bandy-legged warthog.
Yeah, any objections, Grandpa?
You sober?
Certainly I'm sober. Say, what are you so mad about? What have I done?
Nothing, as usual. The point is, what are you going to do?
About what?
About what? Young man, there's a little lady upstairs. 2 years you've been away, and she's been crying her eyes out every night.
She has?
Yes, she has. Now, you march right up there and do something about it. She's waiting for you now.
Chuck, which room are you in? Hey, Chuck, where are you?
Oh.
Oh, hello.
Did I hear you calling someone, Francis?
No, it's really nothing important.
Then come on in.
Oh, no. You're probably busy.
Come on in.
Well, Grandpa said you wanted to see me.
He did?
Well, maybe I misunderstood him.
Francis, is something bothering you?
Well, Joan, you know how it is with a guy like me. Lots of things bother him.
They never used to.
Well, I'm different now.
I'd like to believe that.
Oh, it's true. I'm practically not the same fellow at all. You and Grandpa seem to think I'm pretty much of a heel, don't you?
Oh, I think spoiled would be a better word for it. And a little spineless now and then.
Well, I asked for it.
Francis, what about Mary?
Mary?
Yeah, Mary.
Well, I was sort of hoping we could forget about Mary.
I suppose you'd like to forget about Susan, too.
Susan.
Don't you even want to see her?
Who?
Susan, of course. I'll take you in to see her now.
You mean she's here, right here in the house?
Trust Uncle Will to see to that. The detective wouldn't let her leave.
Detective? Why? Is she violent or something?
Francis, are you sure you're quite yourself?
No, I mean, well, with you here, it's a peculiar sort of setup, isn't it? I'd better not go in tonight. Maybe she's asleep, and, well, I'd better look in on Chuck. He might want something.
Francis Pemberton, after 2 years, the least you can do is let her see you.
Well, okay.
Now, come along. We'll only stay a minute.
Daddy! Daddy!
Yes, dear. It really is.
This is Susan?
I don't wonder you hardly recognize her. She's grown so.
Well, how are you, Susan?
Fine, only I don't seem to know you very well, do I, Daddy? Are you going to live here now?
Well,
I wish you would. I'll bet Daddy will let Mommy come to see me, Aunt Joan.
Daddy just came in to say hello, darling. It's sleepy time now.
Will you let Mommy come to see me, Daddy?
Why, sure, I guess so.
Do you really mean that, Francis?
Why, sure, I mean it. A mother certainly ought to be able to see her own child.
Tomorrow, Daddy? Tomorrow?
Why, yeah, I guess tomorrow'd be fine. Well, good night, Susan.
Good night, Daddy, and thank you.
Sleep tight, darling. There. That's the girl.
Good night, Aunt Joan. Good night, Daddy.
She called you Aunt Joan.
Yes.
Well, then she's not,
Well,
you're
it's
not...
usually the fate of most poor female relations to become aunts, isn't it?
Oh. Well, you make a very nice aunt.
I've tried to, Francis. Mary's going to be so happy. I'll phone her right away.
Mary? Oh, yes, Mary. Mm-hmm.
Francis, I want to take back everything I said. I wouldn't have believed it, but you have changed. Something has happened to you. And you don't know how good it makes me feel. Good night, Francis.
Hey, you kissed me.
That was for Susan and for Mary.
But...
Good night.
Will you wake up, Chuck? Come on, now get up and get dressed. We can't stay here.
What's the matter? Your wife throw you out?
No, she's not my wife. She's some kind of a relative, though. But I've got a wife.
Well, congratulations.
No, I mean Pemberton's got a wife. And I'm a father. Pemberton's a father. Look, Chuck, all the time this Pemberton's been away, he wouldn't let his wife see the kid, or this Uncle Will's wouldn't. And I just said she could. If we don't get out of here right now, we're going to be in the middle of a family reunion.
Just a minute. Do you happen to know how much $3,000 amounts to?
Yeah, but...
Now, listen, Jughead. The money down in that safe is our money. If you just don't get excited, we'll have it back. We only have to stay until morning.
Yeah, but... Oh, all right. Move over. Why didn't I re-enlist?
Act 2 of Pardon My Past, starring Fred McMurray as Eddie York and Marguerite Chapman as Joan. It's early the following morning. In the Pemberton dining room, Grandpa gets up from the breakfast table, walks to the window, and stands gazing out in a state of complete consternation.
Cut off my ears and roast them over a slow fire.
Grandpa, what's the matter? What did you say?
Look out there, Joan. Francis Pemberton not only up at this hour, but out on the lawn playing with his daughter.
He's been up for hours. I had breakfast with him.
Liquid or solid?
He hasn't had a drink since he came home.
There's something wrong here.
Maybe we've misjudged him.
Say, what kind of a look is that on your face now? See here, Joan, you ain't beginning
I
to
ain't
get yourself...
beginning anything, and if I were you, the last person I'd tell.
It's the spring weather. You better drink some sulfur and molasses.
I beg your pardon.
Yes, Bert?
Mr. Wills is on the phone.
Oh, Uncle Wills. Thank you, Bert. Oh, tell Mr. Pemberton, will you please?
didn't you ask him for the combination, Joan? I mean, do I have to?
He wouldn't give it to me. Well, pick up the phone, Francis.
Does Uncle Will sound mad or anything?
What if he is mad? I think it's high time you began standing on your own 2 feet.
Oh, well, it's just that I'd rather... Well, here goes. Hello, Uncle Wills? Wills?
Francis, why didn't you let me know you were home?
Well, I just forgot to, I guess.
Now, what's this nonsense about you wanting to get to the library safe?
Well, I just want to get into it, that's all.
Well, I'll be right up.
Oh, no. Just give me the combination.
Francis, are you sober?
Of course I'm sober. Now look here, Uncle Wills. Are you going to give me the combination, or do I have to come down there and shake it out of you?
Well, do you have a pencil?
Yes, I have a pencil.
Left 21, right 10.
Left 21, right 10.
Left 7.
Left 7. Go on.
Well, that's it. Left, right, and left.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Francis, do you realize that you actually talked back to him? You were wonderful.
I was, huh?
Well, wonderful for you.
Oh. Joan, how come you never got married?
Well, looking after Susan in the house has kept me pretty busy, you know. Then I guess the right man just never came along.
Oh. You haven't any commitments at all?
No. Why?
Oh, I was just thinking that... Well, it's natural that I should be interested in your welfare, isn't it? Well, I guess I'd better get that money for Chuck.
Yes, I guess you had.
Joan, it's been nice meeting you. I mean, meeting you all over again.
You know, I almost feel the same way myself, Francis. As if I'm just getting to know you.
You like me better this way, huh?
Loads better. Well, you'd better get to the safe.
Yeah, I guess I better.
Well, stop looking so guilty. You remind me of a second-story man on his way to a window.
I do? I don't know why I should look like that.
Sorry to interrupt, but Mary's here.
Oh, good. Where is she, Grandpa?
On the patio with Susan.
Well, Francis?
Huh?
Your wife's here. Aren't you going to...
Oh, that's right, Mary. Well, I'll try and see her later.
Francis, Chuck can wait a minute for his money. Now go on outside and see your wife.
Well, okay, if you say so.
Daddy, look. She's here. Mommy's here.
Hello, Francis.
Oh, hello.
Francis, you're letting me take Susan. This isn't some kind of a terrible joke, is it?
Well, no, you can take Susan any time you like.
Why, Francis, what's come over you? Why, you even look different.
I do? Well, I've been outdoors quite a bit lately. I had a lot of fresh air and exercise. That must be it.
Oh, no, that isn't it. It's inside you've changed.
Oh.
Why didn't you answer my letters?
Your letters?
Didn't you get them? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that I'm with my baby again.
Francis?
Yes, Grandpa.
A dang fool detective. He's trying to tell me
The
that...
little girl ain't supposed to leave the house, Mr. Pemberton, unless I go along. That's my orders.
Well, now you've got new orders.
Okay, Mr. Pemberton.
I bet Uncle Rose will sure be mad, Daddy.
Well, don't you worry about Uncle Wills.
Francis, you didn't get my letters, did you?
No, I didn't.
What Uncle Wills told you isn't true. Neither was the evidence they brought up in the court. You must believe me.
Well, Mary,
Well, we'd better go along now, Susan. Thank you again for letting me have her. You'll never regret it.
Goodbye, Daddy.
Goodbye, Susan.
Well, son, maybe leopards don't change their spots, but doggone if I ain't seen a polecat change his stripes.
Grandpa, I haven't got time to talk to you now.
Don't give me that hanky-panky. Are you sure you're the same poisonous scud we used to have around here?
Why, sure, I'm sure. I'll talk to you later. Huh,
you're in an awful hurry to get into that safe.
Well, naturally, I'm a day late already with Chuck's money.
It won't take you long?
Well, no, only as long as it takes to open up the safe.
That's good, because Uncle Wills is on his way over.
Uncle Wills?
Just phoned. Oh, and that ain't all. A couple of men just drove up to see you. Chuck's talking to him now in the library. I think Birch said the dark one's name was Arnold.
Arnold?
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing, Grandpa, nothing.
It's no use, Eddie. Mr. Arnold just won't believe it.
You're quite right, Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Mr. Pemberton, you have just squandered 10 more minutes of my time with your lies. Now, open that safe.
For the last time, my name is Eddie York.
Oh, yes, of course. That's why you spent the night here. That's also why your butler said Mr. Pemberton was in. Now, suppose we have a look at that safe.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr.
Mr.
Arnold.
Arnold said he wants you to open it. Better open it, Eddie.
Oh, okay. Left, 21. Right, 10. Left, 7. There.
Now then. Oh.
Hey, it's empty.
Rather like your head, Mr. Pemberton. Well, this brings us to a rather unpleasant necessity. And who is that ill-mannered individual?
Well, that must be Uncle Will.
People coming in and out. A most annoying household, Mr. Pemberton. Come, Mr. Long.
Oh, you're leaving?
We will wait out here on the terrace until your uncle has seen you. I dislike being involved with family disturbances. But we are not finished, Mr. Pemberton.
Francis! Francis! Are you in there? Is that you, Uncle Wills?
So, here you are.
Oh, hello, Uncle Wills.
Who's that fool with you? Does he mean me? I want to talk to you alone.
You stay right where you are, Chuck.
Well, you're acting rather peculiarly, my boy.
Uncle Wills, you said you wanted to talk to me. Well, go ahead and talk.
Yeah, we got work to do.
Well, you're not well, are you, Francis? You've been drinking.
What goes on around here?
Why, what do you mean?
Well, the detective out at the gate and Susan not being able to see her mother.
Why, those were your own instructions.
Oh, that's right. Well, now look, Uncle Wills, from now on, Susan can see her mother any time she wants to. Do you understand?
No, I don't. You're not responsible. You think I'd spend 2 years in court proving Mary's an unfit mother only to have you, why, you poor deluded imbecile. Unless you keep the custody of Susan, you'll lose half your entire fortune.
Oh. I thought it was something like that.
Look, Sir Galahad, what about the 3,000 smackers?
Oh, so that's why you came back.
Well, you don't think we bust into this squirrel's cage for fun, do you? You better make it 12,000. We don't want to go through that again, you know.
Yeah, you better make it 12. We don't want to go through.
Oh, I'll give you a check right now, $12,000, but on one condition.
What's that?
That you go back to Mexico and stay there.
Okay, but I want Susan to be able to see her mother.
Well, you have my word.
That check you're making out to cash, aren't you?
It's all made out. Here. I'll have Joan get your reservation on the afternoon plane. Goodbye, Francis.
The check. Well, let me see the check.
Hey, check. This check's no good. I mean, well, look at it. He made it out to Pemberton. Hey, Uncle Wills.
Let your poor Uncle Wills alone. Just endorse.
Endorse it? Well, I can't endorse it, Mr. Arnold. It'd be forgery.
I am beginning to understand why people like you are so rich. Sign that check before Mr. Long shoots you, please.
But I tell you, it won't be any good.
I'll worry about that. Endorse it.
Don't say I didn't warn you. I don't even know whether I spelled it right.
That's fine. You don't deserve this, but I am an honest man, even among thieves. Here is your wallet back. And take my advice and burn those phony identification cards. Your 3,000 hasn't been touched.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Arnold, but that check's no good.
Shut up, you twink.
No good? Such a strange sense of humor, Mr. Pemberton. Goodbye.
Now that Chuck and I are leaving, Joan, I just wanted to tell you that
I'm glad you're leaving, Francis.
You are?
I just heard Uncle Will phoning Dr. Ben Meter. Francis, if you don't get out of here, they're going to put you in a sanitarium.
Oh, that's swell.
Francis!
No, I mean, it's swell. That's why you want me to go. Hey, you're really worried about me, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
That's nice. Joan, do you like mink?
Mm-hmm. What?
You know, mink. Look, do you suppose you could sort of, well, I mean, do you think you could take me at face value for the time being, that isn't... Joan, I know this all sounds confusing, but you understand, don't you? No, of course you don't, but never mind. Everything will be clear to you later.
Francis, perhaps you should see a doctor.
No, I'm fine, Joan. And take care of yourself, huh?
Well, yes.
I'll be seeing you. Okay, Chuck, we're on our way.
Just one moment. Francis, you're riding into town with me.
I am. What for?
To see Dr. Van Meter.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm going to Beaver Dam.
No, you're not.
Oh, yes, I am.
Then I'll hold you here by force. You will, huh? Oh, Francis, you struck me.
You mind if I leave now, Uncle Will?
Oh.
And I'm proud of you. Congratulations.
Say, Grandpa, will you kind of look after things around here till I get back?
I sure will, Francis.
Thanks. And goodbye, Grandpa. Goodbye, Joan.
Rich!
Yes, sir?
Get that detective in here at once.
Why, Mr. Wills, your nose is bleeding.
I know my nose is bleeding. Get him in here.
Now, look here, you big moose.
And you keep your 2 cents out of this. I've a good mind to have you put out of the house.
You can't. It says so in the will. You can't do a cockeyed thing.
Somebody sent for me? I want Francis Pemberton. Mr. Pemberton? But he left here 10 minutes ago. I know he left. Find him and bring him back. Use force if you have to. He'd start raving mad. Well, answer the door, Bert. No. Don't worry about a thing. I'll have Mr. Pemberton back here. Look. Look. At the front door. It's him.
Hello, Butch. Well, you haven't changed much in 2 years.
Mr. Pemberton, but don't stand here. Get him.
Say, what's going on around here?
Hey! Now, take it easy, partner. Everything will be all right.
Hold my arm.
Just kind of go all limp, Mr. Pemberton. Or do I got to make you?
Hey, will somebody please tell Uncle Wills, what's the matter with this lunatic?
I'm loony. It's a good one.
Good work. Now, hold him there. Uncle Wills. Grandpa.
Hello, Francis.
Hey, will somebody say something? Let go of me, do you hear?
Jones, send for Dr. Van Meester.
Get off of me, you half-wit. This is a fine homecoming.
Mr. Wills, may I say something, sir?
No.
But what shall I tell the driver?
Driver? What driver?
Here at the door, sir. He's insisting that Mr. Pemberton owes him $11 taxi fare.
What kind of a gag is this?
$11 for what?
For hauling that guy he's sitting on out here from the airport.
You mean you just brought him out from the airport? You half-baked fatfoot. Get off, Mr. Pemberton. You're fired. You mean let him up? It's this fool detective, Francis. He mistook you for someone else, my boy. An imposter. I knew it.
An imposter? Grandpa.
Yeah, could be. Well, Francis, my boy, welcome home from Mexico.
Yes, sir, Chuck. We're practically on our way to Beaver Dam right now. There's a station down there in the next block.
You know, Eddie, this is just where we was yesterday when that fella came up and stopped us.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of funny at that. Him walking up like that and saying...
Hello, Mr. Pemberton.
You know, it was almost like...
Oh, no.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Pemberton.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going to go through all that again.
I think you will.
Eddie, the same fella. The same gun.
Yeah. It was that check for $12,000. It must have bounced.
Something like that, yeah. Mr. Arnold's very unhappy.
Well, tell Mr. Arnold to move over. So am I.
Let's go, you crooks.
Act 3 of Pardon My Past, starring Fred McMurray as Eddie and Marguerite Chapman as Joan. Poor Eddie York. Trouble, trouble, nothing but trouble. You see, he looks like Francis Pemberton. Francis Pemberton owes Mr. Arnold $12,000. And no one will believe that Eddie isn't Pemberton. True, the real Francis Pemberton has just returned home from Mexico. But at this moment, Eddie and his friend Chuck are back in Arnold's apartment, with their livid host shaking a large and worthless check under Eddie's nose.
For 2 years, Mr. Pemberton, for 2 years you cheat me out of my $12,000. And now you deliberately distort your signature on this check so the bank will not honor it.
Well, how could I sign Francis Pemberton's name if I'm not Francis Pemberton? I tried to tell you.
Please? You are degrading both of us with these childish lies. Mr. Long, go downstairs and get the car.
We're going someplace again?
Definitely.
We planned on going to Beaver Dam, Wisconsin.
Your plans have been altered. I'm taking you back home.
Oh, no.
Yes, Francis. Incredible as that seems, Joan and your imbecilic grandfather here allowed themselves to be taken in by an imposter.
But who was he, Uncle Will?
Why, he looks enough like you to be your own twin brother.
Why, you wall-eyed catfish, he was his twin brother. Ask Francis. Go on, ask him.
I don't know, Uncle Wills. It's possible, I suppose. Mother and Dad told me I was adopted, of course, but they never mentioned a twin brother.
I was there when they got you. Identical twin baby boys, but somebody else had spoken for the other one. That is before they knew what a louse she was going to turn out to be, Francis.
So I got a brother, huh?
Dead ringer, except he's got a backbone.
Joan found him rather pleasing, didn't you, Joan?
Yes, I did.
Well, it's all ridiculously clear. He knows you're in Mexico. He looks up your ex-wife, and between the two of them, they scheme to kidnap Susan.
Kidnap Susan?
I don't believe it.
Oh, don't worry. They won't get far.
It isn't true, Francis. Mary only took Susan for the day. I know it isn't true.
Uncle Wills, about Mary. Are you sure the things that came out in court, the things you wrote me about are true?
Why, of course, my boy.
I've had a lot of time to think things over. I came home because I decided that most of what happened between Mary and me was my fault.
Francis.
And I thought if I pulled myself together again, maybe we could make a go of it again. But I can't understand Mary doing a thing like this, kidnapping Susan.
Son, a woman like that will stoop to anything. But don't worry, I've called the police. Now you're all tired out. Francis, you'd better rest.
Yes, I think I'll go upstairs.
Good. I'll be back later. We'll have a nice, long talk.
May I come in, Francis?
Oh, Joan,
I just came in to tell you I'm leaving.
you're leaving.
I've made up my mind.
Well, Joan, if it's because of what Uncle Will said downstairs, I'm sure he was mistaken.
Uncle Wills is mistaken about a great many things, Francis. If you just open up your eyes, it's not true what he says about Mary. He's only trying to... Oh, what's the use? We've been over this so many times. I'll come in and say goodbye before my cab gets here.
Joan...
Why do you ring the doorbell? Get out your key, Mr. Pemberton. Open the door.
But I haven't got a key. I tell you, I don't live here.
All of a sudden, the mink farm seems like a nice place to me.
Mr. Pemberton, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Birch. We're going into the library for a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
So there's no need to say anything to the family. We'll be going right out again.
Yes, sir.
I still say you can't do this, Mr. Arnold.
I am taking the equivalent of $12,000 from among your first editions, Mr. Pemberton. If any further explanations are necessary, I will leave them to Mr. Long.
Oh, Bert, was that my cab just now?
It was him again, miss.
Him?
And the other Mr. Pemberton, the bogus one.
Where?
They went in the library.
You sure it wasn't Francis?
Positive, miss. Why, I just brought Mr. Francis a tray. He's up in his room. Oh, I must notify Mr. Wills at once.
You will observe, Mr. Pemberton, that I brought along a catalog. You will get full catalog price for these books.
Yeah, but it's still robbery.
Yeah, I'll say it is. You pay $5,000 for Shakespeare and only $900 for Dickens. Somebody's getting rooked.
Oh, good evening.
Oh, hello, Joan. We came back.
So I see.
I mean, we had to come back because, well, Mr. Arnold here wanted us to show him some books.
The check wasn't enough. You had to come back with a second-hand man
Please, collector.
What you really mean is a receiver of stolen goods, don't you?
Joan, I can explain all this. Honest, I can.
It seems to me it explains itself. I was wrong, that's all. And don't let me disturb you. You'll find the jewelry upstairs and the silver in the dining room. Good night.
No, Joan, wait.
Even your family seems to mistrust you. Well, don't stand there looking at the door, Mr. Pemberton. Here is a pencil and paper. Make a list of these books and then sign them over to me. And please, this time, your correct signature, Mr. Here, where are you going?
Joan, where are you?
Get him, Mr. Long.
Beat it, Eddie. I'll hold him here. Key. Give me that key. I want to play tag.
No shooting, Mr. Long. No shooting in here.
Get away from that window. Okay, you caught me. You threw the key out of the window. Yeah, and if I was you, I wouldn't go out the window after it. Somebody might think something phony was going on and call the cops.
Boss, get to work on the door. Quick, we've got to get Pemberton.
Joan, where are you?
Oh, hello, son.
Grandpa, where is she? Where's
Front
Joan?
of the house, waiting for her taxi cab.
Joan!
Don't you come near me.
Go after her, son. Don't let her get away from you.
Joan, wait, I want to talk to you.
You, old man, where did he go?
Oh, you finally got the door open, huh? Say, is that thing loaded?
You'll find out if you don't answer Mr. Arnold.
Well, under the circumstances, seeing that he left here in such a hurry after you were locked up in the library, I guess he went for the police.
Boss, cops.
In my opinion, Mr. Long, this old man is lying. Mr. Pemberton is undoubtedly pursuing that girl. Unfortunately, I am not sure.
Why don't you just blow, Arnold? You got your book.
Shut up. Such a ridiculous household.
Say, which Pemberton are you boys after, anyhow?
Is there more than one?
Oh, yes.
That's impossible. I want Francis Pemberton, the worst Welsher it has been my bad luck to ever come across.
That could be him, all right.
And I do not believe he went for the police.
I could be mistaken.
But he may choose to go to the police on a later and equally embarrassing occasion. I cannot take these books without him signing them over to me. Then, when that is settled, nothing would give me so much pleasure as to beat your relative within an inch of his conniving life.
Do him a world of good. Now, I'll tell you. You go back to the library, and I'll get him for you.
You'll get him?
I'll be back here in a minute. Now, don't you go away.
Ah, Mr. Long, this is an experience we will never forget. All these riches and not a sane person in the house.
Can I come in, Francis?
Oh, hello, Grandpa.
Been asleep, huh, Francis? Say, some man downstairs wants to see you.
Oh? Well, who is he?
Seems to think you owe him a lot of money.
I can't imagine who.
Well, maybe he could kind of jog your memory, Francis, boy.
All right, I'll put on a robe and come down.
Well, here he is, mister. Here's Francis Pemberton.
Mr. Arnold.
Hey, Eddie, what's the idea of the makeup?
I beg your pardon.
Cut it out, Eddie. These mugs ain't kidding.
Mr. Arnold, what are you doing here?
What am I... For 2 fantastic days I have been chasing you, and you ask what I am doing here?
Oh, you must have been involved with my twin brother. He's been around here impersonating me.
Oh, your twin brother. He's not Eddie York anymore, Mr. Long. No, now he's somebody's twin brother. Instead of beating you up, I should get rid of you this moment as a public service.
Oh, this is good.
Mr. Arnold, exactly what do you want?
What do I... All right. I will tell you once again. 2 years ago, you placed a bet with me.
That's right. I lost $12,000 to you at Hialeah. You act as though you hadn't been paid.
As if I hadn't...
But I told my uncle to pay you. He evidently overlooked it.
He certainly did.
Well, I'll make you out a check right now.
Oh, no, if you don't mind.
But why? You never refused a check of mine before.
Would you mind writing your name, please?
Well, not at all. There.
Ah, Francis Pemberton. Are you sure this time the signature is correct?
Well, of course I'm sure.
You seem to have an honest face. Is this his signature?
Yeah, that's his, all right.
Thank you.
But when are you going to beat him up?
All right, make out the check, Mr. Pemberton.
Hey, Grandpa, is that him or him?
Oh, that's him.
Then where's Eddie? Eddie, hey! Hey, where are you, Eddie?
But, Joan, I tell you, I didn't know I had a twin brother. I had to pretend I was Francis. It was my only chance of getting our $3,000 back.
You could have told the truth.
Well, every time I did, nobody believed me. You wouldn't have believed me, would you?
All right. I agree with you. I wouldn't have believed you. And furthermore, I don't believe you now.
Oh, Joan, listen.
Eddie, is that you? Hey, the guy is back. Pemberton.
Yeah, I know. Joan just told me.
He's right inside now, paying Arnold off.
He is? Joan, this is what I've been trying to tell you. Now I can prove it. Well, I hope I haven't caused you too much inconvenience, Mr. Arnold.
Inconvenience? No, not at all. Just here is your bum check and your wallet with the $3,000.
Bum check? Wallet? Well, I can't take this, Mr. Arnold. It isn't mine. Where did you get this check?
Why, you... No. Such a strange case.
Oh, this must be the check Uncle Wills was talking about.
Yes, Mr. Long, come, I must get out of here.
Eddie, ain't that him? Coming out of the house? Mr. Arnold?
Yeah, he's still got our $3,000. Hey, Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Long, look, Pemberton. What we just left in it. Mr. Long, certain things are beginning to dawn upon me.
Well, you got your money, didn't you, from Mr. Pemberton in there?
Just a minute. Here you are on the terrace, and inside the house, sitting in that library where the light is
Francis Pemberton. So could I please have my wallet?
Yes, I'm beginning to understand. Then you are...
Eddie York. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Sure, we're mink ranchers. Only we ain't got a mink. Or a ranch.
Well. Mr. Long, we made such a mistake.
Yeah, some jokes.
Mr. Arnold, my wallet.
Yes. Mr. York, I have done you a grave injustice. My profound apologies and your wallet.
Thanks. Here, now look, Joan. You see? There's our $3,000. Now do you believe me?
Yes, I do believe you.
Then let's go, Eddie, huh? We're off to the mink.
Eddie, before you leave, would you go in and talk to Francis?
What do I want to talk to him for?
But he thinks Mary kidnapped Susan.
He does?
Kidnapped?
Well, he can't be that stupid, can he? Didn't anybody explain to him?
Yes, someone did explain. Uncle Wills.
Oh, I see.
And Uncle Wills has called the police.
Well, all right, I'll talk to him. But, Joan, before I go in, there's something I want to tell you. Chuck, will you keep an eye on Joan's bags down the driveway there?
Huh? Oh, I get it. Sure, l'amour.
You know, Joan, when I talked to you this afternoon when I thought Chuck and I were leaving,
Yes?
Well, I know I said a lot of things that didn't make sense then, but, well, at the time I figured the sensible thing to do was for Chuck and me to go on to Beaver Dam, and then after we got all set, why, I was going to come back and ask you to marry me.
You were, Eddie?
Yeah, but, well, I didn't go, and now you're leaving the house, and that changes everything, doesn't it?
Well, yes, I guess it does.
But I think it's better this way, don't you? Because now we can all go to Beaver Dam together, and, well, while you're fixing up the house, Chuck and I can be out working with the minks, and... How's that sound to you?
Well, Eddie, I think it would be
Hey,
just...
Eddie, I know you ain't interested, but do you hear that siren?
The police?
Yeah, coming up the driveway.
Yeah, I'll take care of this.
Eddie, but how? Look, that's Mary and Susan in the car. They found them.
Yeah, I've been Francis Pemberton for 2 days now. I guess I can stand it for 5 minutes more.
But if Francis should come out and found out...
Don't worry. If he does try to come out, stall him.
Well, I don't know, Eddie. I don't know
John, hurry up to here.
Oh, good evening, officers.
You Mr. Pemberton?
That's right.
Well, we got him. Oh, you and the little girl can get out now, lady.
I'm afraid there's been a little mistake, officers.
Well, this here is her, ain't it?
Well, yes, but...
Francis, what a horrible thing to do.
Well, I'm sorry, Mary.
They're not going to take Mommy to jail, are they?
Oh, no, of course not, Susan. I'm very sorry about all this, officers.
I thought this was a kidnapping.
Well, no, not exactly.
Well, yes, to pick him up, didn't you?
Well, yes, I did, but it was a mistake.
Say, what kind of a razzle-dazzle are you people trying to pull? You think we're running a taxi service? The minute I heard it was Pemberton, I said to myself...
Well, you did your duty, officers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You better watch your steps, see? Wasting the taxpayers' money. Come on, Gus. Let's get out of this booby joint.
Francis, you must be out of your mind to humiliate me like this. You told me I could take Susan. You told me so yourself.
I know, Mary.
Then what happened?
Well, Mary, look, Joan's inside. Why doesn't Susan run in and Joan can put her to bed? She looks all tired out.
Maybe you'd better, darling. Mommy will be in a minute.
Yes, Mommy. Good night, Daddy.
Good night, Susan. Mary, Mary, all I can say is that I didn't do what you think I did. It was Uncle Will's.
Uncle Will?
Yes.
Well, you don't have to shout, Francis. Did Uncle Wills know when he telephoned the police that I had Susan with your permission?
Well, you see,
Or were you too weak-kneed to tell him? Oh, I was so hopeful this morning. It wasn't just that you let me take Susan. You seemed so changed, so different. I see how mistaken I was. Uncle Wills has you so completely hypnotized that you've absolutely no mind of your own anymore. You're the way you are, and I guess there's... Is that Grandpa there in the library window?
Yes, that's Grandpa.
I didn't realize we had an audience, Grandpa.
Well, don't let me interrupt you, Mary. I don't know what an audience is a good thing sometimes.
I think maybe you're right, Grandpa.
If he had any brains in that skull of his, Francis Pemberton, would do a little thinking.
Well, I'll go in and say goodnight to Susan, and then I'll leave.
I want to talk to you again, Mary.
It wouldn't do you any good.
Oh, don't say that. You're a swell person, and I've treated you terribly. If I have any sense at all, and I hope I have, why, it might do a lot of good. I'll be waiting for you in the library, Mary.
All right, Francis. Hello, Grandpa.
Where is he, Mary? Oh, there he is. Eddie, boy, you're wonderful.
Are you sure Francis heard what we said?
He's no account, but he ain't deaf. I was sitting right next to him in the library. We heard every word. Now, when Mary comes down...
I told her to meet me in the library.
Don't worry. Francis will be there. He can pick up where you left off or not, but I still think it's best that Mary never finds out there was two of you.
Guess maybe you're right.
Eddie?
Oh, Joan. Gramp, will you excuse us a minute?
Oh, sure. Lots of things happening around this house tonight. Where's Chuck?
Joan, you never did get a chance to answer him about Beaver Dam, I mean. How about it?
Well, Eddie, it sounds wonderful, but getting married is something a girl ought to have a little time to think about.
Oh, sure, I understand. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Pardon me.
Oh, Chuck.
In case anybody cares, there's another car coming up.
Uncle Will!
If he gets a chance to talk to Francis before Mary...
Look, do you think Francis would listen if Uncle Wills told him himself?
Of course he would.
That's all I wanted to know. Chuck, start walking down the drive. I want Uncle Wills to see you.
Huh? Oh, okay, Mastermind.
And, Joan, you'd better get out of sight. And keep thinking about that, will you?
I ain't had so much fun in years.
I'll just stand here on the terrace and hope for the best.
Hi, Uncle Will. So, kid, how's the old schnoz?
Oh, so it's you, is it?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Well, let's send to you later. Is that you, Grandpa? It ain't Santa Claus. Well, did they get him, that imposter? Yep, they got him. He's in the library, Wills. We're just waiting for the police to take him away.
Uncle Wills.
I haven't time for you now, Francis. I've got a few things to say to that criminal in there.
But I want to know what's going on. He's made some pretty serious charges.
Charges? What charges?
Against you.
Why, that's ridiculous.
And while I was away, Mary wrote me some letters. What happened to him?
Well, I destroyed them. Anything I've done has been done entirely in your own interest. Now, I want you to go to your room, Francis.
You just wait a minute. I found out that Mary didn't kidnap Susan. She thought she had my permission. And you knew that when you called the police.
I'll explain everything later. Now, you go to your room until I call you. I have a few things to say to that imposter. Well, my fine feathered friend, it didn't work out, did it?
No, I guess it didn't.
Coming here posing as Francis Pemberton. What kind of a child do you think I am? But I understand you made some charges against me.
There will be a few more, too.
Well, there's absolutely nothing you could do that could embarrass me in any way. It merely happens that because this stupid nephew of mine is back here mooning over his ex-wife, you have a sort of temporary nuisance value to me.
Oh, I have.
So I'll make you a proposition. Promise to get out of town, and I'll make good that check I gave you this morning. If you don't, I guarantee to put you behind the bars for 20 years. Do I make myself clear?
Very clear.
Good. Now take off that robe and get out of this house immediately.
Thanks, Uncle Wills, for letting me know how stupid you think I am.
What are you talking about?
About a little mistake you've made. I'm Francis.
Francis? I just sent Francis up to his room.
I know. I heard you talking to him. Except it wasn't Francis. It was my twin brother. Uncle Wills, I don't know exactly what you're trying to pull, lying to me about Mary and sending me off to Mexico. But whatever it is, it's all over.
No, wait a minute, Francis. I can explain.
You can save your explanation for the auditors. Because I intend to find out for whose benefit you've been managing my affairs. Now get out of here.
But my dear boy, Francis...
I said get out. Stay out.
Francis, you've done it, and right on the schnoz again.
Francis, you...
Mary. Don't say anything, Mary. Just try to forgive me. And stay here. Please stay here.
Oh, darling.
Well, Eddie, Francis has come to his senses at last, thanks to you.
Yeah. You know, Grandpa, I kind of wish I'd met him at that.
He'd be worth meeting now.
Yeah, but I don't think now's quite the time, Gramp.
Eddie, can't we please get out of here? What about them minks?
Oh, that's right. Well, come on, Joan.
But, Eddie, I haven't said I'd go yet.
Well, that's right. You haven't, have you? Well, will you?
Of course she will. Won't you?
Well, yes.
There you are. Goodbye, Eddie.
Goodbye, Grandpa.
Goodbye, Joan, dear. Goodbye, Chuck.
So long, Gramps.
Hey, wait a minute. That's my car.
That's right, Unky, and you're driving us into town, ain't you?
I most certainly am not.
Ain't you?
Oh, very well. Get in.
Everything's all set, Joan. We can get on the train in 5 minutes.
Just a minute.
Oh, no!
Oh, relax, Mr. York, relax.
I forgot for a minute.
Here, this box with my compliments.
For me, Mr. Arnold?
Open it.
Oh, look out, Eddie. It's probably a bomb.
I regret so much the inconvenience I have caused you. A little gesture of apology.
Eddie. Oh.
Hey, this is wonderful, Mr. Arnold. Chuck, look!
What are they, rats? Eddie, they're minks.
Sure, they're minks.
Pedigree. Here are the papers.
Gosh, I don't know what to say, Mr. Arnold. Joan, this puts us right in business.
They're beautiful.
Mr. Arnold, thanks. If you ever get to Beaver Dam, well, you look us up, huh?
Well, thank you. Well, goodbye, Mr. York. Goodbye, Miss. Goodbye, Chalk. Oh, I love to see happy people.
Well, you know, Joan, we've been so busy I haven't had a chance to tell you how pretty you are.
Well, you can start right now.
All right. Here, hold this box, Chuck, will you?
I hope I don't have to listen to this mush all the way to Wisconsin.
Chuck can ride in a club car, can he, Eddie?
Sure, Chuck and the minks.
If anybody ever told me I'd wind up as nice mate to a couple of... Hey, Eddie. Hey, Eddie.
What's the matter?
The box. Something's happened to him, or I got the DTs.
Why,
Yes, they have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 kittens.
Eddie.
Hey, what do you know? 250% profit already.
Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater brings you Joan Blondell, Paul Lucas, and Bill Williams in Deadline at Dawn. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
In these days of want and starvation all over the world, it seems almost wicked to waste. That's why it's so necessary for women everywhere to continue to save every drop of used kitchen fat. These fats can be put to industrial use, and more edible fats can thus be released for Europe. At the same time, more fine oils will be available to keep you supplied with the soaps you want here at home. You help all around, then, when you pour used fats and grease into the fat salvage can and take it to your butcher. He'll pay you 4 cents for every pound you turn in. The USO camp shows, supported by Hollywood stars and studios, this month have been awarded a Joint Army and Navy citation for their unique, outstanding service during wartime. Hollywood entertainers traveled over 5 million miles to entertain GIs from Greenland to New Guinea, in hospitals and outposts and in combat areas around the world. A contribution from the motion picture industry to our American morale. This program is broadcast to our men in uniform overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Deadline at Dawn with Joan Blondell, Paul Lucas, and Bill Williams.
Monday at 7:30 on Channel 13, evening takes you to the Grand Ole Opry. Hi, I'm Dave Sisson, and you'll go backstage at the Opry at Nashville to meet all your favorite Opry stars. Also, what would you do if you came face-to-face with a humpback whale? We'll meet somebody who really did. And if you're out of shape, Evening can help you with our complete book of running. All this and more, Monday at 7:30 on Channel 13's Evening Magazine, right after the winning lottery number.
A person's education needs a solid foundation, or it won't stand up. The future of the world is in the classrooms of today. The young people now studying in Ort schools are the builders of tomorrow. Ort has dedicated itself to education for a century. Support Ort, the vocational training program of the Jewish people.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Foger.
There are several ways to consider the moon over Broadway. It depends upon your job or the company you keep. You can hold somebody's hand and point to it. You can stand on a street corner and sneer at it. Or you can do it the way I did. Stick your head out of the window at police headquarters and try to focus through the haze laid down by the neon. I had just about focused when the interruption came.
My name's Goodwin. They said walk right in.
All right. Close the door.
I never saw such a sight in all my life.
Sit down, Mr. Goodwin.
You really expect me to sit down after what I just saw? You really do?
What did you see?
A murder with my own 2 eyes.
Sit down, Mr. Goodwin.
You don't believe me, do you?
I'll tell you, Mr. Goodwin, the statistics are against you. We get a dozen calls a day from eyewitnesses to murders.
You see, I told you.
Mostly they turn out to be nothing at all. Drunks, that sort of thing.
I saw a murder. I saw a man strangle a woman. I saw his face. I saw her face. He was furious. She was dying. I saw it. Now, don't tell me to sit down either.
Tell me about it.
From the bus, The Acme Sightseeing Deluxe Tours. I got there early, so I got a seat near the window.
What are you talking about, Mr. Goodwin?
The sightseeing bus. I had a seat by the window. That's how I saw it.
Go ahead.
We had just left Chinatown. That was part of the tour. I didn't like Chinatown. It was murky and oriental, and it made me feel finicky.
Go ahead, Mr. Goodwin.
We left Chinatown, and we were riding along. I was watching the street signs go by. 31st Street, 32nd Street, 33rd Street.
I do that myself, Mr. Goodwin. Go ahead.
Well, around about 35th Street and 1st Avenue, I saw a murder.
Go ahead.
It was in one of those houses, and I remember to observe something.
And what was that?
The house was on the right-hand side of the street going north.
What did you do when you saw this murder, Mr. Goodwin?
What does a responsible citizen do when he sees a murder while he's riding on a bus? He tells the bus driver.
And what did the bus driver tell you?
Exactly what an irresponsible bus driver always does. He said he had a schedule to keep.
Pardon me, Mr. Goodwin. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, Muggerman.
What's on your mind?
Downtown, Danny. Girl's been strangled.
Huh? Where?
2416 First Avenue near 35th. Second house in the corner. On the right-hand side, going north. Danny?
Yeah? Where are you?
Back here, Danny, in the bedroom. Oh, hi, Danny. In here. That overstuffed chair facing the window. Like she was...
Yeah. What's that, Madeline?
People upstairs, noisy types, noisy plumbing. And another kid bouncing a ball on the floor. Sounds like a ball.
Strangled. The bruises on her throat. Ripped dress. She's just a kid.
18. Music student from London, Iowa. You saw this piano in the front room?
Yeah. Who was she, Madeline?
Kid who came to the big city to study music. Been here a month. Named Ann Cornell.
Anything?
Nothing, Danny. The ball game's over. Few letters from home, Danny. Pictures of her mother and father. A couple of dresses, coats in the closet. All the ordinary things for a girl from a small town. Maybe the boys from Technical...
How do you do it? How? How do you stand over a dead girl and haggle over a death? Tell me, how do you do it? Because I want to know.
Madeline.
He called us, Danny. Says his name is Sandy McKay. Says he found a girl like that.
You knew Ann, Sandy?
Oh, get out. Please get out. Leave me alone with Ann. Just for a while. So many things that I never told her. Oh, just for a while, please.
How old are you, Sandy?
Oh, get out.
20, 19? Help us, Sandy. We want to find Ann's murderer. You'll help us do that, won't you, Sandy?
What does it matter? She's dead. Ann's dead.
You knew her back home in Iowa?
No.
Where? Where did you meet Ann? Through friends? Someone?
It was at school. I was walking down a hall, and I saw her in one of the classrooms. I just went right in, right up to her, and talked to her. Everybody laughed.
What school, Sandy?
The Spence School of Music. She was studying piano there. My family wants me to be a musician. I hate it. But it was all right. Because all of a sudden there was Ann in a room.
You found her here like this. Tell me about that, Sandy.
We had a date. When I knocked, she didn't answer. And then I called, and still she didn't answer.
Hmm?
And then the door just opened. I guess it was a draft someplace. It just opened. So I came in and... Oh, Ann!
Hey, don't touch her.
Leave him alone, Muggerman. Leave him alone. A little while after that, the technical squad arrived, very efficient with their cameras, their dusting powder, and their little black books. Some time after that, they took Sandy McKay down to headquarters for further questioning. Then I went home to sleep. The next morning, I walked down Broadway, turned left 2 blocks, and found myself in front of a tired building that has a lot of names. You take your choice. You walk up 4 flights, and you get 4 offers. You're perfect for a fairy tale ballet that's opening in Newark. You make a stunning cover on a muscle magazine. You can play ukulele with a college boy combo in Atlantic City. Have you got a song that's trying to be published? Oh, with a slight fee, of course. And on the 5th floor, you find what you're looking for. Alonzo and Blanche Spence, School of Music. Learn as you learn. I went in. I beg your pardon, All right.
trumpet playing like that gives me pimples. I don't know why, but...
My name's Danny Clover.
Danny Clover. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. We'll think of a fine name for you. Something that'll look good in life. Alonzo? Alonzo?
Yeah. What is it, Blanche? Oh, another student, huh? What's your name, young fellow?
He told me Danny Clover.
You don't have to worry about that.
I'm from the police.
Oh, the police band, huh?
Well, let's hold that for a little while. I want to talk to you about one of your pupils.
Brass or string?
Anne Cornell. Tell me about her.
A very talented girl.
Oh, she is a nothing.
I don't care about her talent, Mr. Spence. I've come to tell you she's dead. I said she's dead.
But how? Yesterday she was here. How?
Murdered. Strangled.
Oh, poor girl. Oh, I'm sorry what I said. Truly, I'm sorry.
You said she was here yesterday, Mrs. Spence. At what time?
In the afternoon, as usual. Every day, Mr. Clover. She was a talented girl.
Oh, she really was, Mr. Clover.
Did you notice anything about her yesterday?
But she was happy since that boy.
Sandy McKay?
Yes. Since he walked into her classroom one day and started to talk to her. Since then, so happy. It showed. Her face. Music. Oh, who'd want to kill her?
We're trying to find that out.
We'll help, won't we, Alonzo?
Oh, of course. Anne Cornell enrolled a month ago. Paid for her tuition in advance. She came from...
London, Iowa.
London, Iowa. Thank you, Blanche. She came regularly for her instructions. She met Sandy McKay. She seemed happy.
Oh, what else?
Well, that's all we know of her, Mr. Clover. Nothing more than that. Nothing at all.
Hi, Danny.
Guess who?
Huh?
I said, guess who, Danny? A former child's play I play with the Tartaglia Bloodhound Giuseppe. They always gets a laugh.
Oh?
When the Tartaglia Bloodhound responds to my humor like that, I just gotta up his ration of strong heart. I don't know, Danny. That dog, he just wraps me around his third finger. Last night...
whenever you finish laughing, Tartaglia.
Uh-huh. Oh, I'm finished, Danny. The next item on the agenda, Danny, is... Danny, I apologize for being funny, so kill me.
I may.
Yeah. Well, the next item on the agenda, to wit, the police department of London, Iowa, have graciously completed our files on the deceased Anne Cornell.
You'll tell me about it, huh, Tartaglia?
Oh, it's a pleasure, Danny. Anne Cornell was indeed 18 years old. Did indeed come here to study the piano. Was from a respectable Iowa family, indeed. Never a mark against the girl. Loved and respected by all and sundry. Her death is a big tragedy in our hometown, Danny.
Where isn't it? What else, Tartaglia?
Reports and technical. They went over the girl's room with a fine-tooth comb, claw and nail. Nothing. Nothing that didn't have a reason for being there.
Fingerprints?
Hers, the boy's, Sandy McKay. And the set identified as belonging to the landlady who has 10 fingers and an airtight alibi.
Nothing.
Well, I told you, Danny. In these departments, nothing. But in another department, something. Yeah, it could possibly be something.
You'll share it with me, Tartaglia.
Oh, Danny, why should I share? It belongs to you. While you were out, a phone call came in. I have the transcript here.
Now, just tell it to me.
It's from a Mrs. Doris Beeler. Friend of yours, Danny?
Never heard the name before. What does she want?
Oh, she sounded like a nice lady. She says if you will come to her apartment hotel, the Jackson, on West 87th,
She'll what, Tartaglia?
She will tell you about the murderer of Anne Cornell.
Yes?
Mrs. Beeler? Mrs. Doris Beeler?
Yes. What do you want, young man?
I'm from the police, Mrs. Beeler. Danny Clover. I had word that you called...
Oh, yes. Please come in, Mr. Clover.
Thank you.
The hallways in your city. They're so long and dark. No windows. I suppose it's because there's so little room to spread out here. This is my first time here, Mr. Clover.
Oh?
Yes, I'm from Iowa. I've never been away from home in my life. Except once when I was a little girl. Please sit down, Mr. Clover.
Thank you.
You'll find that chair the most comfortable. They're all so ratty, but...
You're from Iowa, Mr. Beeler. From London, Iowa?
Why, yes, from London, Iowa. Born and raised there, and married there to Mr. Beeler. I'm a music teacher in London, Iowa. How did you know?
They told me over the phone you could tell me about Ann Cornell's murderer.
Oh, yes. I can, Mr. Clover. I can. Oh, it's just the doorbell. I will see who it is and send him away, Mr. Clover. I'll only be a minute. Yes? Oh.
Mrs. Beeler! Mrs. Beeler! Mr. Beeler, what happened?
Oh, yes.
Who was it? Tell me.
Why?
She lay, her body pressed against the wall of the narrow, shadowed hallway. There was something serene in her face, a serenity that denied the spectacle violent death had made of her. That closed her eyes against the blood that soiled her clean dress, her going-away dress. And that was all. The silent corridor receiving her death. And the serenity, nothing else.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
There's this about Broadway. It'll lay you odds on anything. The girl walking towards you will smile. 2-1. Sorry, kid, you lose that one. But you're welcome to try again. The little guy eyeing the dancers on the Spectacular. 3-5, he got lost in Dream Alley and can't go home. No play. No? Here's a good one, kid. A parlay on murder. 18-year-old girl studied music, strangled. A woman shot down because she opened the door. And both from a whistle-stop called London, Iowa. Clever, huh, kid? Make your play any way you want it. And at headquarters the next day, a man has been trying to tilt the odds in your favor.
You haven't listened to a word I said, Mr. Clover. All I ask of you is that you listen.
All right, Mr. Goodwin, I'll listen. You were saying...
Now, see, you haven't heard a word. Do you want to solve the murder of that poor little girl I saw being strangled? Do you really want to?
What is it you want to tell me, Mr. Goodwin? That you've solved the murder?
Practically. It was I who saw the deed. In the excitement of revealing the crime to you, I completely forgot a most important detail, a most lurid detail.
And that is?
The man who was strangling that girl wore eyeglasses. Thick eyeglasses. There, Mr. Clover. It's all yours.
Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny. See, I am at your beck and call. You got company.
The company's leaving, Sergeant. Will you hold the door open for him? Goodbye, Mr. Goodwin.
But see here, you can't just dismiss...
Goodbye, Mr. Goodwin.
That's the thanks I get. Well, it takes all kinds to make a world, I always say.
Goodbye, Mr. Goodwin. Whenever you're in the neighborhood, stop in to see it. I said something wrong, Danny? All right, so I apologize. Don't stand there biting my head off without opening your mouth.
What have you got on Mrs. Beeler?
Thanks, Danny. Mrs. Beeler, here we checked the elevator boy, desk clerk. Nobody asked for her while you were in her apartment talking to her. Nobody went up even to that floor. They know because it's very quiet that time of day in that hotel.
The other exit?
Check, Danny. There's a service entrance in the back. Nobody saw nobody come in or go out. Mostly because they didn't bother to care if anybody came in or out. They admit the possibility that somebody might have, but then...
All right.
Well, Danny, you yourself asked me.
I hate myself for it. What do you got on Mrs. Beeler from the London, Iowa police?
What I expected. That she was a nice lady, known and respected by her neighbors. She was married to a Mr. George Beeler, a music teacher, who is at present out of town from London, Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Danny, those small towns. You know, there's something so peaceful about them. Many times have Mrs. Tartaglia and I entertained a wanderlust to go to such a town.
Tartaglia?
Yeah, Danny?
You think the wanderlust can lead you back to your desk?
Huh?
Oh, I think it can. Go on, try it, Tartaglia. Close the door gently on your way out.
Roger. We'll call.
There was nothing to do after that except think about it. And the process didn't lend itself well to the old familiar scars and the gently falling dust of police headquarters. I went outside. I almost made it to the sidewalks of the civilians. The squad ruined it all. Pulled alongside of me and stopped. And the door opened and Officer Florio leaned toward me.
Hey, Johnny.
Yeah? What do you want?
Come on, Johnny. Homicide, 34th Street, East Side, right in the subway.
It took 7 minutes to get there. The subway was going about its business, the comings and goings of the underground civilians, except a corner of it. The corner defined around the green bench near the magazine stand. 3 policemen in uniform held back a crowd whose face looked like it had a veil drawn over it. And between the subway trains and the soft cluckings of the mob, a man in a brown ready-made suit shouldered his way.
Hi, Danny. Here, come on. Hold my hand. I'll get you through this barrier of curious onlookers.
What happened, Muggerman?
Guy stretched out on the bench. It happened to him.
What did?
He was pushed into the side of a moving subway train.
Witnesses?
Yeah, that lady with the bundles, the brown paper bag.
Brief me, Muggerman.
Well, according to her, she just put a dime in a turnstile. She sees this man here standing near the edge of the platform reading a newspaper. And all of a sudden... did you hear me, Danny?
Yeah, try it again.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, a guy walked up and backed up and pushed him against the train. The guy ran before anybody knew what happened.
The man on the bench, identification?
Oh, yeah, plenty of that. Hotel key, driver's license, social security card, large cards. It works.
Yeah, okay. Who is he?
Got it right here. Name is Arthur Walker, a traveling salesman of shoes, employed by the Black Parrot Shoe Company. A letter in his pocket indicates he was here on a buying trip.
Where did he check in? Anything on that?
Yeah. Vickers Hotel on 47th Street. I know the place, Danny. Respectable.
Did you find out where this Arthur Walker came from?
I've been itching for you to ask me, Eddie. Arthur Walker came from London, Iowa.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, sir. We can't register you without baggage, unless, of course, you pay in advance. You can do that?
I can do even better. Look.
Oh, a policeman? That's what the badge says, doesn't it? I'm quite nearsighted. You might be from the gas company.
Yeah, I might. You had a guest here, Arthur Walker.
Oh, he's one of our most desirable clients, Mr. Walker is. Whenever he makes a buying trip to New York, he comes to our hostelry, the Vickers, in the Vickers chain. Had a guest, but we still have him.
No, he's dead. Murdered.
But that's shocking. Positively shocking. Poor Mr. Walker. He was always so generous. Never said goodbye without money in his palm, never.
Tell me more about him.
Oh, he was a shoe salesman. Gave me a sample pair once. His demands were polite, modest. Only once did he call on me, the manager, personally.
What did he call on you for?
For a ridiculous tourist type of thing. He wanted me to arrange a ticket for him on some Acme sightseeing tour. A sophisticated man like Mr. Walker in shoes and so on.
When was this? The tour. When was it?
Let me think. Why, it was the day before yesterday. That's it, the day before. Anything else?
Nothing, except your carnations wilted, manager.
Hey, Danny, I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah, I'm glad you are, Muggerman.
This Acme bus tour up nooks and down the crannies of old Manhattan is a revelation to me. I'm enjoying it, but I don't get it.
2 men we know of took this ride. One saw a murder. Another got pushed in front of a subway train. Maybe somewhere...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we see the edifice known as the Radio City Music Hall. The fact to remember about this place is that in the lobby there is a mechanical boy that once an hour sings the song of the Mexican Nightingale, the original Spanish language. Also in the lobby there are missing... We stop here for 5 minutes so that you can look at the Fulton Street market.
In this market, it is possible to negotiate for the purchase of Florida pompano, lump crab meat, jumbo shrimp, fresh
just a coincidence, Danny. What can happen on a sightseeing tour has to do with two murders?
I don't know. Maybe just what you said, a coincidence.
On either side of the street, ladies and gentlemen, we present the Bowery, where the foursome meets the Jessup. From Chatham Square to... All out for dreamy Chinatown.
We will have a 30-minute stopover here.
We too, Danny?
Sure.
Now, I want all of us to sit together in our little party. Acme Tours, by special arrangement with the shopkeepers of Chinatown, has arranged a delightful side tour, during which you will be able to buy valuable and rare examples of Oriental art at wholesale prices. Please follow me.
We too, Danny?
Just you, Muggavan.
Huh?
Uh-huh. How long do you think it would take to get over to the house where Ann Cornell was strangled, to 1st Avenue and 35th?
By subway? Maybe 7 minutes?
Yeah, about that. That'll give a sightseer plenty time to commit a murder and get back here to become a sightseer again. Wouldn't it, Muggavan?
Huh?
Wouldn't it, Muggavan? Enjoy Chinatown, kid. I'm going to try it. Muggavan was wrong. The trip took 8 minutes. But on the way up to Ann Cornell's room, there was a delay. A woman who told me she was the manager asked me what I wanted. I said the room of Ann Cornell and showed her my badge to underline the point. She said Miss Cornell's room had been rented to a piano teacher because it had a piano in it. She said, listen. Then she said, see? I did. The music teacher sat there, his fingers moving over the keys of the battered upright. His face serious. I watched.
That's the way it should be played, Anne. See? I'll play it again. See how easily I do it, Anne? Now, watch my right hand.
I didn't know you were a piano teacher, Mr. Goodwin. Mr. Goodwin. Mr. Goodwin.
No one by the name of Goodwin is here. What do you mean by interrupting this lesson? Get out of here.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were giving a lesson, Mr. Beeler. That's right, isn't it? You are Mr. Beeler.
Pay no attention to him, Anne. Here, now, I'll show you once more.
I want you for murder, Mr. Beeler. Mr. Beeler.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
For murder, Mr. Beeler.
You understand why I had to kill my wife, don't you, Anne? She followed me here. She didn't want me to love you.
And Arthur Walker, why did you kill him?
Please.
Why did you kill him, Mr. Beeler?
I had to. Back home, it was scandal, Anne and I. That's why you went away from me, wasn't it, Anne?
Arthur Walker, Mr. Beeler.
Oh, I had to kill him. He was in New York selling shoes.
Yeah, he was also on the Acme sightseeing tour with you.
Of course he was. Then he read in the newspaper about my wife's death.
He knew you killed her, didn't he?
Yes.
What about Ann?
Mr. Walker remembered he missed me all the while the bus stopped in Chinatown. He didn't see me again until the bus was ready to leave.
Then Walker did just what I did. Retraced your steps. And you killed him in the subway.
He found out about Ann. When he read that Ann was dead. Dead? Oh, but you're not dead, Ann. You're not. Now, listen to me. I didn't mean it. You made me angry. You ran away from me, and then I came to you, and you tried to run away again, and I had to keep you here. I didn't mean to hurt you, Ann. Ann, play. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you how.
His fingers ripped the ugly sounds and hurled them against the fact of Ann's death. Again. Then the thread that bound his sanity gave way. And there was a secret smile on his face. It's boiling. It's yokels and clowns and a jack-in-the-box with leaps from dark doorways. And it's a geek with no arms, no legs, and no heart. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Curry. Included in tonight's cast were Joseph Kearns, Norma Varden, Florence Ravenel, Jack Crucian, Sam Edwards, and Bert Holland.
Tonight on FEN Presents, you've been listening to the adventures of Detective Danny Clover in Broadway is My Beat and Fibber, Magee, and Molly. Join us again Monday night at 9:05 once again for FEN Presents. This is Air Force Sergeant Mark McCormick.
Polaroid, inventors of the two great revolutions in modern photography, instant pictures and now instant movies.
When I press this button, a new era in photography begins. Polaroid introduces Sonar Automatic Focusing. This camera sends out inaudible sound waves that bounce off the subject and return in a split second. The lens automatically rotates to perfect focus. You can get a precisely focused picture every time in minutes at the touch of one button. The new Sonar One Steps from Polaroid, the world's simplest cameras.
William Tappan's wood-burning stove came first. Then these good old Tappan gas ranges. Today, Tappan is more. Electric ranges, microwave ovens, compactors, dishwashers, disposers, refrigerators, even Quaker-made cabinets. O'Keefe and Merritt appliances and Kemper cabinets, too. And all appliances are backed by nationwide service. Kitchens have changed a lot since 1881, but after all these years, a Tappan is still a Tappan.
Polaroid's One Step is the largest selling camera in the United States.
Oh, really? How many have they sold?
Well, millions. We're counting this one.
They didn't sell that when they gave it to you.
I'm working it on. I tell everybody how simple it is. You just press a button, the motor hands you the picture. In minutes, Polaroid's color is as bright as Christmas.
It's beautiful. So why do they need you?
Well, somebody has to tell people about it.
It's so obvious.
What's obvious?
What you said.
Give her one step.
Dear clumsy bellboys, brutal cab drivers, careless doormen, ruthless porters, savage baggage masters, and all butter-fingered luggage handlers, all over the world.
Have we got an American tourister for you?
Your family. Now, how can you show them with any material thing how much they mean to you? Well, now, suppose I told you could give them a whole new experience, a whole new way to enjoy one another. It's called Polavision. Polaroid's instant movies. Seconds after you shoot, you're watching the film with your wife, your kids, your mother, the dogs, your friends, whoever.
I like that.
Now, that has got to be one of the biggest kicks there is, to see their faces as they're watching. And you know what? It's simple, easy. Even the kids can use it. All you do is Polavision. I can't imagine anything that would bring more joy into your home.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, Elvia Allman, and our happy postman. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. The coffee that gives you so much more for so little more that it's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in the world. Yes, Maxwell House. Expertly blended and radiant roasted for rich, mellow, extra flavor. Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Well, today, Gracie and her neighbor, Mrs. Morton, have been going from market to market in a desperate search for M-E-A-T. Oh, meat. I forgot what that was. Here they are in front of the Burns home.
22 butcher shops we went to, Gracie. And what's our total loot?
1 halibut and 8 weenies.
Murder.
You take the halibut, Blanche. I don't dare feed George any more fish.
Why not?
Well, it's beginning to affect him. He stayed in the bathtub a half hour this morning.
That's not unusual.
Underwater?
Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, gee, how do they expect us to keep our husband's affection with nothing but fish and weenies?
That's what I say. I've served them every way I can think of to try and make them attractive to George. Last night I had the fish winking at him. And around it, I spelled I love you with the weenies.
Did he eat it?
He ate the weenies, but he wouldn't touch the fish. He said it looked like my mother.
Well, let's face it, Gracie. If we keep bringing weenies home, we're going to lose our husband's love altogether.
You're right. There's nothing romantic about a weenie. Wait a minute. In the proper setting, they're fine. Remember the weenie roasts we used to have before we were married? They were romantic.
I'll say they were. Oh, a weenie may not be much on the dining room table, but at the beach, it's as good as a steak.
Well, it's better. George and I had the cutest trick. He'd start eating on one end of the weenie, and I'd start on the other. And when our lips met, wow! I can still feel them burning.
Really?
Yeah. That English mustard was really hot.
Gracie, this is a wonderful idea. We can make our husbands romantic again, even with the meat shortage. Let's have a weenie roast this afternoon.
Wonderful. You run home and tell Harry, and I'll go in and tell George. We'll meet back here at my house in 15 minutes.
All right. Goodbye, Gracie.
Goodbye. Oh, George, look what I've got.
Weenies again?
Oh, darling, don't say it like that. These will be nice hot franks.
Good. Let nice hot Frank eat them.
I mean, we'll go to the beach this afternoon and have a weenie roast. Isn't that thrilling?
Are you kidding?
Oh, no, George. Before we were married, you used to say, golden sand to sit on and golden morsels to munch on. That's living. Say it again, George.
Grit in your pants and garlic on your breath. That's living.
Oh, George, don't you remember those wonderful weenie roasts at the beach? Oh, I'll never forget the first one. You told me to bring along a blanket and make a fire.
Yeah.
It didn't smell so good, but it made a nice fire.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, George, you were so romantic at the beach. The pelicans and cranes used to stand around and watch us. They were envious.
They were?
Well, sure. They had the longest neck on the beach until we showed up.
Yes, I was more romantic in those days. That's when I was running around courting the girls.
I want you to act that way again.
Do you wish I was back in circulation?
Well, no, but I wish the circulation was back in you.
Forget it. Now run along. I'm reading the lineups for today's World Series game.
You mean you're more interested in the game than you are in my weenie roast?
Definitely. Now, let's see. Munger is pitching for St. Louis and Houston for Boston.
Oh, George, don't bury your nose in the newspaper. Please take me to the beach. Your swimming suit looks all right. I patched that hole in the knee. George, talk to me. Well, George, we can at least discuss things. We're Burns and Allen, not Burns and Wallace.
Gracie, go away. I may win some money on today's game. The boys at the cigar store want me to go into a baseball pool.
George Burns, you don't love me.
What?
You won't go in the ocean with me, and now you're going in a pool with somebody else.
Come on, get out of here.
Oh, Gracie, I had the same experience. All he cares about is that World Series game today. Not a spark of romance left.
I guess husbands are all alike, Blanche.
Yes, when you're engaged to them, they're so attentive, so devoted. But look how they wind up.
I can't even wind George up.
It's the same with Harry. The only time he remembers his rheumatism is when I sit on his lap.
Oh, he should be ashamed.
He should be embalmed.
Well, if you ask me, marriage should be performed by the fire department. They really put out the blaze.
Yeah.
When I think of those weenie roasts we had on the beach when George was courting... Oh, wait a minute. I've been on... Well, certainly. On those weenie roasts, I had on a bathing suit. I'll go slip into a bathing suit right now, and George will fall all over himself to go with me.
A bathing suit. That shows you what men like.
It shows them what they like, too. Blanche, you wait here.
Now, let's see. With Houston pitching, I figure Boston can win by 6 or 7 runs. I've got number 10 in the pool.
Hello, big boy.
That Ted Williams will kill him today.
Put down that paper and look what your ever-loving mama's wearing.
Gracie, go take that off.
I'm dressed up for a special occasion, big boy.
But it's 3 more weeks to Halloween.
Halloween. George, but don't be so unromantic. Can't you tell me that I look cute and gorgeous and alluring? It's not like I'm asking you to lie to me.
Look, honey, I'm very busy. I'm trying to figure out how many runs Ted Williams will drive in today.
George, I demand that you take a good look at me in my bathing suit.
I'm looking.
Oh, George, it's beginning to work. You're getting that faraway look in your eyes. You're not thinking of Ted Williams now, are you?
No. Thinking of Esther Williams.
What?
There's a girl who really looks great in a bathing suit.
Oh, you brute. Now I'm fighting the whole Williams family.
Look, honey, run along and let me concentrate on the World Series.
Oh, George, how could you have been so romantic on those weenie roasts we used to have and be so unromantic now? Don't you remember how I play the ukulele and sing to you? Hey, maybe that's what made you romantic.
Oh, sure. That uke really got me. Now run along, honey. I'm busy.
Yes, dear.
Now, let's see. I figure Ted Williams will drive in 3 or 4 runs and Rudy York at least that many. Oh, it'll be brutal today. The cards haven't got a chance. But the way I figure...
You like a ukulele lady likes you.
Gracie.
You kiss
Gracie.
a ukulele lady.
Gracie.
Ukulele lady kisses
Gracie,
you.
will you get out of here? Oh, please.
In our mountain greenery. Gee, that song really goes back, doesn't it, Meredith?
All the way back, Bill. Mountain Greenery comes from the Gary Gaieties of 1926. What brings it to mind now is Adolph Dane's great painting of fishing in the Rockies in our latest Maxwell House coffee ad. Just turn to page 60 in this week's Saturday Evening Post.
Oh, I've seen it, Meredith. Up Chalk Canyon, the painting's called. Chalk Canyon being one of those spots in the Rockies where mountain streams run cold and bright. And the rainbow trout equal any fisherman's dream of heaven. Makes you understand why that Rocky Mountain country is such a colorful and inviting part of the American scene. And you know, in its own way, Maxwell House coffee is a very real part of the American scene, too. For just as coffee is this nation's favorite drink, so Maxwell House is America's favorite coffee, bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand at any price. It's Maxwell House wherever you go. Flavor explains this nationwide popularity, the mellow, full-bodied Maxwell House flavor that results from the skillful blending of these choice Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, Bucaramangas for full body, still other fine coffees for vigor, all adding up to great coffee at its flavor peak. So why not enjoy the very best in coffee drinking goodness? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Just say, Maxwell House Coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Well, Gracie, did George see you in the bathing suit?
Yeah, I tried it, Blanche.
Was it one of the real daring kind?
Strapless.
And George?
Pepless.
Oh, Gracie, we might as well give up. Our husbands will never be romantic again. Well, I'll be running along.
Oh, well, here, Blanche. 4 of these weenies belong to you.
What a gay evening I'm in for. Nothing to look at but 4 hot dogs.
Oh, well, don't forget your husband.
Oh, yes, that makes it 4 hot dogs and a cold potato. See you later, Gracie.
Oh, I know there's still a spark of romance in George somewhere if I can just make it blaze up again. Come in.
Hello, all.
Oh, hello, Meredith. Say, maybe you can help... Oh, no, you're not the one to help me.
Help you do what, Gracie?
I'm trying to build a fire under George.
Really? What a strange place for a man to get chilly.
No, I mean, I'm trying to rekindle the spark of romance in him. It's died out.
Well, I've heard it said that dancing is quite conducive to a romantic mood.
Oh, no. It's too late for that, Meredith. It used to fan the flame of romance, but now dancing just shakes down his ashes.
Well, Gracie, I have a better idea. Back in my hometown of Mason City, Iowa, there was a couple that drifted apart, so the wife went to a psychiatrist. He advised her to become interested in her husband's favorite pastime.
And did she?
Yeah. Every day she stood in front of the pool room and whistled at the girls.
Well, fortunately, that isn't George's interest.
Oh.
All he seems to care about is baseball.
Well, in that case, I would advise you to assume a like interest.
Well, it's certainly worth a try, Meredith. I'll go in the den and make baseball talk. George.
Oh, not again, Gracie. I'm trying to figure out how bad Boston is going to beat St. Louis today.
Well, good. I'll help you. Which team is Babe Ruth on?
Babe Ruth isn't playing anymore.
Oh, that's too bad. She was terrific.
Oh, sure.
Who's your favorite player now?
Well, I kind of like that shortstop, Marion.
She's good, too, huh?
She's great, yes.
Oh, I'd love to see her play shortstop. It must be so exciting when she stops the ball with a short.
Yeah, the fans, they go wild. Now, look, Gracie.
Where are they playing today?
Playing at Boston.
Good. It's not hot there. They won't need any pitchers.
It's not hot in Boston, so they won't need pitchers?
Well, no. All they do is fan the batters.
Yeah, I should have thought of that. Yeah.
There's no sport like baseball. Oh, what a thrill when one team bunts and the other team runs it back 50 yards.
There's no thrill like it.
And what a kick it is trying to figure out where the old horse is hidden.
I know I'm going to shoot myself for asking. But what's this about the old horse being hidden?
Well, doesn't everybody watch the old horse hide?
I was right. I'm going to shoot myself.
I love baseball, George. We should play it more often.
You and I.
Oh, sure. You throw me the ball and I catch it in my catcher's mutt.
Catcher's mutt?
Matt?
It's mitt. Mitt.
Oh, of course, mitt. And then I'd throw you the ball and you'd hit it with your bit.
My bit.
Your boot?
It's bat. Bat like what your belfry is full of. Now get out of here with this baseball talk. Women just don't understand baseball.
Oh, what about Babe Ruth? She was terrific.
Well, that does it. Bathing suits, ukulele, Babe Ruth. I'm getting out of this madhouse. Goodbye.
Well, that ungrateful man. He walked out on me. Who does he think he is? Molotov?
Gee, Gracie, George almost knocked me down getting out of the house.
Yeah, the beast. Didn't even kiss me goodbye. Well, I'll fix him. Meredith, help me lock all the doors and windows.
Huh?
Well, I'm not letting him back into this house until he gets more romantic. This is a lockout.
You mean it's sort of like a strike?
Yes. George doesn't get back into this house until he joins the AFL. The Affectionate Federation of Lovers.
Gosh.
Well, I'll have the only picket line in town that you can kiss your way through.
Well, come on. Let's get busy.
Meredith Wilson and his chiffon music. Save Me a Dream.
George Burns to be more interested in a World Series game than he is in his wife. Or just keep him locked out of the house for a while.
But, Gracie, I don't think this is legal. According to California law, this house is community property. Half of it is George's.
All right. I'll take the inside and he can have the outside.
You mean you're going to keep him out there all night?
If necessary, yes. We won't let him in.
We? Oh, now, wait a minute, Gracie. You wouldn't want a fellow like me to stay here all night. I've got quite a reputation with the women, you know.
You, Meredith?
Yes, sir. They all say I'm the dullest company in town.
Well, anyway, I'm certainly not letting him... There's George.
Hey, the door won't open.
He catches on quick, doesn't he?
Must be locked.
Well, that's a brilliant observation.
You don't unlock it, I can't get in.
Oh, what a mind the little man has.
Hey, Gracie!
I won't do it.
What's the big idea? Why can't I get in?
Because you're unromantic. You don't appreciate your wife, and the door is locked.
Gracie, let me in or I'll put my shoulder against the door and knock the stuffing out of it.
Well, go ahead. Or for all I care, you can knock the stuffing out of both shoulders.
Oh, come on, honey. What do I have to do to get in?
You have to prove that you're still romantic and give me a real old-fashioned powerhouse kiss.
Okay. Open the door.
No. I want the kiss first.
How can I kiss you with the door closed?
Stick your lips through the mail slot.
They won't reach.
Well, if you can't pucker that far, you're not ready to come in.
Gracie, please, I've been out here an hour now. Let me in.
Hey, George, what are you doing scratching on the door?
Oh, Gracie locked me out of the house.
You going to stand for that?
No, I'm not. What am I, a man or a mouse? She can't keep me out here.
You bet she can't. A mouse can get in any place.
Look, Bill, why don't you help me? Why don't you talk to Gracie? I understand you're pretty persuasive with women.
No woman in her right mind can resist me.
Well, talk to Gracie anyway.
Okay, George, I'll rap on the window here and get her to open it.
Do you think you can talk her into taking me back?
George, I've talked women into everything. Surely I can talk one into nothing. Watch the way I handle this.
Yes? Oh, hello, Bill.
Ah, Gracie, with your beautiful face framed in that window, you're like a masterpiece by Rembrandt. A picture by Hurrell. A vision so divine, so lovely.
Just a minute, Bill. I know you're saying this just so I'll let George in the house.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Gracie.
Well, go on.
Fine. Gracie, I know that George has been neglecting you. His kisses have been cold and indifferent. But, Gracie, if you let him in now, he'll warm your lips with the hottest, the most wonderful, the most delicious,
Attaboy,
the
Bill.
most fragrant, steaming cup of Maxwell House coffee you've ever had.
Bill, I thought you were going to say kisses.
Let's keep this believable, shall we? Yes, Gracie, you'll feel different after George makes you a cup of Maxwell House coffee. It's the very best in coffee drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold. Isn't that thoughtful of George?
Bill, you've sold me. I can't hold out any longer.
Good. You let George in?
No, I'm going out to the kitchen and make myself a cup of Maxwell House coffee.
Hey, Gracie. Open the window and I'll go with you.
Wait a minute.
Well, George, that Maxwell House is sensational. You see, the careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees, plus radiant roasting, give Maxwell House that famous flavor. In fact, it's so wonderful that it's bought by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. So insist on Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. Bill.
I'm losing my happy home, and you do nothing but talk about Maxwell House coffee.
Well, there's no sense in both of us losing our homes.
Okay, forget the whole thing. I'll get in the house my own way. I'll call a cop.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, George. He'll arrest you for vagrancy.
Arrest me?
Well, sure, with Gracie out of sight, you have no visible means of support.
Goodbye, comedian.
So long, Casanova.
What a mess this is. But I've got to get in the house. I've just got to. I'll go crazy
Good
if
afternoon, Mr. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
Getting a little fresh air, I presume?
No, I'm not getting
There's nothing like fresh air. I think of it as uranium and of my body as a rocket ship.
But I'm not getting any
When my tanks or lungs are full of fuel, I'm ready to blast my way through space to unknown Mars or mysterious Jupiter.
Look,
However, I never get further than weird Pasadena.
Mr. Postman, I'm not soaking up fresh air. Gracie locked me out of the house. I can't even see my wife.
Gee, some fellas get all the breaks.
Well, I've just got to get back in the house. If there was some way I could trick her into opening the door, I'd be able... Hey, I've got it. Lend me your coat, hat, and mailbag, Mr. Postman. I'll pretend to be you.
Oh, gee, I don't know.
Come on. Be a sport.
Very well. Here you are. The coat was tailored for my massive bulging chest and my narrow tapered waist. It'll fit you perfectly.
Yeah.
Just slip it on upside down.
Well, give me the stuff and you wait here.
Yes?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
My goodness, it's the postman's father.
Father?
Oh, trying to play tricks, huh?
Gracie, please let me in. I'm desperate.
No.
Please, sweetheart. What do you say?
Goodbye, Mr. Burns, and remember, keep smiling.
Gracie, there's George at the window again.
I'll see what Flaming Youth wants. Well?
I thought I'd just stick my head in the window and see if you'll let me in.
No. Now what?
I'd like to get my head out of the window. Oh, please, Gracie, you've got to let me in. You don't know what this means to me.
Gee, Gracie, don't you think he's been punished enough? He seems awfully anxious to get in.
Well, I guess he's learned his lesson. By now he's forgotten baseball and is thinking of me.
Shall I unlock the door?
Yeah, and then turn your back, Meredith, because when Booksy Boy comes in the door, there's going to be a torrid love scene. He'll grab me in his arms and kiss me and kiss me and kiss me. Go ahead, unlock it.
Okay.
Booksy Boy!
Oh, darling, thank goodness you let me in. I couldn't have stood it out there another minute.
Really, lover?
Yeah. I've got to turn on the radio and see who's winning the World Series.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop.
Well, I guess I figured the game a little wrong, Gracie. Boston got nosed out, 12-3.
Who won?
Who won? St. Louis won. Boston played the cards.
Well, no wonder Boston got beat. You can't win a ball game sitting around playing cards.
Yeah, good night.
What a shame they didn't have Babe Ruth.
She's terrific. Yes, good night.
$170 million, the largest amount of money that's ever been raised for the health and welfare of the American people. That's the staggering goal set by the Community Chests of America as their annual fundraising campaign drive gets underway this month. By giving to local community chests, Americans support in the wisest possible way the friendly, neighborly services that help their communities the whole year through. The USOs, the hospitals, the child welfare agencies that never let us down. So give generously if there's a community chest in your community. And now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Get Bird's Eye. Get Bird's Eye green beans or wax beans. Both of them have that garden fresh goodness. Both of them come stringless and clean, ready to cook in tempting 1-inch cuts. One box of Bird's Eye green or wax beans serves 4 people. Get summer sweet Bird's Eye green beans or wax beans tomorrow. Remember,
it can't be the same if it ain't got that name. Get Bird's Eye frosted foods.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Friday, will Oscar grouch out Christmas? Find out with Leslie Uggams and Michael Jackson on a special Sesame Street Christmas. Then it's Danny Thomas in Young and Foolish, where Bob Hope, Quinn Cummings, Christy McNichols, Suzanne Summers, and many more get together for the fun of being young at every age. And on Flying High, Pam gets a route passenger, Captain Marsh lands a dream, and Marcy finds disco love. It all begins Friday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
That Tappan Range cooked a lot of meals for the Hansons back in the 50s, helped feed a family of 6 with no complaints. Now their son is moving the old Tappan to his home because the Hansons have this new Tappan self-cleaning range with the microwave oven on top.
It's pretty, Grandma.
After all these years, there's a whole new generation to cook for. And after all these years, a Tappan is still a Tappan.
Come to find the beautiful fragrance of Jean-Tout. Sensual, but not too far from innocence. Jean-Tout, the beautiful fragrance. Sensual, but not too far from innocence. Jean-Tout from Revlon. Wear it and view wonderful.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now, the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of The Rule of 3. Fun doubled and tripled. That's the kind of eating fun you get in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yep, 3-way breakfast fun. Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. All 3 in 10 separate individual-sized packages. All in one handy carton. That's the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Each morning you open a fresh package. Wheaties, Cheerios, or Kicks. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. The big airliner was on the beam southbound for Ecuador. The day was clear. The flight was steady. Then smoke was noticed coming from the baggage compartment in the rear. The passengers were at first more curious than afraid. In fact, there was no time for fear. crash of the plane was headline news for one edition of the Daily Sentinel. There were no facts available for a follow-up story, except the verified casualty list, which lay on the desk of Britt Reed, the publisher.
Well, same old routine, Miss Case. The authorities are investigating.
And that's probably the last we'll hear of it.
I suppose there's not much to investigate after a crash like that. No survivors, and not much of the plane left.
You saw the statements from those men on the ground.
Yes, a couple of farmers.
They said the tail of the plane just seemed to fly apart in midair.
I don't see anyone I know on this casualty list.
There's only one man from the city.
A young fellow named Morris. Have Axford or someone check on him. See if he has any relatives.
We've already checked. He hasn't. He was on his way to South America for the DeMargo Corporation.
Oh, the DeMargo Corporation, huh?
They have extensive nitrate holdings.
Yes, I know. I've heard about John DeMargo. He's nearly on the rocks.
This is the DeMargo Corporation. Good morning. Oh, just a moment, please. I'll connect you. Good morning, DeMargo Corporation. Just a moment. I'll connect you with the laboratory.
Pardon me, young lady.
Oh, yes, sir.
Here's my card. I'd like to see Mr. DeMargo.
Just a moment, sir. Oh, there's a Mr. Ransom to see you, Mr. DeMargo. He's from the Time Insurance Company.
I have a settlement for the death of Ralph Morris.
Oh, yes, sir. Go right in, Mr. Ransom. He's expecting you.
Thank you.
DeMargo Corporation, good morning.
Come in, Ransom. Come in.
Thank you.
Didn't take you long to get here after your phone call.
Well, I came right over. I called first to make sure you were in. I wanted to deal with you personally.
This is my head chemist, Mr. Finch.
Glad to know you, Mr. Ransom.
How do you do, sir? I have a check here payable to the DeMargo Corporation. It's a full settlement on the policy of Ralph Morris. $25,000.
Poor compensation for a man's life, huh, Finch?
Indeed it is.
If you'll just sign this release, Mr. DeMargo.
Yes, of course.
Has anyone found out what caused that accident?
I don't know, Mr. Finch. I don't know any more about it than you do.
There you are, Ransom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll leave my card in case you're interested in insurance of a different type.
Well, I may be. If I am, I'll call you.
Fine. Good day, sir.
Good day, Mr. Ransom. $25,000. Look at it, Finch. It couldn't have come at a better time. If that plane had left on schedule, we wouldn't have had this check.
No?
I was at the airport to see Morris off. His plane was an hour late. We were walking around the terminal to kill time and just happened to see a slot machine that sold insurance for the flights. I put some coins into the thing to see how it worked. More curiosity than anything else. It made the company the payee. Here's what we have to show for it.
It's a lot more than Ralph Morris was worth.
Yes, it is. But on the other hand, I'll have to send 3 men to South America to take his place.
If you'd had 3 of our men on the plane that crashed, and each one insured to the limit...
$75,000. Finch, let's go to your workroom. I want to discuss something very private.
It was 10 days later when Britt Reed and his friend, Police Commissioner Higgins, were in the Civic Club at luncheon time. They had been talking about generalities when John DeMargo passed their table.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Oh, hello, DeMargo.
How do you do?
There goes a man who's on thin ice.
DeMargo?
Yes. His nitrate firm made a lot of money during the war, but he wasn't too careful with the contracts he had with the government. He had to return a lot of his profits.
Yes, I know that.
He lost just about all he had left in the wheat market. If it hadn't been for that airline crash a week or so ago, he'd have had to shut down his laboratory.
Just a minute, Commissioner. What do you mean?
He was sending a man down to South America to try to negotiate some contracts.
Yes, a fellow named Ralph Morris. He was killed.
The death paid off. DeMargo collected $25,000 insurance.
Oh, so that's it.
Didn't you know?
I know he's been advertising in the Daily Sentinel. Figured he was getting cash from somewhere, but I didn't think much about it.
I've been noticing his ad, Britt, and wondering what he's up to. It's a pretty good ad.
2 columns.
It's been running for over a week.
Yes. Well, what about it, Commissioner Higgins?
Well, is it that hard for him to find a man to replace Ralph Morris?
It shouldn't be.
Maybe the Sentinel is slipping. Maybe you're not getting results for your advertisers.
You know, you've given me something to think about. I'm going to check on that ad as soon as I get back to the office.
You rang for me, Mr. Reed?
Miss Case, you haven't been out on a story for some time.
That's too true, Mr. Reed.
I've just sent for Miss Tummons from the advertising department. I want you to hear what she has to say, and it may lead to an assignment for you.
Well, here's hoping.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Oh, please come in, Miss Tummons. How long have we been running this ad for the DeMargo Corporation?
The ad?
Now, this one. Young man wanted for career in South America. Must be unattached and unencumbered. Veterans preferred. College education desirable, but not necessary. There's a lot more to it, but you're familiar with it, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Seems to me I've seen this in the paper for several days.
This is the 7th day we've run it, Mr. Reed.
Well, what's the matter? Are we getting results for DeMargo?
He's hard to suit. He's getting a lot of applicants, but only about 1 man out of 20 can qualify for the work he has in mind.
Even so, it shouldn't be necessary for DeMargo to run the ad as long as this to get a man for work in South America.
A man? Mr. Reed, he's hired several. One of his new employees flew to South America yesterday.
You say he's hired several. Do you know how many?
No, sir. But apparently he intends to hire even more.
That doesn't sound like a corporation that's practically on the rocks.
I don't know about that, Mr. Reed. They ordered the advertising, and we're giving it to them. And they seem to be satisfied with the results they're getting.
I suppose if DeMargo's satisfied, I have no cause for complaint. No, that's all, Miss Timmons. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What do you make of it, Miss Case?
It sounds like expansion. DeMargo has several men, and he's still advertising.
Why?
Well, Mr. Reed, I'm sure I don't know.
That's your assignment.
Huh?
Find out.
Oh. Well, do you suspect anything underhanded?
Where DeMargo's concerned, I'd suspect anything.
Such as?
I've known of organizations whose chief income is derived from the people they supposedly hire. Now, see if DeMargo's making these young fellows pay anything to get their jobs. I mean, deposit money as evidence of good faith, or buy stock in the corporation, something of that sort.
Has he ever done anything like that?
No. There's always a first time. And when a man as unscrupulous as DeMargo gets as close to bankruptcy as he is, there's no telling what he might try to do.
I'll try to talk to some of the new employees and see what I can learn.
Good idea, Miss Case. Talk to as many as you can. And get Axford to help you.
Well, it sounds like a splendid opportunity for you, Mr. Needham.
You bet it is. It's a chance of a lifetime. Mr. DeMargo is sending me right out. I take off next week.
Well, now, tell me all about it, Darwin. Well, there's quite a few of us. We're to train for a few weeks and then move to South America. One of the boys is going down there next week.
Stock in the DeMargo firm?
Do you own any?
No, but I'd like to. DeMargo's got big plans. He's training about 20 of us to expand the South American territory.
Well, there's the report, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, Casey and I pooled our interviews and put the whole report on one paper. You got it right there, Reed.
You've both done very well. So far, I can't see any signs of a racket.
Nor I, Mr. Reed. Not one of those fellas was asked to pay out a dime. And they're all drawing weekly pay.
Reed, maybe DeMargo is on the level. Maybe he really is going to expand in South America.
It's possible, but hard to believe. One of his men just went to South America, and another is leaving next week by plane.
Hey, senor, is that the ocean?
Yes, we are just leaving the Florida coast. That is the last you will see of the United States. The next land you see will be...
Florida coast.
continue our story in just a moment. Say, boys and girls, if you've got a toy train, here's something you need to go with that train. It's the Model City that comes on the Betty Crocker cereal tray, complete with cutout houses, stores, and other buildings. Just about everything you'd find in a real city. Just think of the fun you can have making your train stop right in the city. And if you get several Betty Crocker cereal trays, you'll have enough houses, stores, and other equipment to make 2 model cities. Then you can play like you pick up passengers on your train in one city and take them to the other. Besides the buildings which come on the Betty Crocker cereal tray, you'll also get cutouts of autos, fences, garages, and a lot more things. Everything complete, even storage sheds in back of buildings and awnings in front. Easy to build, too. There's no pasting or gluing needed, and many slots are pre-cut. Best of all, different houses and stores come on 6 different packages. So ask your mom to get a Betty Crocker cereal tray or 2 from her grocer. Tell her you get all 3 of those top favorite nourishing cereals, Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix, right in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Now to continue our story. The following day, Commissioner Higgins called on Britt Reed in the young publisher's office.
Thought you'd be interested in something I learned a little while ago.
Yes?
One of the DeMargo men was on that plane that crashed.
I know it.
Did you know he was insured to the limit?
No. Are you sure?
Yes. With the DeMargo Corporation as the beneficiary. DeMargo will collect another $25,000.
Commissioner Higgins, do you think that insurance will be paid?
Well, why not? DeMargo can claim that he had an investment in the man. He insured him to protect the investment.
2 planes have crashed, and one of DeMargo's men was on each one.
Yes. But, of course, another man went to South America, and nothing happened to that plane.
Yeah, but 2 out of 3, Commissioner Higgins. Doesn't it look suspicious to you?
It certainly does, Britt. But what can be proved? I'd give a lot to be in a position to corner DeMargo and hammer the truth out of him.
Yeah. I see.
But I can't get the truth. Neither can you.
But the Green Hornet might.
Yes. If the Green Hornet calls on DeMargo, it would be smart.
I think it might be better to call on his chief chemist, a man named Finch. DeMargo is sharp. He couldn't be cracked. But Finch is a different type of man.
Finch? He owns stock in DeMargo's company.
And he's high-strung and emotional.
Britt, even if you get the truth, I don't know what you'll do with it. We can't make any use of a confession secured under duress by the Green Hornet.
Britt Reed had no plans other than seeing Finch, the chemist. That evening, with his faithful Filipino valet Cato, he went out as the Green Hornet.
Here, Cato. Hold this weapon while I unlock the door.
Are you sure this is where Mr. Finch lived?
Yes. I thought he'd be home, but he hasn't answered the doorbell.
You wait for him inside?
That's right.
Plenty lights inside.
Yes.
What that?
I don't know. Let me have the gun. Close that door.
Oh, it's someone in the room over there.
We'll soon find out who it is.
Oh, there on the floor.
Finch! Oh, what's the matter with you?
Can't take it.
This bottle. Finch, have you taken poison?
Oh, you... That mask.
Find the telephone. Get a doctor here right away.
Oh, yes? No, I don't want to live. I'm a murderer.
Are you talking about the plane that blew up?
All the other passengers, too.
Talk, Finch. How did you do it?
Briefcase locked. A time bomb.
A time bomb in a briefcase?
I tried to back out.
You made the bomb?
Made several. DeMargo and me. I tried to back out. Tried to persuade him to change his mind.
Finch, listen to me. I'm going to get DeMargo.
He's too smart. You can't. Already gotten away with murder. Get away with it again.
Again?
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Finch.
Hello. Hello, this Dr. Porter?
I'll take the phone.
You cut off phone.
Dr. Porter isn't needed, Cato. Finch is dead. There's nothing we can do for him. Let's get out of here.
Boys, I've called you together to lay the cards on the table. The DeMargo Corporation has been struck a mighty blow. We not only lost a fine man in the plane tragedy, we lost a beloved associate when Mr. Finch mistakenly took heart tablets in place of sleeping pills. But we must carry on. Men have died in behalf of the DeMargo Corporation, and their deaths must not have been in vain. I propose to send 3 of you fellas out next Monday. Our South American office is desperately in need of help. You must go with insufficient training and do your best.
Are we going by plane? There have already been 2 plane crack-ups. What about the rule of 3?
When I hired you men, I told you that you'd be sent to a country that was steeped in superstition. There was no place in the DeMargo Corporation for superstitious individuals. Do any of you want to back out? Very well, then. I'll name the men who are to leave by plane next Monday night.
I called Commissioner Higgins, Mr. Reed, but he was on another line. He'll call back.
Oh, thanks, Miss Case.
I wondered if you'd seen this article.
More DeMargo men leaving for South America next Monday. Yes, I saw it.
Mr. DeMargo is sending 3 men on this plane.
Yes.
You know, I can't stop thinking of the rule of 3, Mr. Reed. There have already been 2 explosions.
I don't believe in the rule of 3.
I've been wondering if DeMargo has all 3 of those men insured. If something happened on this flight...
Miss Case, I think there'll be a lot of activity on this flight. Excuse me.
Oh, that's the commissioner.
Hello?
Hello, Brent. You called me?
Yes, Commissioner Higgins. You said something about going to Florida for a little vacation. I recommend the plane that leaves for South America next Monday night. It stops at Miami. 3 of DeMargo's men will be on that plane.
Do you suspect that DeMargo will make a bid for $75,000?
Things may happen on that flight. There'll be some risk. Now, if you're willing to take that risk, you may get a confessed murderer.
What's your plan?
Here it is. I'll give you the details so you'll know what to expect.
On Monday night, a couple of hours before plane time, the Green Hornet and Cato once more moved into action. They went to the home of John DeMargo and made an entrance through a rear window. DeMargo was at the telephone.
All set, eh? Glad to hear it, Hanley. Now remember, I'm trusting you with some very valuable documents. Keep that briefcase right with you at all times. And when you get to Ecuador, hand it to Mr. Gonzalez. He has the key to open it. Very well, Hanley. Happy landings. Happy landings. Let's see. 3 times 25,000.
Stop there.
That mask. The Green Hornet.
I have something for you, DeMargo. Take it.
Oh, guys, act very quick on him.
I gave him a heavy dose, Cato. I want him to stay unconscious for some time.
Yes, sir.
Now give me a hand. I'm going to get him to the car. Then we'll visit Jack Dayton.
On the way to Jack Dayton's home with the unconscious form of John DeMargo and the Black Beauty, Britt Reed paused at a drugstore long enough to telephone a private hospital.
Yes, an ambulance, please, right away. The name is Dayton, Jack Dayton. The address, 3417 14th Avenue.
At Dayton's home, the masked man rang the doorbell. Dayton answered.
What's the mask mean?
Sorry, Dayton, but you're not going to South America. You're going to take a nap.
Hey, what's the idea? Put that gun down.
Sorry, but your nap is going to save a lot of lives.
Here come ambulance you sent for.
Just in time, Cato.
You think men in white coat take DeMargo to plane in place of Dayton?
No, Cato. We'll have to gas the men in the ambulance and leave them here with Dayton. And we'll have to leave the Black Beauty in the alley until we get back.
Where we go, Mr. Brett?
You and I are going to wear the white coats and drive the ambulance.
How's the man who was carried on board, stewardess?
Mr. Dayton?
Is that his name?
Yes, Commissioner Higgins. He's still sleeping.
That's one way to travel without getting airsick, eh, Everett?
Yes, sure is. I didn't know Dayton drank.
It's not fun.
Oh, now, don't get sore, lady. Don't begrudge a man a farewell party, do you?
I've been on this job 3 years. I thought I'd seen everything. But this is the first time I've had a passenger brought on board on a stretcher.
What are you doing for him, stewardess?
I'm just keeping him covered. He'll probably be all right by the time we reach Miami.
Where am I?
He's coming to.
He's awake.
Oh, I better go to him.
We're in the air. How did I get here?
Please, Mr. Dayton.
My name isn't Dayton. I'm John DeMargo.
Hey, it's the boss. What's he doing here?
I didn't know he was coming.
He seems as surprised as the rest of us.
Get me off this plane. Get me off, do you hear?
No, please, Mr. DeMarco.
How did I get here?
You came to the airport by ambulance.
There's a mistake. There's a terrible mistake. Get me off this plane.
I'm sorry, sir, but that's quite out of the question.
Now, take it easy, boss. You'll be all right.
Henley, the briefcase.
I've got it right here. It's perfectly safe.
Well, this is a surprise, DeMarco. I didn't expect to find you on board in this condition.
Higgins, you here?
Oh, just a little junket, a few days in Florida.
I've got to get off. I've got to get out of this plane.
Our first stop is Miami.
No, that's too late. That's too late, I tell you. In the name of mercy, land this plane. Land it, do you hear? I don't want to die.
Nonsense. Now, if you'll just lie back, I'll get you a drink of water.
No, let me up. That bag.
You mean this?
Get rid of it, do you hear? Throw it overboard. Get rid of it.
What's the matter with that bag?
It's a bomb. It's a bomb. Time to explode.
What do you mean?
Is that what happened on those other flights?
The first one, no, not the first one, but the second one. A bomb like that one in the bag.
You know all about it, eh? You planted the bomb, eh, DeMarco? You wanted to crack up another plane and collect insurance.
I admit it. I confess. Just get rid of the bomb. Save me. Oh, I don't want to say it.
Take it easy, DeMarco. That briefcase is harmless.
What's that?
Before we left the airfield, the police removed the bomb with your man Hanley's cooperation.
That's right, you dirty crook. You won't kill any more of us.
Stewardess, I want the pilot to radio the chief of police in Miami to meet the plane at the airport and pick up a murderer.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how I got here. I don't know, I tell you.
You dirty rat.
The last thing I remember, I was home. I looked up, a man was there. A masked man. It was the Green Hornet.
The next day, the Sentinel had headlines of a different nature.
Well, there's the story, Mr. Reed. DeMargo admits part in multiple murders. Air disaster solved.
And look at this. Higgins credits the Green Hornet.
He's not the only one who credits the Green Hornet.
I wonder what Dayton will think when he reads that headline.
And I wonder what those men who rode in the ambulance will think. Well, I bet they had a lot of questions to ask when they regained consciousness in Dayton's home.
Well, they found the ambulance parked at the curb just as they'd left it, minus gasoline enough to go to and from the airport.
If you'll okay that headline, Mr. Reed, I'll take it to the composing room.
Oh. What do you think, Miss Case?
I? Oh, Mr. Reed, you know it's okay with me.
Read all about it. Police Commissioner gives credit to Green Hornet. That's the Lux Street.
If you're a young woman looking for a career, go to your nearest hospital and inquire about enrolling as a student nurse. If accepted, you'll receive a professional education at very little cost. Then, upon graduation, you are qualified for many jobs: airlines, foreign service, private duty, teaching, armed forces, and others. Your nurse's training will be helpful in your married life, too. So take advantage of this opportunity. Go to your nearest hospital and find out about a career in nursing. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker Cereal Tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Homemakers, here's the most important cake baking news since the discovery of baking powder. Betty Crocker of General Mills announces chiffon cake, the first really new cake in 100 years. More delicate than angel food, richer tasting than butter cake. Watch for the March issue of McCall's, Better Homes and Gardens, and Ladies' Home Journal containing the recipe. Watch for your grocer's softest silk cake flour display, too, for information on how to make this unbelievable cake. New in taste, new in texture, made with, here's the surprise, salad oil such as Wesson or Mazola, and soft as silk cake flour. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present the Green Hornet. This is a George W. Trendle production, directed by Charles D. Livingston and written by Franz Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night, at the same time, over many of these same stations, there will be another mile-a-minute story of the early West, when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Stewart.
Thursday, join the greatest names in show business for an all-star tribute to Jimmy Stewart. Thursday at 10, 9 Central and Mountain.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash.
It's the Johnny Cash Christmas Show with guests Rita Coolidge, Chris Christopherson, Steve Martin, and more, joining Johnny Wednesday at 10, 9 Central and Mountain.
Tonight on CBS.
There's an airline that's now the third largest U.S. airline to Europe.
We're shining brighter.
An airline that now flies to 36 of the sunniest, brightest cities on 2 continents.
We're shining brighter.
And starting December 13th, National flies nonstop from New York to Amsterdam.
We're shining brighter.
Bringing sunshine service to National's newest route, New York, to the heart of Europe. The bigger we get,
the brighter we shine. Watch us shine.
The mortgage that is right for you tonight.
Dorothy always found a lot of good things in her mom's kitchen.
No cookies before supper.
Yes, ma'am.
So years later, Dorothy put a lot of good things into her kitchen, like these Quaker-made cabinets, beautiful handcrafted furniture, the sort of craftsmanship that's a Quaker-made tradition, and lots of usable space. For Dorothy, whether it's Tappan appliances or their Quaker-made cabinets, a Tappan is still a Tappan.
Take a look. There's Avon all around you. See that smile? That's an Avon smile.
You never look so good.
See that shine? That's an Avon shine.
Just never look so good.
See that mood? That's an Avon mood.
You never felt so good.
See that special kind of one-to-one that you only get with Avon.
With Avon, you never look so good.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger.
No greater champion of justice can be found in the pages of history than the masked rider of the plains. It was he who brought law and order to a lawless frontier. It was his strength and courage which protected the early settlers from outlaws and hostile Indians. And it was his knowledge of the country which made it possible for the pioneers of progress to win their battle against the wilderness. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading west to Fort Bridger. Someone's waiting on the trail ahead. Hail, Silver! Away!
The 1860s had scarcely begun when, following close upon the inauguration of the Pony Express, still another important project was undertaken that would bind the East and the West even more firmly.
Gentlemen, I have great news. We have been successful. Today, Congress has voted $400,000 to help us with the expenses of our venture. I can promise you this. Before winter is here, Western Union will have linked the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific with the first telegraph wire ever to span a continent.
Come on! Get a move on! Ice them poles! Bring up the wire! Hustle, you loafers! We're on our way to Fort Bridger!
Steady, Silver. Hold, Scout. Hold, fella. Look at it, Tonto. A thin copper wire to carry messages across a wilderness. It calls for men with courage to undertake a venture like this, Kemosabe.
That's right.
Before they finish, they'll have to meet and conquer stampedes, drought, storms, mountains, Indians, 1,000 other obstacles. But there in those crews are the men who can. Despite these obstacles, the telegraph was strung across country with amazing speed. While one party worked westward from Omaha, a second erected poles and stretched wire eastward from San Francisco. Fort Bridger had been chosen as a point where both parties would meet, and it had become a race to determine which would arrive there first. But as the goal was neared, certain men found that the completion of the telegraph would be contrary to their interests, and...
We heard you was looking for us, Mullins.
I have been.
What did you want?
Let's get a table. There's one. Come along.
Well?
Sit down.
What's on your mind?
Don't pretend you don't know, Red. I thought you and Warcloud were such excellent friends. If I remember correctly, just a month ago, you gave me your word his braves would hold up those Western Union crews. Well, they haven't.
They done what they could.
It couldn't have been much.
No? Well, they sure hacked down poles aplenty.
Yeah, which probably delayed the telegraph all of 24 hours. You know what I wanted? I wanted raids on the camps.
Warcloud wouldn't risk it. Too many good Indian fighters with him.
So that was a waste of time. Well, Jake, what's your excuse?
You mean why didn't I keep him from getting supplies?
What did you think I meant?
All right, I'll show you why I didn't. Here. Look here. Another inch to the right, and I'd cashed in my chips.
Got drilled, huh? Who did it?
Tex Morgan.
How come?
Caught me trying to fire their wagons. If it hadn't been too dark for him to recognize me, and if I hadn't lit out pronto, I wouldn't be here now.
Too bad.
Huh? You being funny?
If I am, I don't feel it. You know what this thing means to me, what it means to all of us. The telegraph must be delayed until after winter sets in and the miners close down their claims. That's when the smeller at South Pass will have more gold on hand than any other time all season.
Yeah, but what do you...
Wait. Neither of you seems to understand the situation. We can strike at the guards and make away with the gold. That won't be difficult. But we can't escape to the north or to the south. Our best chance is to the west.
And if they connect up the telegraph at Fort Bridger...
They can put the alarm on the wire within 5 minutes of the holdup. Within 30 minutes, every army post east and west of South Pass could have men on the trail. We'd be blocked in every direction. We'd be finished.
Them Western Union crew should be done within a month. And no freeze up in sight.
It'll come. It's due almost any time now. But that doesn't mean we can just sit back and hope it arrives before the line's finished.
What can we do?
We tried most everything.
And would have succeeded if it hadn't been for one man.
You mean?
Tex Morgan.
He's poisoned.
Just so. And that's where we've made our mistake. We've tried to delay the work, but have done nothing to get rid of the one man who's done more than anyone else to spoil our plans.
Boss, I reckon I savvy.
If you don't, I'll make it clear. Forget everything else, but get Tex Morgan.
The progress of the telegraph line was an interesting thing to observe. First, men dug post holes, following the route of the old Oregon Trail. Behind them came others, unreeling the wire upon the ground. Still others distributed the poles, and bringing up the rear came that part of the crew whose duty it was to erect the poles and attach the wire. Tex Morgan, scout and troubleshooter for the entire organization, was responsible for the safety of the laborers.
Oh, boy. Oh there. Oh.
Hi there, Tex.
Hello, Buck.
Well, how do you like it? By nightfall, we'll have done close to 20 miles today. Not bad, huh?
Boy, you're just ripping along. Bet the fellas working east from Salt Lake City can't do no better.
We'll beat 'em to Fort Bridger yet. Wait and see. Where you been, Tex? Back trailing?
Uh-huh. There's been something I wanted to tell you. Keep your eyes peeled. There's trouble in the wind. And it ain't just engine troubles either.
Yeah?
Somebody don't want this line finished.
Tex, I ain't sure I savvy.
I ain't either.
But you said...
All I can tell you, Buck, is the little I know. A couple of days ago, I talked with a friendly Indian, said his name was Tonto. Told me some skunk, a white, had been trying to get War Cloud to attack our camp.
We're going to be raided?
Nope, I reckon not. Tonto said War Cloud weren't looking for no trouble.
Thank gosh for that.
But it shows somebody don't like us. And it ties in with a couple other things, too. Take that load of poles we lost ford in the river. Looked mighty funny. And one night last week, some army tried to set fire to our supplies. We're just lucky he didn't, and he got away.
My thunder racing, Tex. Why in blazes should anybody be against us?
Don't ask me.
But you just...
You know as much about it now as I do. So watch things. We can't...
Hey there!
Who's this?
Whoa there, fella. Whoa, steady there, whoa. Which one of you gents is Tex Morgan?
Well, that's me, I guess. Looking for me, mister?
If I can talk to you alone.
Hey, what is...
Go ahead, Buck. I'll talk to him.
Well, I'll see you later.
All right, let's have it.
Tex, I heard somebody tried to burn up your supplies.
Huh? Who told you that?
That's my business.
Look here, mister.
Hold it. Where and how I heard it is my affair. I just dropped by to see if maybe you wouldn't like to know where to find that gent.
The one trying to burn our freighters?
Right.
Where is he?
If I take you where he is and point him out, what's in it for me?
What's your handle?
That ain't none of your business neither.
I'll tell you what. Take me to the polecat, and I'll see you get paid what it's worth. Which is plenty.
Yeah, good.
But if you don't,
Huh?
I'll blast you out of that saddle.
Hey, you didn't have to draw on me.
I don't take chances. And I want that hombre bad. How far we have to ride?
Just this side of South Pass.
Then get moving, friend. I'll be right behind you.
Get up.
Come on, boy. Get up.
It was the following day that the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode their horses at a trot down a narrow trail that led in the direction of the construction camp. On their right and extending as far as they could see, a cliff towered above them. Suddenly a voice hailed them from a ledge overhead.
Hi there! You fellas below! Hold up!
You hear? Someone calling to us. Oh. Where are you?
Up on this shelf, stranger. But you can't see me, so don't waste time trying.
What do you want?
You acquainted with a fella named Holstead?
I am.
Want to deliver a message to him?
That depends on the message. What is it?
Plenty important. He'll thank you for getting it to him. Well, will you or won't you?
If it is important, yes. But why don't you?
You'll find out that when you're in it. It ain't private. I got it here in an empty can of tobacco.
Let's have it.
There she goes.
Him throw can. Right. Steady, boy, steady.
Me get him.
Give it to me.
Here.
Here, can. Hello up there. Hello.
Him not answer.
Because he's cleared out. What matter? Plenty. Whoever that fellow was, he knew what he was doing when he chose this place. It would take us 3 hours to circle the cliff and make our way up to that ledge. We'll have to take up his trail later.
Right now, this message must get to Halstead.
Who, him?
The engineer in full charge of construction for Western Union.
Oh.
And when he reads what's here, there'll be fireworks. Let's go, Kemosabe.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver, come on.
Tom Halstead, the engineer, had been riding from crew to crew, asking questions of each. Finally, he came to Buck Goodwin, the foreman to whom Tex Morgan had mentioned his suspicions just the day before.
Buck, come here.
Oh, howdy, boss. Good to see you right up. What's new?
I'm looking for Tex. Have you seen him?
Yesterday, not since. Why?
He was supposed to report to me last night and didn't. I'm worried.
Shucks, boss. Tex ain't nobody to worry about. There's a gent can handle himself anywhere. Quit your fussing. Whatever Tex is doing, you can bet he's right as rain. I wouldn't worry about that hombre in any kind of a tight place. He's one of them gents comes up topside no matter what happens. Take my word for it. I've known him longer than you.
We've got to get the telegraph to Fort Bridger before the month's out.
Sure, we all know that. And we're getting there, ain't we?
Yes. Without Tex, we wouldn't have had a chance.
Uh-huh. The way that feller's kept trouble from us has been a wonder.
Yeah, but now, if anything's happened to him,
We'll still make out, but nothing has. Why don't you ride back to headquarters? Wouldn't surprise me if you found him there waiting for you.
You may be right, Buck. I hope you are. Just the same, Buck, what in blazes are you doing?
What you'd better. Getting my gun handy. Look at these fellas coming. One's masked and the other's a redskin.
What the?
Oh, Silver. Oh,
you!
There's no need for that gun. Halstead.
What do you want?
We're giving a message for you. Read it.
Who gave you this?
Read it.
What's in it, boss?
Let him finish.
But
Raise your hands.
I won't.
Buck, they don't get their hands up, fire.
All right. Stranger, you and the engine back.
That'll get going.
Get him up, Scout. You!
Take it!
Ow!
Hail, Silver! Away!
Buck, did he hit you?
Just knocked the gun from my hand, boss. But it aches like all blazes. When I should get the fellas to chase them hombres...
You'd never catch them. Not on the horses they're riding.
Then you mind telling me what's going on here?
Yeah, I'll have to. Men, stop your work. Go back to your wagons. Do nothing more until you get further orders.
But, boss, we got a schedule to keep to. We ain't got an hour to waste. How long will we have to lay off?
A week, maybe longer.
Huh? You're crazy.
No, Buck, not crazy. I just happen to believe that a life is more important than any schedule.
I don't get you.
Tex has been taken prisoner. Unless we stop work, he dies.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. It was several hours later that the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion made their way to the top of the cliff at which they had been hailed earlier in the day and drew their great stallions to a halt.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. This is it, Tonto. See? Look below there.
Me see.
See those pines? That's where we stopped when that fellow called to us.
That's right.
So this must be the ledge where he was hidden. Let's take a look around. See what you can find in that direction. Now look over here.
Tonto, do it.
Oh, wait. Tonto, come here.
You find trail?
I found something. Most of this ground is hard packed. But look at this. What do you think of it?
Oh, here, feller Neil.
Yes? There, mark him make a toe. He got on one knee to look over the edge here.
Oh.
And his horse must have been over there, out of sight from below. Now, let's see.
There's sign.
You've got keen eyes, Tonto. Where?
This side, rock.
And now I see it. And look here. And now it's plain. Tonto, this is where he mounted again. The trail leads there to the south.
That's right.
Call, Scout.
Here, Scout.
Here, Silver.
We follow trail?
Yes. Halstead thought we had something to do with Tex Morgan's capture, Kimosabe. Yep. So we've got to find Tex. Not only to make it possible for the work to go on, but to clear ourselves. And ride slowly and lead the way. We can make better time once we're away from the cliff.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, old fellow.
Days of idleness followed for the telegraph crew. Their wagons, in which the men made their quarters in groups of fours, were drawn up into a great circle not far from the mining town of South Pass. And it was here that Halstead conferred with a group of his lieutenants.
Buck, what have you done?
Everything I could think of. Me and Ed and Frank there done more riding in the past 3 days than we'd ordinary do in a month. We've rode and searched out the country all the way from the Sweetwater to the Black River. And ain't found nothing. Boss, I hate like sin to say it, but...
What?
I got a notion Tex is dead.
I won't believe it.
Well, I don't want to.
This country's too wild. You couldn't have searched all of it.
I don't claim we did. It'd take a year for that.
You saw nothing of that masked man or the Indian?
Nothing.
I see. Well, Clay, what about you?
I ain't had no more luck than Buck has.
You picked up nothing?
Boss, I've just about lived in South Pass. I've hung around every cafe. I've talked to everybody that weren't either deaf or dumb. Nobody's got any notion what happened to Tex, and nobody's got the least idea who could gain by holding back the telegraph.
I'm sorry. I didn't hope for Buck to find anything, but I did hope there'd be gossip in town to give us a clue to what's behind this.
If there is, then I missed it complete.
I got a little good news for you, boss.
Yes?
About the Mormons. The Mormons are building east from Salt Lake City to Fort Bridger, you know.
Well?
That's tough country they got to work in. They ain't making as good a time as they figured to.
I know. I heard that yesterday.
Well, that means we can still beat them to Fort Bridger if we only get started again.
You're suggesting that I give orders to go on with the work?
Yeah.
When that message told us Tex would die if we did?
Tex was as much my friend as yours. I've told you what I think. It's my opinion nothing we can do now can either help nor hurt him.
What do the rest of you think? Well, it doesn't matter. It's my responsibility. I'll have to make the decision.
What's it to be, boss?
When they hear of this back east, men, they won't like it. But we don't string a mile of wire till we know what's happened.
In the meantime, at South Pass, Mullins was as impatient as Halstead, although for another reason.
I've been waiting for you.
I couldn't make it no sooner, Mullins. I hurried fast I could. How's for drinks?
Not now.
But I need
We
to...
keep clear heads until we're finished here. Now, what's going on? What are they doing at Western Union Camp?
Still setting on their hands.
And Morgan?
Safe as a bug in a rug. Only time he ain't tied up is when Red lets him loose to eat. And loose or tied, Red's got an eye on him all the time. You can forget about him.
Why hasn't Red come here?
Now, that wouldn't be sensible, would it? When somebody might recognize him as the fella that rode off with Tex, it's better for him to stay out of sight.
Yeah, I suppose it is. Have much trouble with Morgan when you took him prisoner?
None at all. Red's scheme works slick as grease. He let him past where I was hiding. Let me get the drop on that hombre, and there wasn't nothing more to it. He just had to give up. If he hadn't, it had been his finish, and he was smart enough to know it.
Good. Now, if the weather would only turn cold enough to freeze the streams and stop the mining, we could...
Turn cold, but it's turning right now. Didn't you know it?
What's that?
Sure. Just stick your nose outside if you don't believe me. I'll bet there's been a drop of 10 degrees in just the past hour.
And it's time.
No, wait,
We
Mullins.
can't. Get up. You're riding.
Without even just one drink to warm my inside?
Without one single drink.
Oh.
Now, Jake, listen to me.
Yeah?
I want Red back in town before midnight. Bring him to my cabin.
But what's the hurry?
You there. You trying to hear what we're saying?
Duffy.
Clear out.
They couldn't have heard you.
There's no telling what a redskin can hear.
Well, what you start to say?
Jake, we strike for the gold before morning.
It was after midnight, and with the exception of the few who stood guard, the men at the construction camp were sound asleep. Suddenly a cry rang out through the still night air.
Wake up! There's that masked fella! Wake up! Wake up!
From every wagon, the men tumbled to the ground and ran toward the man who had given the alarm.
There he is! Drill him! Bring him down! Come on, Silver! Come on, boy! Come on!
He's getting away!
What is this? What's the trouble?
Boss, look up the trail towards town.
What the masked man?
Yes, so.
And getting away again.
He could tell us what happened to Tex.
Boss, ain't we going after him this time neither?
We are. Get your horses and don't stop for saddles. Get after that fellow.
While it was still an hour before dawn, a heavy wagon of the kind employed to freight supplies waited behind the ore smelter at South Pass. The door of the strong room stood open. On the ground to one side lay the bound and gagged figures of several men. Other men, working swiftly and silently, moved between the wagon and the mill, carrying heavy burdens.
How much more?
Fred's bringing the last. There. Gosh, them bars are heavy.
Don't know if the gold's worth all the work it takes to get it.
My back's near busted.
Don't be a fool. Red, hurry up with that.
I'm coming. Stand aside, Jake. There you are.
Yeah, that's all of it, Mullins.
Yeah, that was fast work.
It didn't take 20 minutes.
How much gold you figure we got?
100,000 at the very least. More than likely twice that much. I'd let you get going.
Wait.
Well?
These guards here, what about them?
Leave them as they are. Red, you'll drive.
Which way?
West. Follow the regular trail. I've got horses waiting for us beyond town.
And the gold?
We'll hide. I know a place. We can come back for it when the search has died down.
Come on, then.
Hey.
A fight.
Of all the fool luck. They'll rouse the whole town. Now I quick up into the wagon.
Right. What'll we do?
Take the reins, Red. Get going.
Get up. Get along there, you critters.
All right, drive slowly now. Don't act as though we're in a hurry. If we don't arouse suspicions, we'll be all right.
Better keep your guns handy just the same. Get up. Get up.
There they are.
Somebody's being chased.
Don't mind them. Keep your eyes on the horses.
Look at that white horse in the lead. Hey, ain't that a dandy? Mullins, that hombre atop it is masked.
The other looks like a redskin.
Here they come.
See if they don't just ride past.
That redskin. I've seen him somewhere.
Pull him up there.
What the?
Let's go.
Let go of them reins.
Get back.
Wake up the horses.
No, you don't. I'll pull my hand. Go for those guns again, and I'll shoot to kill.
Blast
You
you.
keep still.
Stranger, listen. Let us go and we'll make it worth your while. You don't understand.
You're staying here. Here come other fellas.
That's him. Blast your hand before you get drilled.
Hold on. Don't try to get away. We've chased you two all the way here. You didn't chase us. We led you. Look in this wagon. These fellas have just robbed the mill. They've got $100,000 in gold here.
Look at it tacked up back here.
I don't understand. This gold. You say you let us here. Listen to me, and judge for yourself. Talk. These are the men who kidnapped Tex.
That's a lie.
Ain't so.
Shut up. These men kidnapped Tex. But Tonto and I found where they'd taken him. You mean... We've known since the day we delivered that message to you where he was. We left him there on purpose. As long as they didn't attempt to harm him, he was safe. We left him there until we could discover why these fellas wanted the telegraph delayed.
Don't believe him. He's
The
lying.
man's talking. You can still get to Fort Bridger in time, Halstead. No harm's been done. And these fellas have put their heads into a noose.
Stranger, that's a smooth story. But there's just one thing wrong with it.
Yes?
If you've been telling the truth, then why isn't Tex here?
He will...
I am here. What? And, boss, the masked man's told you the truth from start to finish.
Tex!
Yippee! Boys, this means we get back to work. We're going to stretch that telegraph to Fort Bridger in nothing flat.
2 weeks later.
Here's the message, sir. I've written it out.
Thank you.
Boss, read it out loud to us, won't you?
Men, this is a moment when all of us deserve to be proud.
Thank you, sir.
I'll read you what's written here. To Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States. In the temporary absence of the governor of the state, I am requested to send you the first message which will be transmitted over the wires of the telegraph line which connects the Pacific with the Atlantic states. The people of California desire to congratulate you upon the completion of the great work. They believe that it will be the means of strengthening the attachment which binds both the East and the West to the Union. And they desire in this, the first message across the continent, to express their loyalty to the Union, and their determination to stand by its government on this, its day of trial. They regard that government with affection and will adhere to it under all fortunes. Signed, Stephen J. Field, Chief Justice of California.
Proud? Boss, I'm fit to bust.
Hail, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
This is General Electric Performance Television, a revolutionary news set from the same people who brought you the first home television receiver and the first receiver to use the Emmy-winning BIR color signal. This is the widescreen 1000 with a picture 3 times bigger than a 25-inch diagonal set. Come see why, no matter what size picture you want. You'll want GE Performance TV.
Back when Peg used that old Tappan range, she was some cook.
Ready? I get the drumstick.
I don't know. It's pretty big.
Now Peg has a new solid-state tap-and-touch microwave oven with automatic temperature probe.
Mom, can I have the drumstick?
You haven't changed a bit.
You know, Tappan made the first home microwave more than 20 years ago, and after all these years, a drumstick's still a drumstick. And a Tappan is still a Tappan.
Let's check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. You advertised for adventure? I have it for you. If you will go any place, I can offer Paris. If you will do anything, you are the man I need. If you're interested, call at my office any day between the hours of 10 a.m. and...
Any day between the hours of 10 a.m. and noon. I am at 247 Wabash Place, signed William Martin. Paris. Adventure. What a dream that could have been. It was, but the awakening was different.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Diamond in the Sky.
It sounded great. A trip to Paris and adventure for the frosting on the cake. Whoever Mr. William Martin was, he must have known that waving a deal like that in front of anyone was making it a sure thing. But Susie, as usual, had something to say.
I don't know, Mr. Holliday. Maybe it's just somebody kidding you.
That's the girl, Susie. Get out the wet blankets, spread them around.
Then again, maybe this Mr. Martin is beyond approach.
The word, Susie, is reproach. But I've got a brilliant idea.
What, Mr. Holliday?
It's all very simple. I go to see Mr. William Martin at 247 Wabash Place. Wabash Place was one of those little streets filled with small businesses. But number 247 was by itself. No display window in front like the others. I thumbed a bell button that had a card under it with William Martin engraved on it. 1 minute later, after introductions, I was looking across the desk at a short, stocky, apple-cheeked man who said,
"No one knows you have come here, Mr. Holliday?"
"No, just my secretary." Oh, but she won't say anything.
You're positive?
I am.
Good. A cigarette, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, yes, thanks.
And a light. You do not like my brand, huh?
All this lacks is a fuse. What's in it?
My special tobacco. But here's an ashtray.
Thanks. Well, Mr. Martin, you wrote that letter to Box 13, and here I am.
Good. Down to business, then.
He opened a drawer, took out a photograph, and slid it across the desk to me. What I saw was a picture of a diamond. But what a piece of ice. I was studying it when Martin spoke again.
I see by your expression, Mr. Holliday, that you are properly impressed.
Oh, I'm impressed, Mr. Martin. What is this, the Rock of Gibraltar or something?
Not quite. That is the Mirabilis diamond.
Oh.
You've heard of it, then?
Yes, but how does it concern me?
Here. These credentials will tell you who I am.
William Martin.
Well, that's my name, yes, but, well, you look.
Martin passed me a sheaf of papers with his photo on them. He was William Martin, representative of Jason Van der Cleef. The name sounded familiar. Martin read my expression again, and...
Mr. Van der Cleef is a diamond merchant. He has recently purchased the Mirabilis for $1 million.
That's a lot of hay for a lot of ice.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
The gem is in Paris. I am to get it and bring it over here.
I see. And, Box 13?
You will go with me, Mr. Holliday. I have reservations for you on the plane.
Oh, now, just a minute. I'm not a bodyguard, Mr. Martin, or a private detective.
Please. Nothing so crude, Mr. Holliday. No, I have a much better plan. But first, let me tell you something. There is no jewel thief in the world who would not risk everything to get the Mirabilis.
He could never sell it.
No. But it could be cut up, and any one of the smaller stones would more than repay the thief for their trouble.
Yes, I guess you're right. Okay, where do I come in?
Well, it is very simple. But like all simple things, it is brilliant. I thought of it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Now, you will pick up the diamond in Paris. I will go on the same plane, but we shall be complete strangers to each other. Do you begin to see, Mr. Holliday?
Sure. If anyone's wise that you're going over to get the stone, they'll follow you.
Exactly. But I won't have it. You will. I shall stroll around Paris as a tourist. Anyone following me will be, shall we say, following a red mackerel?
All right, let's say it. Oh, but there's only one thing wrong.
Wrong? I did not think of something important?
Yeah, that's right. Me. Suppose this plan doesn't fool anyone. Then I'm set up like a clay pigeon. You lose a Mirabilis, and I'm just another claim for the insurance company.
Oh, no, alors, you have no worry.
Well, maybe I worry easily, Mr. Martin, especially if I'm carrying $1 million worth of bait.
Mr. Holliday, only you and I know of this. There can be no leak of information unless you tell someone.
Oh, sure, I'll go around telling everyone that Dan Holliday's a setup. Here I am, fellas. Come and get me.
That's right. And thieves would kill to get the diamond. They have already. Why, I can tell you the history of the stone. Calcutta murder,
London, murder. Vienna, 2 deaths. And
Mr. Martin, skip the cook's tour of the morgue, will you?
But you advertised for adventure, Mr. Holliday. You will go any place, do anything. Well?
Touché. A little below the belt, but touché. And you've added one more to the population of Paris. Martin's plan was simple, and if it worked, a good way to get the Mirabilis into the United States. I said if. Hey, who invented that word? Well, it was 3 days later that I was ready to leave, passport okay, papers in order, and a phone call from Martin warning me not to recognize him when we were on the plane. I gave instructions to Susie and left for the airport. A few hours later, I was out over the Atlantic. Martin sat well in front of me and never once looked back. So I played it his way and beyond a quick look paid no attention to him. Then, as I was settling down to watch the ocean go past underneath,
Mr. Holliday? Mr. Dan Holliday?
Yes, I'm Holliday.
I'm Maureen Carson, your stewardess.
Oh, how are you?
Fine. And you?
Wonderful, thank you.
Good. Here's a letter for you.
Letter? You're sure it's for me?
Mr. Holliday, seat 19, flight 12.
Check all the way through on that. All right, thanks, Miss Carson.
You're welcome, sir.
Oh, Miss Carson.
Is there something you want?
Well, just an answer to a question. Who gave you this?
Why, no one. It was among last-minute letters and packages and gifts for our passengers.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks again, Miss Carson.
Not at all, Mr. Holliday.
The letter was from Martin, brief and to the point. I was to go to an address in Paris and stay there until he called. Well, Mr. Martin was playing them close to his vest. Maybe he didn't trust me. And who could blame him? With $1 million worth of diamond for an ante, he wasn't dealing all the cards at once. Well, all I had to do was wait until morning in Paris. Early next morning, we landed at the Bourget Field. I stuck close behind Martin leaving the plane, but he didn't give me a tumble, so, well, I guess my cue was to hold up at the address mentioned in the letter until he got in touch. I was trying to flag down a taxi when...
Is this the last time you saw Paris, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, hello there, Miss Carson.
Looks like you're having trouble.
Yes, a little. Say, how do you get one of these grounded grasshoppers to stop?
You wave in French, like this.
Oh, just like that, huh?
Just like that.
Teach me to wave like that, and I'll be able to get a taxi in Paris. Of course, if you lend me your face.
There's nothing to it. Oh, I almost forgot. I came out here to find you.
Oh, something wrong? Passport, papers?
No, but I believe this is yours.
How did you get this?
I found it on the floor of the plane just after you left.
Oh?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Can I give you a lift?
No, thanks. I have my reports to make out.
Maybe some other time if we're still in Paris, huh?
Well, I'll be for 3 days before the hop back to the States.
No, I see. Well, thanks a lot, Miss Carson. I'll be seeing you.
I hope so, Mr. Holliday.
She walked away from me. In my hand was the letter from Martin telling me where to stay until I heard from him. I hopped into the cab, gave the driver the address, and then leaned back in the seat to do some thinking. The letter was in my inside coat pocket. Pretty hard for anything to fall out of there. But my coat had been on a hanger, and I'd been away from it just long enough for anyone to pick up that letter. So, if anyone was wise to the way the game was being played, Martin was home safe, while I stood a better than even chance of being picked off of first base. A half hour later, I was sitting in the little room at the address given me when... Yes? Oui? Hello?
Holiday?
Yes? Oh, Martin?
Yes. Everything was all right?
Fine. Now what?
You are sure no one knows where you are?
Well,
Holiday.
All right, no one knows. Now what?
Here is an address. Go to it. There you will pick up the package.
Okay.
Now, don't write this down. Remember it.
All right, I can remember it.
45 Rue de la Guerre.
45...
No. Do not repeat it there. Just remember it.
All right.
Please, Mr. Holliday, you understand my concern.
Look, my neck's out of yard, too, Martin.
Of course. Now listen. there is a Monsieur Corre. Ask for him. Identify yourself with these words. I've come from the sky. You hear that?
I got it. Then what?
There will be no question. Those words are our code. Now, I am registered at the Vendôme Hotel. Leave the package for me at the desk.
Just like that, I leave a package
I know
for...
what I am doing. Now, that is all. The rest is up to you, Mr. Holliday.
Okay.
And, Mr. Holliday,
Yes, what now?
for your sake, I sincerely hope nothing goes wrong.
And now, back to Box 13 and Diamond in the Sky with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
The rest was up to me, Martin said. All I had to do was collect the Mirabilis diamond, see that I wasn't caught off base, deliver it to Martin, and then that was all. I hailed a cab on the street. 4 Rue de la Guerre. Beat.
Governor, with an accent like that, just talk English.
Guess it wasn't very good, huh? Are you an American?
No, a Londoner from Limehouse. Hop in, sir. That was 45 Rue de la Guerre, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. How did you know I was American?
You kidding? I drove a cab 3 years in Brooklyn. He wants to know how I know he's an American.
Okay, Limehouse. Then you should know what this means. Step on it and never mind the tickets, huh?
Blimey, I ain't heard that since the days in Flatbush. Hold on, pal. Here we go. You're here, Governor. Want me to wait?
Yeah, and keep that motor hot.
Hey, what's up?
I don't know.
Something hot?
Just wait.
Okay, Governor. I'll be here.
I went into the house, asked for Monsieur Corre. Gave him the code words, I've come from the sky. And without a word, he went to the fireplace, lifted out a brick, and handed me a velvet case. Well, after all this, I had to take a look. Inside the case, well, the Mirabilis looked like a piece of something that would make any crook risk his neck. Or mine. I snapped the case shut. Corre said nothing, just watched me. Showed me out. All right, Limehouse. Vendôme Hotel and on the way. Don't bother to fly low.
I don't know what this is all about, sir, but when you went in that house, that car pulled up back of us and stopped.
Huh?
And they kept their motor hot, too.
Limehouse was right. It looked as though somebody had talked, but not me, and certainly not Martin. We pulled away, the big car tailed after us. Limehouse turned his head to talk to me.
They're tailing us, all right.
Can you get away?
With this act, the 3 cylinders still working. I got asthma.
You gotta make it.
What did you do? Pinch the crown jewels?
You're warm. Step on it and do your best, will you?
Did you pull a heist?
No.
Okay, you've got an honest face. All right, Governor. There's nothing keeping this act together but termites holding hands. But here we go.
That big car in the back didn't lose an inch. Limehouse and I had to go through an empty stretch of road. So I told him I thought that's where the mugs in the big car would make their pitch, and...
You're right, but I've got an idea.
Well, I can use it.
Listen, look down the street. See that turn to the right?
Yeah?
I'll get close to the curb as I can, and you get ready for a jump.
Huh? Jump?
Sure. I'll act like I'm going straight, but where I showed you, I'll turn fast to the right. You jump out, roll in a doorway or something.
Well, what about you?
I'll make a U-turn back out and pull the mugs down the street after me. You got it?
Got it. Oh, here's your fare. Plus.
Ain't had so much fun since Coney Island. Okay, pal. Try for the brass ring. Nah!
Attaboy, Limehouse. It worked. I collected a few bruises, but I still had the diamond. Farther down the road, Limehouse stopped. He had to because the boys in the big car angled in front of his cab. I waited long enough to make sure Limehouse was going to keep his health. Then I doubled back and forth until I came out on a main street. There I took a bus. I felt like having lots of people around. I got to the Vendôme Hotel, walked to the desk, and told the clerk I wanted to leave a package for Monsieur William Martin. Oh, brother, I got the surprise of my life when the clerk told me there was no Monsieur William Martin registered there. Well, I sat down to figure that one out. Then, just when I was about to give up,
Holiday. No. Don't look at me.
Martin, what the devil?
Pretend that you are not speaking to me. Now, you have the stone?
Yes, but I almost did that.
What happened?
It's a long story. You want to hear it now?
No. We have not enough time. Look, I will put part of my newspaper on the sofa between us. Then, when no one is looking, put the diamond under the paper.
Okay, then what?
After a minute, I will pick up the newspaper and leave.
Oh, and I hope this ice goes with you, Mr. Martin.
It will. Don't worry.
Well, that looked like it. All finished. I counted chickens that weren't there. A half hour later, I went to the room of my hotel. I just had the door open when... I woke from my deep dream of peace with a knot on my head and a distaste for the whole proceedings. And the room? Well, it was in shambles. Somebody had fine-combed it after drumming on my head. The manager knew nothing about it. Well, that made us even because I couldn't figure why somebody took the trouble to slug me and search the room when I didn't have the diamond. Unless somebody thought I was still carrying it. That somebody? I had an idea, and 40 minutes later, I was sitting across from Irene Carson at a little sidewalk cafe.
Mr. Holliday, you're insane.
I will be after another knock on the head.
But why do you accuse me?
Because no one but Martin knew where I was going to stay in Paris. And you.
But this is ridiculous. How should I know?
The letter you said dropped out of my pocket.
It did drop from your pocket, and I did not read it. Really, I think this is a ridiculous story. A Mr. Martin who wasn't at his hotel to pick up a diamond worth $1 million, men chasing you, hitting you, searching your room. And now, simply because I had my hands on a letter, you accuse me of...
Who else knew?
You're Mr. Martin. And that's another thing. I never saw you with anyone on that plane. You spoke to no one. You got off alone. Really, Mr. Holliday, it's a fantastic story.
No one saw me with Martin.
Exactly. And now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get back to Le Bourget. You've taken up too much of my time already.
All right, Miss Carson. But will you do me a favor?
What? Confess to the whole thing? Admit I'm a notorious international jewel thief?
No, just get me on a plane back to the States. Look, I apologize.
All right. All right, I accept the apology. And I'll do my best to get you out of Paris. You seem to be allergic to trouble here.
You're so right, Miss Carson. You're so right. After that rigmarole in Paris, New York's LaGuardia Airport sure looked good to me. I was leaving the field when...
Welcome home, Holiday.
Well, Kling, what a nice surprise.
I've got more. Come on.
Hey, wait a minute. What is this?
You're a writer. Write a line for yourself now.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a pinch, Holiday, which this is.
Arrested? No, wait a minute. It didn't make sense. Nothing made sense. On the way into the city, Kling wouldn't say a word. For every question I asked, he growled. But finally, in his office...
Where's the diamond, Holiday?
Diamond?
Mirabilis, schmirabilis. Where is it?
I smuggled it in, Kling.
So you got through customs. Now quit stalling. Where is it?
Are you kidding?
$1 million in ice and nobody, kids. Nobody.
Now, wait a minute. Why did you pick me up?
I stopped in at your office to say hello, and Susie told me that you were in Paris. Yesterday, we got word from Jason Vandercliff that the Mirabilis diamond he was to get from Paris hasn't shown up. We checked with the Paris police. A guy named Corray...
Describe me. Is that it?
Yeah. Susie tells me you're in Paris. Corray describes you, and 2 and 2 make 4. Now start talking.
Well, I told Kling the story, starting with Martin's letter to Box 13 and ending with my return to the States.
Can you prove that yarn?
Get Martin and ask him.
That'll be a little tough. He's dead.
What?
Yeah. When did you leave for Paris?
Day before yesterday.
Martin's body was found in the river that day. We didn't get an identification until yesterday. Vandercliff identified him.
Kling, you're crazy. I tell you, Martin went to Paris on the same plane with me.
Here's Martin's photograph. Take a good look.
This isn't Martin.
Vandercliff ought to know. His own agent.
And the Martin I went with was a fake.
Yeah, who probably killed the real Martin. Took his place, used his own photo and the credentials he showed you. That's a brilliant remark.
But the crooks who chased me in Paris, my being hit over the head after I got the diamond,
Yeah, it's easy to figure now. Your fake Martin sent those hoods after you to get the diamond and get rid of you for good so you couldn't identify him.
That's why he wasn't registered at the hotel, because he didn't expect me to show up at the diamond.
And the crack over the head, your room searched.
Sure. When I got away from his boys, he sent them to my room, thinking I might go back there before I went to the Vendôme. I walked in while they were searching the room, and they slugged me. Don't you see, Kling, I'm in the clear.
Yeah? How?
Well, because I had nothing to do with the
Holiday, you've got your story. But only Martin can keep you out of jail.
Then you've got to find Martin.
How? He must have taken an earlier flight from Paris.
But how could he get the diamond through customs?
I don't know. You know, Holiday, this looks like the end of Box 13 for you. Martin loses himself in a city of 7 million, lays low, and leaves you to take the rap.
What if I find him?
You'll still have to make him talk.
Listen, Kling. You know I've never been mixed up in anything shady. Maybe I've been roped in because I follow things through, but never deliberately.
What are you getting at?
Will you let me find Martin?
How? You're our only link with him, and you don't know a thing about him. He could dye his hair, leave off his glasses.
I know, but if I don't find him, I'm in trouble. Is that right?
You've never been more right in all your life.
All right. If I don't find him in 24 hours, I'll walk back in here, and you can do what you want with me. Is that a deal?
You know, Holiday, when I was a kid, I always wanted to be a cop. My father wanted me to be a sign painter. Now I realize my father was a smart man. All right, go ahead.
A needle in a haystack. I was hunting for it, and it was a pretty sharp needle. Any character who could think up a frame as neat as this one would be tough to locate, if he was still in town. But I had to go ahead. It took me 2 hours to remember something that would help me. 7 hours more to follow it up, and an hour to get hold of Irene Carson and take her with me. Then call Kling and give him the setup. It was later that night that I knocked on a door.
Yes? Who is it?
Telegram from Mr. Benjamin Slade.
Oh, one moment, please.
Hello, Martin.
What?
I used to be a salesman. I'm good at sticking my foot in doors.
Who are you?
Mother Hubbard, and I've come to take a look in your cupboard, Mr. Martin.
My name is Slade, Benjamin Slade.
So, you did dye your hair. And you're much prettier without glasses.
I have never seen you before in my life.
Yes, but I've seen too much of you. Come on, Slade, or Martin, give it up, will you?
What brought you here?
One of your peculiar cigarettes. I remembered I tried to smoke one when I first met you.
You are insane.
Yeah? I went to your fake office in Wabash Place. There was an ashtray with some cigarette butts still in it. It took me 7 hours to run down the dealer who makes your cigarettes.
Clever. But I still deny ever having seen you before in my life.
Oh? Okay, let's try something else. Come in, please, will you? Martin, this is Miss Carson. Our stewardess on the trip over, remember? Mm-hmm. Miss Carson, is this the man who gave you the letter to give to me?
Yes, that's the man.
I did not...
Oh. Slips count in this game, Martin. Besides, your handwriting in the letter can be identified.
You're too clever.
Duck, Miss Carson. Oh! Okay, Martin, without a gun, you're just another sitting duck. Now get up and come on.
But, Mr. Holliday, how did Mr. Martin get the diamond over here?
He was too smart for that, Susie. He left it in Paris.
Oh.
He got out and planned to return later. The Paris police have found it.
You know, he was pretty silly.
Silly? Oh, how'd you figure that out, Susie?
Well, $1 million. Jeepers, look at all the income tax he'd have to pay on it.
Huh? Oh. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. Watch for him in his latest picture, Saigon. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with an original story by Saul Shore, adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker and Lieutenant Kling by Edmund MacDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood.
Start your Sunday with the most interesting hour on television, 60 Minutes. Then the Bunkers make plans for a big move on All in the Family.
Don't cry!
Next,
Mom, what are you doing here?
Alice gets an education.
Would you have dinner with me tonight?
When she dates Tommy's school principal. Then, it's the 3rd annual Circus of the Stars. Your favorite celebrities in death-defying feats that will leave you breathless. A great Sunday beginning at 7, 6 Central and Mountain.
Saturday, a new movie in the powerful tradition of Walking Tall. This is Sheriff Buford Pusser, a real American hero. The Saturday night movie at 9, 8 Central and Mountain.
Sunday, it's the 3rd annual Circus of the Stars. Join 33 of your favorite celebrities as they risk life and limb in death-defying feats. Sunday at 9, 8 Central and Mountain.
This is CBS.
Never in all my born days thought store-bought biscuits could taste as good as my own. Then I tried 1869 brand biscuits. They taste so much like my homemade, you'd think they were using my recipe. Imagine biscuits from a can that tastes almost as good as scratch.
Pillsbury 1869 brand biscuits. They taste so good you'd almost think they were made from scratch.
Do you think they are using my recipe?
You expect more from a leader.
You expect innovative ideas from Amoco. We were a leader in developing lead-free gasoline, the first major brand with 2 grades of lead-free, the first with premium lead-free. Amoco Premium Lead-Free, proven by experience to help stop engine run-on, to burn smoother and help stop knock. And even improve mileage because you don't have to change the timing to prevent knock. Amoco Premium Lead-Free.
This is Eyewitness News Break.
Good evening, I'm Gordon Peterson. Michigan is moving toward a vote on the D.C. Voting Rights Amendment, but the amendment may be rescinded in Ohio. Alexandria's top prosecutor met his accuser face-to-face in court today as his bingo bribery trial continued. The water is being turned back on in Manassas Park. Protesting homeowners claim victory over high water rates. The district is using some muscle to recover defaulted student loans. Georgetown, Indiana, in college basketball, the Bullets at Houston. Glenn Brenner will have highlights at 11.
Celebrate with Julie Andrews Saturday at 8.
Thank you.